We should be live and we should have audio and everything should be good to go. Everything should be good to go. So, we are probably, from what I understand, quite possibly in the final week of the YSL RICO trial. No more Young Thug. No more Quay Nichols. No more Quay Harvey. Lil Rod in the middle of an appeal, apparently. And we just have Shannon Stillwell and Mr. Yak Gotti left. And it looks like we are in the final week. Nintendosa, good morning. Erica Sip, good morning. So, y'all, it looks like we're in the final week. I was looking at X yesterday. Y'all, this is kind of like a mini obsession. Anybody who is Huey. Why do I keep saying Harvey? That is, thank you for correcting me. I want to call him Harvey for some, maybe because I don't know why I want to call him Harvey. I just keep getting that mixed up with the attorney Harvey's last name. I do know it's Huey, but I want to call him Harvey so bad for some reason. And you are right. Oh, you jazzy. It is Harvey. Huey, not Harvey. So Quay Huey is gone. Nichols is gone. So we started with 6 and there's only 2 left. I was looking at Kathy Rasson, and I'm going to show y'all this. I don't know if y'all follow her, but Kathy Rasson said on her X, she actually updated this. Oh, no, this is the update. Okay. So I'm going to read this to y'all. November 27th will mark 1 year since opening statements. This week will likely be the last in the YSL trial. The state will rest educated guests on Tuesday after investigator Viverito. They have a couple more hours of direct on Monday, then defense will take the rest of the day and some of Tuesday. So Viverito, if y'all remember on, was it Thursday? Judge Whitaker asked, how much longer does the prosecution have with Viverito? And they said, I think she said 2 to 3 hours. Hilton said 2 to 3 hours. And then, of course, you're going to have Max Sharp, who is going to cross-examine. That will probably get us through the rest of the day, honestly, particularly because Viverito is the final witness for the prosecution. And I really don't see Max Sharp wanting to start his case with 30 minutes or an hour or 2 hours left in the day. I don't know. Maybe Whitaker would make that happen. But yeah, so it is likely we're going to see Viverito for the rest of today. Y'all said lies. Okay. Morning. This 504. You know, when I try to at you, it will not pull your name up. Something I'm doing wrong. I don't know why. Anyway, so that's the rest of today, y'all. Now Doug Weinstein said he's not going to call any witnesses. Can we talk about that for a minute? Now, listen, y'all, I respect highly all of the defense lawyers. I think they've all done a magnificent job. They form a bit of an Avengers team. It has been wonderful to see because you see that they don't work together. It's just like the Avengers. They live their separate lives. Maybe some of them are a little closer, like Adams and Steele. I think they do work together. I'm not sure, though. I'm not sure if Adams is part of Steele's law firm. But at any rate, some of them are closer. They probably know each other or know each other's reputation. They came together to break apart this YSL RICO trial. But they are not a natural team. They aren't a self-formed team. It's circumstance that has formed them as a team. And I respect all of them tremendously. But I do think that the public is interested in this trial. And frankly, the public interest is at stake in this trial. The public interest is at stake in this trial. It is the state of Georgia versus, it is the people versus Shannon Stillwell. It is the people versus Yak Gotti. So I think we as the people, even though I'm not a Georgia resident, but I think we as the people have a vested interest in this trial. We have a vested interest in justice, and we have a vested interest in seeing and in believing that our systems here make sense for us. So I guess I would want to phrase it this way, with that long kind of opening introduction disclaimer. Doug Weinstein's decision not to put on a defense. What do y'all think about that? What do y'all think about that? I think as it relates to the Donovan Thomas situation, and I only use the word situation. I try not to use the M word too much on YouTube. It does feel a little bit uncomfortable calling it a situation. It feels like it's not giving it the gravity that it deserves, but this is YouTube, y'all. So I feel like the Donovan Thomas situation, I think Doug is right. He doesn't need to present a defense on that. But what else is Yak Gotti, Diamante Kendrick, what else is he indicted on? Let's see. Let's take a look at the indictment real quick. This would be in alphabetical order by last name. Diamante Kendrick, counts 1 and 2. Hold up. This can't be the whole thing, because counts 1 and 2 were only count 1 is conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. And then, oh, great. Where's count 2 at? I think was count 2 the M charge, right? So I kind of feel like, let's see here. Erica says, I'm kind of between. I agree with Doug on some point. So what do y'all think? Do y'all think that not putting on any defense at all? What are y'all thinking about that? I heard I'm going back to take a look at what Wave said. I heard Thug violated probation already. Can you provide some more detail about that? Still got something up his sleeve because he made sure he told the judge to make sure prosecutors do not talk to the. Are you talking about Shart meme? Maybe you're talking about Shart. You're probably talking about Shart, not Steele. So meme, the reason why Shart said that, and this would be just from a strategic standpoint, is Shart, at least one of the reasons, now there may be more, but Shart does not want the prosecution to collude with the witness on answers to certain questions. So now that the witness is on the stand, it would be inappropriate for the witness and the prosecution to start colluding. It's always kind of inappropriate, because when I say collude, I mean the witness should just tell the truth, right? But the prosecution can tell the witness how to tell the truth so that they will avoid problems in the trial. So we call that maybe coaching or preparing the witness. But now that the witness is sworn in and on the stand, even that type of conversation should be done in such a way that the defense is involved, or at least knows about it. So like Wooney Lee, when he was on the stand, we all said, look, once he mentioned Shannon had been locked up, the prosecution should have taken him off the stand and then coached him in order to prevent him doing it again, which he did with the free Quay, which kind of broke the trial. So in that sense, the prosecution could have coached him, right? The defense would have known about it. They would have been in agreement with it. But in this case with Vivarito, she goes home for the weekend. You don't want Vivarito and D.A. Hilton to kick back on the phone, ladies' night on Saturday night with a bottle of wine and start saying, all right, so this is what you need to say. This is what you shouldn't say. I think when you were on the stand, this didn't go over well, so I'm going to circle back around to that so you can clear that up. That would be inappropriate. So when Sharp said she told the judge, he asked the judge to tell them not to talk, he's basically saying now that she started testifying, I don't want them to get together and strategize so that now Hilton can bring certain topics back around and have Vivarito clear up some certain things. And Vivarito and Hilton would have made some kind of understanding. Okay, oh, that's what you wanted me to say. Oh, that didn't sound good. I'm going to fix it. Like, no, you can't get together and have that conversation. That's what Sharp was saying. So it wasn't, I don't know, he had something up his sleeve, which he might, but it's not necessarily he has something up his sleeve. He might, though. You might be right about that. So I'm not saying he doesn't have anything up his sleeve. What I am saying is he doesn't necessarily have something up his sleeve. He just wants to prevent them from getting together and forming a strategy now that Vivarito is sworn in. Does that make sense? Cocktail Chronicles. Who are you saying that to? Whoever that is. It's always good to stand with people through a difficult journey. Hypothetically is what Hilton said last week. I don't think hypothetically is a bad question, y'all. Hypothetically is not necessarily a bad question. I mean, it can be. Anything can be right or wrong. Anything can be good or bad in a sense. But hypothetically, because Shark got to come back and do his hypothetically as well. Shark got to come back and do his hypothetically. So I don't necessarily know that hurt or helped either side. Y'all do hit the like button, please. Don't act like Hilton. Y'all, let's take it back to grade school. If you don't hit the like button, you're a Hilton. If you don't hit the like button, you're a Love. You're a DA Love. Whoever didn't hit the like button wants to be reincarnated as Hilton or Love in their next life. Whoever didn't hit the like button wants to come back as Hilton in the next life and have to work under DA Love for 100 lives. If you don't hit the like button, you're going to be reincarnated as a Hilton and have to work under a DA Love for 100 lives in a row. You're going to have to, let's see, hold up. You're going to have to, you're going to have tense muscles and DA Love's going to have to be your masseuse. Some of y'all are not going to hit the like button specifically for that. DA Love's going to be your masseuse, y'all. And she's going to sing to you. She's going to sing to you with her most annoying voice. And you're going to need her to loosen your muscles. It's going to be absolutely required for your rehabilitation that DA Love massages your muscles out and sings to you in her most annoying voice. So we don't know who is preparing closing arguments. I don't know. All right, y'all. So let me just wrap this up real quick because I got off topic. I think it's very interesting, y'all, that Yak Gotti is not going to present any kind of defense. The one question that I have, this is the question that I have this morning, and I do not know the answer. I want everybody to pay attention to this. Solitude, thank you for becoming a member. You weren't already a member? Maybe you rejoined. Thank you. Appreciate it. Y'all, this is what I would like for everybody to pay attention to. This is my big question as it relates to not presenting a defense. Does Weinstein get to say to the jury, I'm not going to present a defense because I don't believe they have made their case? I know he can probably say that at closing, but my question is, does he get to signal to the jury during the trial before closing argument, I'm not calling a defense for this reason, or I'm not putting on a defense for this reason, I should say? Or does he have to wait till his closing arguments and kind of circle back around and say, you may be wondering why I didn't put on any defense? That's my question. Okay? That's my question. So typically, the lawyers are not allowed to narrate to the jury. If y'all have noticed, what we do not have in our legal system, at least as we're looking at it in Georgia, and I imagine this could be different in different states, and it probably is, honestly, but what we've seen is the lawyers, the attorneys for each side, they're not able to narrate to the jury outside of opening and closing arguments. So you're not able as a lawyer to say to the jury, first I'm going to put on this witness and they're going to show you this. And then you bring the witness. See, you just saw this. Now we're going to call that witness and they're going to show you that. And that goes with this, like this. Then you bring on the next. If you could narrate like that, things would make a lot more sense. But as you've noticed, there is no narration from the attorneys to the jury. There's no direct. The attorneys do not address the jury directly. The attorneys don't turn to the jury and say this. So when it's Weinstein's turn to not do something, to not put on a defense, one of the biggest questions I have right now is, how is Weinstein going to signal to the jury that he's not putting on a defense because he feels like the prosecution has not made the case? Is he going to have to wait for closing arguments after he already declined to put on a defense and then tell them? Or will he have some kind of strategy or opportunity to tell the jury that as this trial continues? Does that make sense to everybody? Y'all understand my question? So I would like for all of us, particularly if you have this question like I do, I would like for everybody to pay attention to, how does Weinstein, how does he decline to put on a defense? Is it just something between him and the judge? Has he already signaled that to the judge and it just, it's just already done? Or will he somehow get to express to the jury through some fashion, even if the judge is the one who says it, because the judge can talk to the jury? Will he get to express to the jury in some fashion, I decline to put on a defense because of this? Miss Lily, good morning. It's been a while since we've seen you. I know you hit the like button, Miss Lily. I know you don't want to come back as D.A. Hilton working under D.A. Love for 100 lifetimes. So that's my big question. I do feel like Yak Gotti, I feel like when Thug and all them took the plea deal, that really hurt the state's case for the remaining two, because this case seemed to have been built around Thug as the leader, and it just deflated now. So Weinstein's in the courtroom. He knows better than I know. And I think, again, my biggest question at this point is not, does he signal? Because, of course, he said he's going to signal. He said he's not going to call anybody for the defense. But my question is really, how does he get the jury to know that he's purposefully making that decision? Because in his opinion, the prosecution did not make their case? So that's really a question I have, and I'm eager to see the answer to that question. Prosecution is expected to rest their case today. Prosecution, some people don't believe it. I kind of do, y'all. Honestly, I kind of do believe it. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I really think that this is done. I feel like all of the energy and the focus and the attention and even the tension of this case is just, it's a balloon and it's deflating, y'all. It's a balloon and it's deflating. All right, so 188 people have decided they don't want to be DA Love or DA Hilton in the next life. Slim Life, I guess the rest of the people just want to be reincarnated as DA Hilton. I mean, maybe that's what it is. So I think that this case is I think the energy in this case is just, it's not here anymore. And I can certainly see that they will be resting their case today. Y'all, let's talk a little bit about, somebody asked what time does it start? I don't see the Law and Crime. I don't see that they have it scheduled. Fox has it scheduled for 8:45. So if Law and Crime doesn't pop up, we'll just go with Fox if they have it. So that gives us another 8 minutes or so. Probably starting at 9 today. All right, y'all. So yeah, this case, yeah, exactly. This case is unalived. This case is, the energy has been sucked out of it. And y'all remember, this all comes back to Wooni Lee. Like, there was interest, there was attention, there was energy in this case until Wooni Lee. And, it's definitely on its last leg now. Happy Monday. So let's talk a little bit about what Detective Viverito has said. Now, if anybody watched this video that I did over the weekend, yesterday actually, if anybody watched this video from yesterday, this was a very interesting video. So I'm going to get into this real quick. I'm not going to play the video, obviously, because it's over an hour long, but we'll talk about it real quick. Rebecca, thank you for thanking me. I thank you as well. Y'all do hit the like button, please. Hit the like button. This is why I don't think that the case will be over this week. I don't think the jury's going to deliberate. So let's say Max Sharp were to rest his case on Thursday. Let's say by some fluke, we get Viverito done today, both sides. Sharp presents his case. It's a 3-day case, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They give it to the jury on Thursday. Now, we have a couple of options. We could see the jury say, look, y'all, Thanksgiving is next week. Let's just knock out these verdicts and go home and be free. Right? We could see that. We could see, look, Thanksgiving is next week. If we knock this verdict out now, we could get free. Boom Quita, she can travel to Alabama to go back to her family. We won't have to worry about it. But then you can see other person say, well, hold up now. We can come back Monday. We can come back Monday if we need to. And we'll still have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for Thanksgiving. So I could certainly see that the deliberations, I think the deliberations will go faster if everything finishes this week. But I don't see that happening because you have to get through Viverito and her cross, which will probably be today. Then you need Max's case, which let's say his case is going to be, it seems like that. Kathy Rasan said it'll be done this week. I don't see how you get through Max's case unless he only has like 4 or 5 witnesses that are quick. And then you need cross on those witnesses. Then you need closing statements. Then you need jury instructions, which is probably going to be half a day. You got to have jury instructions, which is probably going to be half a yeah, boom, Quita. You need jury instructions, which is going to be probably half a day because you have to put all of the instructions in. You have to put all of the limiting instructions in. You got to put all those exceptions and this applies to him, this doesn't apply to him, and that's going to be half a day. I also heard Weinstein had said that they're going to have some kind of conference about, I don't know if it's about the jury instructions or what, but if they have this conference, is that going to be over lunch? Is that going to take an hour? Is that going to take 2, 3, 4, half a day? So I kind of doubt this will be done this week. And then you also have to ask about the scheduling for next week, because I've read somewhere, in the grapevine, that Glanville had initially given the jury off the whole Thanksgiving week. Is that correct? Is that correct that Glanville had given the jury off the entire week? So for Thanksgiving. So you have to think, this is what we got to get through. We got to get through finishing up Vivarito. We have to do whatever Max's case is going to be. It's going to be several witnesses minimum, probably. You have to, so he's going to direct and you're going to cross and maybe redirect and all that stuff on Max's witnesses. Weinstein said there's going to be some kind of conference, probably about jury instructions this week. So they have to have time to do that. You need closing arguments from both sides, which will probably be at least several hours worth of talking. You need to actually give the jury instructions, which, who knows how long that's going to take. And then you have to give the jury the time to start deliberating. So I don't know. I'm doubtful that all of that will be done this week. I'm not including in that the actual deliberation time. I'm a little doubtful that everything I just mentioned, not including the jury deliberation time, will happen this week. Do I foresee a directed verdict? You know what? Project Band Shirt, interesting name. Judge Whitaker has been very reluctant to step in and do something for the defense, with the exception of the Detective Dennis situation. I don't see her offering a directed verdict. What would she give a directed verdict for? There was this. Does anybody have somebody on X had made a nice little cut. Oh, here it is. Wow, that's pretty good. This is what I wanted us to see, and literally came up the very first thing that I looked for in X. Y'all, we really need to see this. This is what I was hoping, and I was like, man, I'm not even going to search because it's going to be too hard to find. Very first thing that comes up. This is what we need to see, y'all. Crap, can't make it any bigger. Diamante Kendrick. He is, so whoever did this, let me give this person some shine real quick. Adam Scott. I don't know if you did this, but you're getting the credit for it right now, buddy. Thank you. So this is what Diamante Kendrick has under his indictment. And y'all, please tell me which of these things would we'd get a directed verdict on. I'm just double checking. I'm not seeing the YSL trial pop up online. Okay. So they both have count 1 and 2. And the count 1 is the conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. Count 2 is the Donovan Thomas situation. Count 3 is, count 57 is participation in criminal street gang. Y'all, look, I want to develop a reputation on here as being a person who just tells the truth, but not confrontational for no reason. I feel like there's been a lot of evidence about the criminal street gang situation. And, you know, y'all might disagree. We just gonna be in disagreement on this one, y'all. I feel like any of these guys, and the least of which was Thug. For me, the evidence about Thug, because they put him as the leader, because Thug seemed to be so aloof and so kind of out there and doing his own thing with his shows and with his career, he seemed to be the least involved in a criminal street gang. But y'all, the criminal street gang, for me, if I'm on a jury, I'm like, yep. So y'all can dislike it, y'all can hate on me if you like. I think the criminal street gang, of all the charges that I've seen, the criminal street gang charge for me has been shown beyond a reasonable doubt. This was a gang. Now, and it was a criminal street gang. It wasn't just a gang as in gangs are not illegal. Yeah, it was a not illegal gang, and it was a illegal gang too. That's my opinion. So, because if in order for us to say this was not an illegal gang, we have to ignore a lot of shootings, y'all. We have to ignore a lot of hand signs, logos, tattoos, trap houses, rolling together consistently, shootings, beatings. I mean, for me, if you could look at all that and say, I'm not convinced, then nothing's going to convince you. So I think Yak, for me, I think both of them, Yak and Shannon, are, in my opinion, at risk for the criminal street gang charge. Yes, I'll explain the directed verdict in a sec, Gemini. But so, you know what? Let's just go ahead and talk about that real quick. I'm gonna get a good definition. Okay. So a directed verdict would be this. You're in a jury trial, and the jury should be the one to decide guilt or not guilt on pretty much all the charges, any charges that aren't dismissed or what have you during the trial. So Gemini, a directed verdict would be when the judge takes, in this case, Whitaker, when she takes one of these counts and she says, I'm going to decide this one myself. Usually you would see that in a sense where someone like Whitaker in this case would say, there's no evidence for that. I'm going to say not guilty on that, basically. Does that make sense? So it could actually work against you, but in this situation, what they would be asking is, Whitaker, will you just look at the count number, I don't know, 62? They didn't present any evidence that Diamante Kendrick had a machine gun. Like, there's literally no evidence here. There's none. They didn't even show a machine gun. They didn't put anybody on the stand and say they found one. There was no machine gun evidence at all. Would you just go ahead and rule him not guilty, you, Judge Whitaker, instead of leaving that in the hands of the jury? Because literally they presented, I'm not saying this is the argument. I'm giving you an example using this indictment. So you would be asking Judge Whitaker to take something out of the jury's hands. Y'all, we do have a court feed on Fox. So, but there's no court yet. So we'll continue with this. So you'll be asking Whitaker to take it out of the jury's hands and just rule on it herself. Okay. So that's what a directed verdict is. It is more, it's better for you as a defense if you can get it, because then it's done. That count would be over. The jury would not have to deliberate on that. Okay. So yeah, court is live on Fox, but there's nothing happening so far. So we're going to continue to talk about this. So I definitely I feel like the participation in a criminal street gang, I feel like that one, if I'm on the jury seeing what I've been seeing, I'm like, yeah, this was absolutely a record label, and it was actually absolutely a criminal street gang. Okay, Law and Crime is up. Cool. They have better sound usually on there. That's why I prefer Law and Crime usually. I'm a little worried about the not presenting any case. When I say worried, I feel like you would want to present a case about the criminal street gang, but maybe there's nothing you can do. Violation of controlled substances. We have 1, 2, 3 counts of that. Possession of firearm during commission of a felony, possession of a machine gun, and possession of firearm by a previously convicted felon. So basically you have 1, 2, 3. You have 3 firearm related charges. You have 1, 2, 3 basically drug related charges, and then you have a couple of RICO related charges. But then you have the big M charge. I think Yak is going to beat the M. That's the Donovan Thomas M. I think he beats that. I think both of these guys are at risk for this criminal street gang charge. I really do. And all this other stuff, who knows? The gun stuff, I don't remember where they proved that Yak had a machine gun. I don't remember anything about Yak's guns. I don't know what Yak's drug stuff is about. I just don't even remember this stuff. Okay. Now let's go to Shannon. Again, Shannon is similarly at risk for me, in my opinion, on the criminal street gang. Probably more so than Yak. Shannon seemed to have been like this, one of the main figures. Like Shannon was out there living that life. Shannon has the drinks in addition to the Donovan Thomas M. He has the drinks M on him. And y'all, I'm just saying M for YouTube. You know, I don't want to overuse the word. We've already talked about drinks ad nauseum, y'all. I think Shannon has plausible. There's a reasonable doubt. Let me say that. I'm not going to say plausible deniability. I'm going to say reasonable doubt. Tyrone, we'll come back for this. They did not present. Let me just talk about this real quick. They're not presenting a defense, Tyrone. So they have the alibi defense, but they're not going to present it. So the jury should not even know about the alibi defense because they're not going to present it. Or they shouldn't have any evidence of it, I should say. So I think Shannon on the drinks unaliving, I think Shannon might be safe. On the Donovan Thomas unaliving, y'all, 2015, it's so long ago. I think he might be safe on that. I think both of these guys again are at risk for this criminal street gang. Shannon seems to me to be more at risk for the possession of a firearm charges too. I think Shannon more so than Yak, at least from my perspective, seems to be more at risk for these firearm related charges as well. So I think Shannon, I think the RICO should die. I think the M charge for drinks is DOA. I think Yak's M charge for Donovan Thomas is DOA. I think Shannon's M charge for Donovan Thomas, I don't know. I'm going to say I don't know. I think both are at risk for this criminal street gang. I think Shannon is more at risk for the guns, and Yak is, I'm going to say I'm not sure. Y'all hit the like button, please. We do have a court camera right now, but we don't have court. We don't have court in session. It's probably not going to start until 9. So we're just talking things through. So looking at this indictment, does Yak need to present a defense? To me, the biggest question is still number 57, y'all. The biggest question is that participation in criminal street gang activity. You know? So Weinstein apparently feels like the state has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that that Yak participated in criminal street gang activity. So we'll see. We'll see, y'all. Let's go through some of y'all's comments here. Shannon might get something weapon. Paris, what do you mean by that? He might get something. Oh, you mean get some time for the weapon? Shannon has a lot more weapons related, because you get them, you got him on the wiretap saying the sticks are in the attic, and I think he was talking to Garlington. That was Shannon at that time, right? You just have a lot more with Shannon and weapons. You have a lot more. I think CSG. What is CSG? It's 5 years. Oh, criminal street gang. You talking about the penalty? We could use ChatGPT. We will use ChatGPT. What is the penalty in Georgia for participation in criminal street gang activity? All right. Mandatory 5 years, up to 20 years. So it's a mandatory 5. It's not 5. It's mandatory 5 to 20. So that's a pretty serious penalty. Okay, when you start getting into mandatory minimums. Shannon and Yak will be guilty on firearms, but time served. Could be. So Whitaker should be the person who's going to do any sentencing, y'all. Drink's murder, the CCTV camera at the intersection where it happened. Why have we not seen footage from that? We talked about this on Saturday, and I brought up the still image from Mr. Cheeseborough, who had exited his car and was trying to assist Mr. Drinks. There is a camera there with a perfect angle and sufficient clarity of view for you to know what the heck happened. There is a camera there. I'm going to bring up the image for anybody who did not watch this. There's a camera there, and y'all might not remember this, but there's a camera there at that intersection and we do have an image from it. We have an image from that camera, and it has a sufficiently good view for you to know what happened. 1 second. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It has a sufficiently good view for you to know what happened, y'all. And the fact is that camera angle was not presented at trial. This is it. Check out this camera angle. This is from live over the weekend. Y'all, this red car here in the front, this is Drink's car. This is an actual camera angle for anybody who either didn't remember or what. This is a camera angle from the night where that situation happened. And this is actually Drink's car right here. So this is a camera. Sorry, y'all. This is a camera. So if you had this video, you would see exactly what happened. Okay? If you had this video, you would see exactly what happened. You wouldn't have to ask who did what. You wouldn't have to say what kind of car was the white car that came up. You wouldn't have to ask any of those questions, because this is a camera with the angle that you need to see who did what and when at that light. You would not have to ask, did the car move forward? You would know. You wouldn't have to ask any questions. But you know what? They say they say, one, this camera does not record. So it does have a feed. It does have a live feed but apparently this camera does not record the feed. Seems kind of inconvenient. And two, they say at this moment where you see this image, which this person standing outside on the right-hand side, this is Mr. Cheeseborough, who is apparently on the phone or getting out of the car to assist Mr. Drinks. This is the Good Samaritan who I called a hero because he got himself involved in something that wasn't his business. He tried to help this guy. He got out of his car. He actually did a U-turn so that he could go back around and help Mr. Drinks. And at this, I guess this is the exact moment where the camera supposedly froze. So you have two things. You have a camera that is trained in a perfect position to see exactly what happened. This black car here is not Shannon's car, but this is where Shannon's car would have been about 20 minutes earlier. Before this, 15, 20 minutes earlier, Shannon's car was there. If there was a human watching this feed at that time, if there was a person anywhere watching this feed, they would have seen exactly what happened. Okay? If there was a person watching this feed at that time, they would have seen exactly what happened. Okay? So this camera captured it, but one, apparently it doesn't record, so there's no recording of it. And two, the camera itself, even though it didn't record, it did malfunction supposedly right when Mr. Cheeseborough showed up. Okay, so this is why people don't trust y'all, because you know what? If something happened to the president right there in that intersection, you better believe that camera would have been recording at that moment. If y'all catch my drift, you better believe there would have been a recording of it at that moment if it was the president or a foreign dignitary or what have you. All right, law and crime is up. We'll switch over, but still not seeing any. I'm still not seeing any activity, but we'll switch over. So as you can see, y'all. Okay, yeah, it is up. So as you can see, there is a camera right there. There was footage that was, if I use the word recorded, that's going to mislead you because some people got on me. They like, it was not recorded. Okay, it wasn't recorded. It was captured, but not recorded. So this picture got saved because it's malfunctioned. That's what we would have to believe here, Jay. That's what we would have to believe here, that if it didn't malfunction, we would have never even seen this picture because it would have just continuously kept going forward. But because of it froze, that's the reason we got this picture. And it froze right when the Good Samaritan was outside. Does that sound? Y'all, think about this, y'all. Why would you install all these cameras and not record? Why would you reinstall all these cameras and not record? Come on. I don't believe it. But some people in the chat on Saturday, it does not record. It's DOT. All right, maybe you don't know better than I do. But what I tell the people on the chat in the week, you don't know what they're recording. How do you know it doesn't record? You know that they tell you it doesn't record, but you don't know who's recording what. So y'all, I'm telling y'all, you can see from this that there is at least, I don't want to say the possibility, but there's an indication that there could be some kind of footage out there of what actually happened. Now, if there is footage, you would have to say, well, why didn't they bring it to trial? You would imagine that Max would have tried to subpoena the footage. But then if they tell Max, nah, buddy, sorry, the camera broke, then I guess you can't subpoena to something that's broken, right? you may say, well, why, why would they try to pin it on this guy if it's that guy? Y'all, I don't know. I don't have any information about that. So it's probably not appropriate for me to speculate that the state is playing games. Andre says corruption. I mean, it would certainly be corruption, but that's not an explanation. The what why would they do this corrupt thing? So corruption would be a description of what happened, not a explanation of why it happened. Um, but as y'all can see, I just want everybody to get a good look at this so that as you go throughout your day and as you remember this trial and as you remember the Chamel drinks and as you talk about it, I want everybody to be able to say, "Oh yeah, we have this grainy footage that we think we can see something, but we aren't really sure. But there was actually a camera at the intersection trained exactly on the exact spot, and it has clear enough footage for you to be able to see what happened. And guess what? They say it wasn't recorded. Okay, so all right, court is in, y'all. Court is on. Court is in. Court is in session. So, y'all, I'm certainly not saying that there is no corruption. I'm saying corruption is not an explanation for why they did that. If they had done something like that, it's not. It's not just saying corruption is not an explanation for why they were corrupt in that way. If they are corrupt, if that makes sense, why would they want to pin it on Shannon? Is really the question.
We are going to go ahead and continue with the testimony of Detective Verito.
Good morning.
Good morning.
When we left off on Friday, we began playing some of the calls from the wiretap interception. I want to ask you before we continue playing, are you able to tell the jury how many wiretap calls were monitored over the course of the month that you were all monitoring, that law enforcement was monitoring the wire calls?
It was in the thousands. I don't have an exact number, but I want to say probably we're doing 8 and 10, if I can remember correctly. 1,000?
8 and 10,000?
I believe so.
And as a gang investigator, is this the only wiretap investigation that you have conducted?
It is not.
And are the wiretaps one of the tools that you use in order to conduct your investigations?
They are.
Now, I want to pick up and publish from State's Exhibit 437 VV, call number 512, which is on March 16th, 2022 at 6:49 p.m. And you're on permission for the state to sit during the playing of the call.
You may.
Bruh. Bruh. D. Yeah. Man, I thought you were gonna look at the weed, man. Man, you told me you have it. I got it now, bro. I got it. You do? And I got a few different flavors. You say you got a few different flavors, flavors. Oh, okay. The same though? Yeah. Okay. When I got now, it was just too much going on yesterday. Man, that shit was crazy here, man. 12 had nigga about 3-4 hours, man. For real? For what? Holy? Yeah. Yeah, now they shut up Big Nick spot. I was in there. We think. Oh, they shut up Big Nick spot, bro. Man, yeah, man. So we got down. We think them niggas gonna come back. You think they gonna come back through? 12 pulled up. Man, hell yeah, I'm motherfucker coming through the window. You know, all this in the living room. It's crazy. Why nobody get hit?
And you know what one bid working, bro. One now, one of y'all gonna get hit, bro. But that's
Yeah,
crazy,
for
bro.
sure. Hell
Bro,
yeah,
what the fuck
bro.
wrong with these niggas, bro?
Man, and what when they little partner just died in McKinneyville, about 2 nights ago.
Boy, that's wild. I don't even think Milk know that, boy. He gonna be.
Hell yeah.
You know, Quay had locked up. That's the only
For
reason
real?
you seen his ass.
Why ain't he know that?
Hey, he locked up, bro. That's the only reason you ain't seen him, huh?
Yeah, this shit was last night. If you talk to him on the phone, no, you know what I'm saying? Just be like, the shit got shut up, know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Baba.
Yeah.
Damn, he gonna be that. I ain't gonna lie, but that nigga gonna be fine. That's crazy, bro.
Hell yeah, man.
That's crazy, but your ass need to goddamn be smooth, bro.
Man, yeah, right. That's way too much going on. Like, this shit. Too much going
No,
on, man.
nigga. How the hell y'all ain't got no drop on these niggas, bro?
Man, nigga ham, bro.
That's wild, bro. That's wild. Bro. I'm on the way to the spot, though, bro. Just got down, you know, whenever you pop out, bro, pull up on me, bro.
Alright.
All right.
So just a few questions about that call. Did you hear when Mr. Garnison said they shot a Big Nick spot?
I did.
And are you familiar with the location that they're saying is Big Nick's spot?
Yes.
And what location is that?
2830 Waters Road.
And did you hear when Demikian Garnison gave the reason why he believed that they came through and shot a Big Nick spot?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
That their boy had been killed in Mechanicsville.
And then did you hear when the caller said you don't have to drop on them?
Correct.
Have you heard that terminology before?
I have.
What is your understanding of when someone says you don't have to drop on them? What does that mean?
Like the location, having their location.
I want to now publish from State's Exhibit 437 VV, March 16th, 2022 at 9:41 p.m. PDF, page 523. And from 34 seconds to 3 minutes, sorry. From 34 seconds to 3 minutes and 54 seconds.
What about it? Fucking free.
Last night?
Last night, boy. You know, I wasn't even gonna come out. Man,
Yeah.
you like goddamn pull up. We finna be on one. Goddamn.
So y'all was in
Man,
there.
we in boy, about 6, 7 deep. Toon just had them pulled off, boy.
Damn, that's some food. I thought they already went over there and shot one other
They
side.
did, but still, man, I'm on some everyday
They
shit.
double
Yeah.
back.
Oh, you talking about at
Oh,
next
yes.
spot?
Yeah.
No, ain't nobody went next spot.
Oh, no, I heard it a couple days ago. Somebody they said they went over there.
Oh,
That's why I ain't
yeah,
know.
nah,
But
hell no.
you said they just went over there last night.
Yeah, well, we there, man. I'm like, hey, man, boy, I wasn't even finna come over here, man.
Yeah, you talking about? Yeah, I ain't even know nothing about that
Yeah,
shit.
and then look, we like to hear, we think, we like, all right, they gonna come back through. Man, we think they gonna come back through so we can hit that motherfucker up, man. 12 pull up, man. Hey, what?
In the house?
Yeah, I'm like the hell. We hit them folk like, cause we got our light. So them folk like, we gonna have to come in. We gonna have to come in, cause goddamn, make sure ain't nobody dead. Man, I hit the back door like that. Boy, I'm on parole, man. All this shit in here, man.
Hey, you talking about? So
Hey,
like, y'all have to come in.
yeah, now we just heard them talk to the other officer like, yeah, we can go in, make sure ain't nobody. Man, it beat them up under the house. Goddamn, man. But 4 of us in the house, they keep saying, man, you don't go out. I'm like, man, I got me fucked up, man.
You took out running?
No, I hit the back door. Them folks on, it was on both sides. And I was just like, I seen them on one side, 'cause I was just gonna sit in the car, in the yard.
Yeah.
But I seen them looking at the cars over there, go through the other way. They know they was over there. I'm like, hey, come here. I'm like, hey, man, I just heard some gunshot.
What
Yeah,
you
I'm like, hey,
said?
man, I just heard a gunshot, man.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, they're
So,
like, where you coming
so
from? Like the wood. I'm dry here. It pouring down rain. No, folks like, man, you ain't wet at all, man. I'm like, man, I'm telling, man. I was in the woods. I don't know how I ain't wet. I was in the woods. But I ain't no savage.
man,
So
what?
y'all check that house out, well.
Hell no, I ain't got nothing to do with
They
that house.
still went in there though. They didn't check that. That was good, boy. It be safe.
Oh, they ain't searched.
They'll make sure.
They just looked
They'll just
around.
make sure when nobody dead.
Yeah. So when nobody know when they went in.
Yeah. They found now. Got man, look Quay and another name.
Okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I'm like, hell.
What they at the house?
Yeah. From the pop out for Colt on her. Colt on the trail. They got a little video shoot.
Oh, they got a video shoot.
Yeah. I ain't really been outside, bro. I really, bro, you ain't got nobody who been trying to say you no pill.
We were stopped at 3:52 p.m. 3:52 into the call. And listening to that call, did you hear early in the conversation where Mr. Garland said Tunk had just pulled off?
Yes,
As a part of your investigation into YSL, have you heard of an individual with the nickname Tunk?
I have.
And who is your understanding of who that person is?
That would be Antonio Sledge.
And in listening to a number of these calls from the mornings of March 15th and March 16th, was there more information provided in these calls versus what Mr. Stillwell told you the night that you went and spoke to him that morning?
Yes.
Did you hear when Mr. Garn talked about, I believe, going into the basement of the home?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you observe a basement area of that home?
When I did my search warrant on the 17th, I did.
And where was that area located?
Underneath the house.
And from the search warrant, do you recall, was there an entrance to that location from the house, or did you have to go outside of the house to enter to that location?
Can't remember direct from in the house, but I know there was an outside entrance from what I saw.
Now, as you were listening to these calls, did you ever hear a call between Miss Taisha Alexander and Demikion Garlington?
Yes,
And are you familiar with the name of Taisha Alexander?
I am.
I want to publish from States Exhibit 437 VV. The call on March 17th, 2022 at 7:04 p.m., page 664. And we're going to play first timestamps 00 to 024, and then 158 to 215.
Hello? Yeah,
What the hell they got Shannon for?
I don't know. Trying to call when like him and Clay got on a high speed chase to the Baba house.
Yeah,
Why the hell he in a high speed chase if he in a rental? His rental legit.
yeah.
He got my legit gun. Like what the hell was in the car that made him say he ain't.
And now we're going to go to 158.
158.
So I don't know if he where my gun at. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
But I know he not dumb. He ride around my gun for a reason. So if he do get pulled over, see what I'm saying? It's clean. So I know he not done with. I know I ain't worried about that. I'm just trying to figure out why the hell he locked up.
Exactly.
And listen to those calls. I believe we talked about this last week. Did you ultimately go to Arrowhead Pawn Shop and get a receipt for the FN gun that was found on March 17th, 2022 at the area of Meadowlark Lane?
I did.
And who did that gun come back to?
Miss Taisha Alexander.
And then through your investigation, do you know, are you aware of a nickname for Miss Alexander?
She was by Polka.
Your Honor, we're getting ready to play those two calls. Thank you.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to hear on these next two calls. It's going to be two different people talking. And for these two calls, it's only going to be Mr. Garlington's words that are evidence. You're not to consider the other speaker's statements against anyone or as substantive evidence in this trial on any count. It's just the conversation won't make any sense if you just hear Mr. Garlington's, but it's only Mr. Garlington's words that are going to be evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And at this time, the state is going to publish March 17th, 2022 at 4:10 p.m., which is page 635, and March 18th, 2022 at 6:21 p.m., which is page 820 of State's Exhibit 437 VV.
What's going on? Where you at? In the apartment. You got your family? Hell nah. Nah, I got my shit. Just got now. What's in? So no folk got now. Where you at? I finna pull up. The meat on white out there. Yeah. Nah, everybody out here though. I ain't got no fire. I been got on the chilling trying to these folks on. You say you trying to do what? I said I just been chilling trying to see what these folks on before I get notified. What? Yeah, man, fuck you. Nah, cause them folks they got man. That shit, them folks they hit the spot that they went in there, but still just like what Miss V, boy. I know they hit that bitch. Yeah, but now I just feel like Miss V on a nigga, boy. So I'm just trying to move cautious. Well, definitely. You know that wrong. Yeah. And she saying y'all see nothing. Well, you know she on y'all. Who all you say out there? Big regular, big zoo them. Big out there? Yeah. Alright, here I come. Alright. Yeah.
Now, before we publish the next call, in this call, what time was the search warrant executed on March 17th, 2022? Do you recall?
I want to say in the early afternoon.
Was it before 4:10 p.m.?
Yes.
And again, did you hear when Mr. Garlington talked about Miss V?
I did.
Was that Is that your understanding? That's the name that they call you?
It is.
Now I'm going to publish March 18, 2022, 6:21 p.m. from 25 seconds to 54 seconds in the call.
I seen the new thing. They said the two they got, and they said one they got on outstanding one. Outstanding one. They ain't say my name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, I just still.
Well,
That's I just want to make sure I don't know what's going on.
yeah, you know I'm back though. I just really.
Now, in listening to that call, did you hear Mr. Garlington, talk about warrants in this case?
Yes,
All right. And is this call after Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Nichols have been arrested?
it is.
And in that call that we just heard, did you hear Mr. Garlington say, they ain't say my name, I just wanted to make sure?
I did.
And that he had seen something on the news?
Yes.
Now publishing March 21st, 2022 at 5:02:19 p.m. from 14 seconds to 46 seconds.
Ain't dying down, so now these fuck niggas think they yeah. That's how we're going on. Everything dying down. Yeah. Feel like you know how they go. That's why we goddamn went out of town for a little minute, bro. Let that shit die down. No, if these niggas they wanted me to pay for the shit, and nobody want to put in their money to pay, bro. For real. Everybody hesitate to put in to pay for the fucking Airbnb. I'm like, man, fuck that shit. I'm telling you, man.
Now, in listening to that call, as a part of your investigation in this indictment, are you familiar with events surrounding the Donovan Thomas murder?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with individuals going to Miami after the shooting death of Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I am.
And in this call, did you hear Demikian Garlington say that they were getting ready to go out of town for a little while until stuff died down?
I did.
Now we're going to publish March 22nd, 2022 at 6:21:41 p.m. from States Exhibit 437 VV from 9:04 to 10:32.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. He got a lawyer, right?
They say brother gonna get all them boy money. Say you gonna get Brian and the other nigga you gonna get out of her like.
Man, the child with the clothes got locked up for it.
Nah, they who the one they said they looking for. I just talked to them the other day. About 2 days ago.
I said the child on the low, like, oh hell no.
Yeah, boy, he keep calling. Hey, D, bro. What the hell going on? I'm like, shit, but I don't know.
Damn. He called
Yeah.
you like, what's going on?
And he calling everybody.
He just drunk.
Yeah, yeah, but I ain't did nothing.
Yeah, I know it. I know it.
But you know how that shit, these brother nigga just gonna have to ride. Nigga know you gonna get through it, but I just know a nigga like, nigga ain't did nothing, bro.
You say, let's try to ride, OD?
Man,
I mean, you don't really never know. Nigga don't have no choice. That's his thing. You don't have no choice. Like,
yeah,
you see what I'm saying? In real life, like, you ain't got no choice. You gotta go however long these folks ride you so they let you go.
yeah. I said,
That's what's tripping, man.
them boys gonna be good. But wow, you put my name in that shit.
Oh, hell no. I don't do that.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so Peter Ortiz, I think he is pointing out here that even though you're in fear for your life, there is a prohibition against convicted felons owning or possessing firearms. Yep. Sidebar number one. So when you say, Pat, could this be it? What do you mean? I mean, y'all, it's not looking good. I said this earlier, though, in my analysis. I said, the gun charges on Shannon, those aren't looking very good. Those, along with the gang charges, those seem to be some of the most solid charges right now.
I want to ask you, have you heard of the name Little Blizzy?
Yes.
Okay. How have you heard of that name?
Through both my work on this indictment and the YFN indictment.
And do you know the given name for an individual who goes by the name of Little Blizzy?
I do.
And what is his given name?
His name is Carlos Barber.
And Carlos Barber, is he, from your investigation and working on both of these indictments, associated with any gang?
He's a member of YFN.
I want to publish from March 28th, 2022 at 1:56 a.m. from State's Exhibit 437 VV. Then we're going to follow immediately on March 28th, 2022 at 1:58 a.m. And then following again on March 28th, 2022 at 3:20 p.m.
What the hell you at? Hey, so crazy. I was just in the car, and tell you, I just ran to the nigga, bro.
For real?
How you know? That what you calling me back?
Nah. Hell nah, nah, nah.
Oh, I thought nigga said something on Instagram.
What he said?
Nah, not him. The nigga, the blizzard.
What he say?
Shit. He seen me turn his head
For real?
on DV. Yeah, he seen like I tried to look at him, but like he turned this shit.
Where you see him at?
Man, we at the same hotel
Right now.
right now.
That'll be safe for that trash.
I know it, but I ain't got no.
The nigga baby Thrill J Carr say he finna shoot a video. He want us in the video.
What about the studio?
Yeah, I'm finna meet them back up here, but he need to come back outside. But Lee, let me give you a gun or something.
Which one? Northside.
The one we were just at.
What was it?
Hold on, they call out.
Next publishing March 28th, 2022 at 1:50 a.m.
Yo.
Hello?
Yeah. Twin.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
What happened?
Bro, you need to come over here and get me blick, bro.
I'm back. Where the hell you at?
Trying to geek them at the same one you just studio you just left, man. That shit got to blow me, bro. Your ass, I told you take the blick on with you, bro. It don't matter, bro.
Yeah, you right, bro.
You have to do what folk, then you have to do it to them, bro. Like, come on, bro. You bumming the niggas, you ain't having no profit. Oh, that's man. That shit about to blow me, man. I don't like this shit.
It wasn't even that. It was just like the shit. I'm like, man, shit, I went cold. I ain't gonna run nobody out here. There's some GP, but they ran that nigga.
D, man. D, boy. D, boy. Nigga got down. He way out. That one nigga. Anytime nigga ain't got that blick on him, twin. That one some shit got down been in the house, man.
Hey, yeah.
Way like that, bro. Ain't no blick, bro. You need to go get that blick, but you can take that blick home, bro. You can take when you stay home or something, bro.
Nah, I got to fight the house. I just told you I ain't bring it that, but like, you gotta send me the address.
Come to it. Just go get the look here, I'm finna pull in right now. You know I gotta have one of these niggas drop the pin.
Yeah.
But I'm pulling up right now.
So like on the GPS, what to type in?
Type in look here, she just come to a look here house. Cause either the exit after look here house. You feel me? I'm literally 2 minutes away from the studio right now. As soon as I get there, I can drop the pin.
Alright, well I'm gonna have her go get my car.
Type in the cave. Yeah, type in down the cave, gone. I don't even know this shit still on it. Prime time. That shit gone too. Type in this shit.
Right, all right.
I'm gonna give you this address. Matter of fact, by the time you get up, put your clothes on, walk in the car, just walk to the car, I'm gonna have the address.
I'm
turning in right now.
I'm just wait till you get right out of
You on speakerphone? You got my speakerphone? The same pin you just dropped the shout.
Oh yeah. All right.
Yeah, we right here. Come on.
Okay.
All right.
Before we publish the next one, did you hear the terminology used, blick, in that call?
I did.
Have you heard that term before?
I have.
What is your understanding what a blick is?
Meaning a firearm.
And did you also hear the terminology stick?
I did.
And have you heard that term before?
I have.
And what is your understanding of what a stick is?
A long gun or a rifle.
And did you hear them talk about drop the location for Little Head?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with that nickname?
I am, but there's a few of them.
Okay. Now publishing March 28th, 2022 at 3:20 p.m.
Hello, Adio.
What's going on, bro?
What the hell going?
Pulling up in the hood.
Pulling up in the hood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What you got
I
going?
Shit, man. We just woke up.
You said you gotta go where today? You about to say you gotta go somewhere.
No, man. I got down the hotel in Card last night, right?
Yeah.
I run to a op.
No.
I ain't got nothing on me. 'Cause I'm like, shit, but I'm finna go out here. I know ain't about out here.
Yeah.
Head,
Go to the gym a lot.
yeah, buddy seen me turn the head. You know,
He seen you and turned his head.
yeah. He don't even know he got me down bad.
Most definitely.
Yeah, man. What they even do?
Yeah. Right here with Keelan and Mooch.
I'm probably finna come right now.
All right.
In that call, did you hear when Mr. Garlington said he didn't even know he got me down bad?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard that terminology before? Got me down bad previously?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of got me down bad?
He was unprepared in a bad position. He would have had the upper hand.
What was the last part you said?
That he would have had the upper hand.
Who would have had the upper hand?
The person who caught him down bad.
Have you heard that term in any other way?
Yes.
Okay. What other ways have you heard the term got me down bad or caught down bad?
Just unprepared or without a typically. Sorry. Like if you're caught without a firearm.
Now publishing March 29th, 2022 at 1:17 p.m. from State's Exhibit 437 BV.
Yo.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm trying to shoot that ready.
Today.
It's a good day. Today. But I ain't gonna lie, we got to talk. We got to take Buddy name out of that shit though. We got to. Man. You know, if bro fuck around and get wet, you know that shit come down on us.
Yeah.
Type shit. Then they already. The nigga Young Bruce so hot on the east side right now too. It like I don't know if they trying to build a case against niggas or what. Like you feel me right now. But they hot as fuck. Like they jumping out, just laying nigga down about them nigga. That's why they was so hot up and down the strip the other day. Got on Glenwood the other day. That's why I ain't even been around niggas ass. So they like come 2 days. So it's like, oh, I ain't need nobody trying to build no Rico on me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it's like,
Am I able to get a quote on this one? Yeah, like the estimate.
so it's also shit like I was just seeing that thing. Lil Head was even saying the same thing. He was like, shit, but I was gonna tell y'all nigga this shit, bro. That y'all probably need to say bro name, bro, cause his ass finna be gone. And even if y'all drop the song now, he get gone, gonna look like somebody that's gonna do it. We drop the song later. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you damn sure right.
We just gonna take the nigga name out this shit. We just gonna take, I ain't even scared shit, still fuck me, nigga. You feel me? Just some smart shit, cause I don't think them niggas will put a song out there without that. Well, at least we just switch it up. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So even if we say that, like, we don't be nigga for D, get in Shell, say something different. Like, you feel me? Shell got that. Shell don't want that or some shit. You know, I don't give a fuck. We say the same thing. I don't give a fuck about saying name. But I don't want you, you know what I mean? Tie shit in.
All right. Let's do it then.
Tell them all.
I'm finna get ready to get up and shit in a minute.
Okay.
Now listen to that call. Are you familiar with who Mr. Garlington was speaking with in that call?
I believe it's DeMarco Boyer.
And is that the same DeMarco Boyer we discussed last week regarding being in the area at the BP gas station right before the homicide of Mr. Shamel Drinks?
Yes.
And in that call, did you hear them discussing taking someone's name out of a song?
Yes.
Okay. And in that call, did they say the name of the person who they have to take out of the song?
I believe towards the end of the call, they say Shell.
And when you were going through your March 22 kind of collection of social media, did you ever find a video in which there's a song referencing Shell Cal?
I did.
Okay. Along with other social media videos, did you collect those as a part of your investigation?
I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review that particular video and the other social media videos prior to your testimony today?
I have.
You have permission to approach? I'm showing you what's been marked as 474 VV. Tell me if you recognize 474 VV.
This is a disc that I had reviewed and has my initials on it.
And does that appear to be all the social media, not all, but the social media videos that you pulled during that March 2022 period when you were looking at social media?
Yes.
And have you had opportunity to review all those videos? And did they appear to be complete videos from what you pulled in March of 2022?
Yes.
Any additions or deletions?
No.
You're on this time, the state would like to admit 474 VV into evidence. And permission to publish. And before we play, whose Instagram is this?
That's the Instagram account of Demikion Garlington.
And what are you screen grabbing?
His story. If you're not familiar with Instagram, the story is something, it's not your profile picture or a picture on your profile where it stays there until you delete it. These are postings that you make that are automatically deleted after 24 hours.
And looking at his first story on here, do you see the Ocean and Drive Slim?
I do.
Posting. And is that the same person that we talked about, Christian McMiller, from last week?
Correct.
Okay.
Mean shit, my people in the dirt. From the block where shots go off and niggas get murdered. This pain really running.
Sorry, y'all already know. Y'all already know how I go playing the music. YouTube is weird with the music. Sorry about that, y'all.
Killing me, I can't come. They brought you out, Kim? Damn, man. I can't
All right, we're just gonna wait for this song to be over. Wait for the guys to stop dancing. Oh my gosh. All right, there we go.
So looking at the first story, do you see the song that's being played on this particular Instagram story?
It's a song by Slime Life Shorty.
And are you familiar with that name?
I am.
And who is your understanding who Slime Life Shorty is?
A gentleman by the name of Wonnie Lee.
And going to the last story, do they appear to be in a studio?
Yes.
And did you see someone tagged by the name of Little Co?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who that is?
That would be DeMarco Boyer.
Is that the same DeMarco Boyer who was on a call that we just listened to?
It was.
And did you hear where they were rapping the song?
I did.
In hearing them rap the song, was there a mention of Shell Kel?
Yes.
Or Kel?
Yes.
And was the verse something to the effect of Kel and Whack being in that verse at the same time?
Yes.
And have you heard the terminology whacked before?
I have.
And what is your understanding of that terminology?
Killed.
I'm going to now publish April 1st, 2022 at 12:29 a.m. from Stacey Exhibit 437 BV.
Hello. Hey, what's up, bro? What's up? Yeah, B. Say what? Yeah, B. What's up, nigga? What the hell going? Man, shit, right here, listen to the new boy, B. Huh? I said, right here, listen to the new young boy. What you got going? You been all right? Yeah, you know, I can't hit you on that other phone. Shit, bro. I'm fuck on that motherfucker. For real? Are you on? Oh, this another one? No, it's yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah, bro. I know. I ain't just like FaceTime how to say. That's where you at. That's what I ain't forgot about. I really can't respond to. I just like, yeah. I can't, man. That motherfucker. They don't fuck tripping on that motherfucker. For real, man. Yeah. I said one shit. I said shit. I'm gonna go straight to my grandma house. I had stay out that motherfucker. Yeah. But she told me to hit the mojo style. Yeah. Right now, like what on North inside? Nah, I'm with Free. You with Free? Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Ned Doe Free. Ned Doe. Yeah, damn. Somebody said it. T-Rock was up there with you or something? Yeah, T-Rock was downstairs with me. Yeah, cause somebody asked me in the hood. They're like, bro down there with T-Rock. I'm like, I ain't no T-Rock locked up. Yeah. What the hell been going on? Everything. What the hell? What's up with Trump, man? What the hell he doing? Trump crazy like that. What he doing? Just Trump crazy. All those shit there. You talking crazy about Miles? Nah, it's about me talking about Miles and shit. But I ain't on DB. I ain't heard of that. Yeah, it's a lot of little shit I told, boy. Yeah. Had me blow. They blow? Had me blow. Oh, yeah. I ain't talked to him, bro. That's the only person that be talking to either, man. Yeah. Like, he be asking me, like, what's going on? I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. What the hell? Like, order. Damn, bro. Like, them other. Everything smooth, though. Yeah, I know it. I already know that. They just got them. They on Miles, though. Yeah. Cause I don't know why the fuck he didn't get out the car. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm telling folks. I'm like, I'm like, shit, what the hell they locked up for? Like, they just saying about the camera. I'm like, bro, they good. I'm just like, they gonna assume some shit like that anyway.
Yeah.
They gonna assume that, like, oh, like, y'all ain't did, ain't kill me, so.
That's what I keep telling goddamn Lil. I keep telling him like, just chill. Like I know, like
Yeah, cause they
this
saying
ain't
he panicked.
nothing. Yeah, I'm like, this ain't nothing, bro. Like they just doing that cut. They seen it as a goddamn gas station. Like just chill. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, man. That's what I'm telling. I keep telling him all the time. She telling like, listen, bro. Just like you, like, bro. I'm telling him, probably in the cat. Listen, bro. No, just tell him before you want to talk, bro. Like,
Not one word.
yeah,
Go down on what they try to portray or what they say, man. Don't say shit.
yeah. I ain't know that though. Like, so I didn't. I need tell him how. Yeah. But I stay telling him, like, hey, bro. But, like, he'll probably just call me. They're like, you heard? And I'm like, yeah, nah. I'm like, shit, I know. I'm like, I keep in contact through, you know what I'm saying? They folk. I'm like, I ain't turning on the phone. I'm like, he'll understand that anyway, though.
Yeah, I ain't doing that anyway.
Yeah, I already know you ain't. I already know it. Yeah.
Hey, ugly though, boy, I need you.
I know, I already know, thank God, I already know that. I told her, like, I told her, like, I told her, 1,000, she said 800 for 1,000.
I told her, like, tell him I need 1,000, but anything in between, just got down.
Oh, no, yeah. She ain't telling that, but, bro, you know I got.
Yeah.
I know, like, but I talked to one call today, and she told me, tell y'all, to, like, be patient, cause she haven't had I talked to her. She DM me.
Who, White?
Yeah. She like, man, just tell them, like, man, no, we ain't, no, probably gonna leave them folk like that down there, like, just tell them to be patient. It was a day, good morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, man, just tell them to be patient, bro. Bro, I got it.
I'm already knowing that part. I just, like, I know, like, how that go. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really tripping on that. I ain't tripping. Like, I've been just trying to keep Buddy calm. You know what I'm
saying? Yeah, do that, bro. Yeah, bro.
I don't really be liking that Coldfield shit. That shit be having me all out, like.
Yeah. And then, when Skylar was telling somebody, what the hell is she saying? Foreign farming.
Who?
She told me they something about foreign farming.
Okay.
Yeah. She really called me telling me to be careful. I was a little corn out. And they would, I ran into the boy a little place by myself.
Yeah?
Yeah, I ran into him. Yeah. I ran into him by myself. Like, that's on TV showing the boy see me turn the head.
Yeah.
But, like, yeah. But, like, we was on live and coding nobody be on my page and shit. So, I don't know who told shot a video chat. I'm like, bro, when I ain't run. I say, nigga, you ain't run. You damn sure turn your head, bad though.
Huh?
I say, nah, I ain't say you ran. You damn sure turn your head when you see me though. Like,
yeah.
I ain't knowing what you want. I'm like, listen, bro, you know what's going on. Like, before all this shit, like, Shadow was straight.
Yeah.
So I'm like, shit, bro, you know. I'm like, you know what's going on. Like, he like, bro, ain't no problem with you, bro, with everybody. I'm like, listen, bro, you know how this shit is, bro. You know how this shit go. Like, I'm like, yo, I used to speak to you and everything. I'm like, shit, that ain't going on no more, bro. I'm like, y'all, nigga. I'm like, yeah, that's on TV. I'm like, man, I had a little corn right there. I told Corn to be quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now they just made a video about an hour ago on Cleveland at the store with little sticks and shit. Like, yeah, all in out hood. I'm like, girl, y'all, push that.
Man, they also, man. Oh, I be saying stay away from that. That's some police shit. Man.
Yeah, man.
That's 12 shit. I ain't with that.
Yeah. Damn, man.
It's all good. Everything.
I know it. So you still ain't got nobody right now? Like they won't take no payment?
They ain't really saying, but I ain't really saying that. He just really like, just chill, be patient. Like same thing, White tell you.
Yeah. Okay. So they ain't been around like they gotta say no ain't talking to nobody. Like they say They like, bro, I ain't never seen that nigga hurt like that. Well, that nigga hurt behind that shit.
Yeah. I think they said the one he really, really fucked with.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, man. Everyone want to talk to your ass too, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the hell?
That nigga what
What?
killed
Who?
that.
I heard.
Yeah. No, I could be funny and quit free wife and loose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
They had done told me that shit. I'm like, man, that man helped 12 in here.
Man, what? Phone them say they call him. Phone be slamming on them. They say he working the police in the game shit. Like they say like he got police like he probably don't know, but like they no folk like they watching his ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they following his ass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they said they were gonna do it. We got 12 pulled them over or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I don't trip though. Something, I don't know. He on, I don't know what he on.
Yeah.
I'll tell him boy about this shit. I was like, man, he be like, you ain't gotta tell me. I already know. Like, home be got tripping.
Yeah.
Like on the other one, like people like, man, you know, I stand on more, man. I fought with you, but home on the other, I think about it on some female shit.
Man, well, I don't know, man. Yeah, I ain't on DB. I ain't heard nothing about that though.
Yeah.
But I ain't even talk. Only time we talked to him, I talked to him like the same night y'all got locked up.
You gotta add when you call boy, you gotta add boy what he say, cause I can't really say like, cause she won't really just tell me like in detail, but she just she just beating around the bush. I really be telling her, man, shit fuck up.
Yeah.
On that waterline, cause I ain't going for that strength.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know I got you, bro. I had the law trying to got down. I just had to take care of got down. You know I got you though, bro. You gotta got down the whole time, bro. You know I know how that shit is. Like I'm knowing like nigga need this shit. Like I ain't got you, bro. I'm here with you, man.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to get.
I ain't gonna, you know, like, I ain't gonna ask the same word, but like, cause like, I don't even be having to say your name. Like, she know who I be talking about, cause I don't be talking about nobody else, but I ain't gonna hit you on that motherfucker, like, ever. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, everything really good, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm like, I heard that shit. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, that shit was fast as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it is. Just assume.
Yeah, I already know. Like when they got down, go to wiping down, doing them got down, them. You know, they gunpowder, forensic, all that shit there.
Yeah.
You gonna come back clean. You see what I'm saying? So I ain't tripping on that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. What the hell, twin man on? You still in the yo?
Yeah. Okay, what is that?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, see.
Who? Yo, folk.
Yeah. I was there with him yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got out of town, man. So he's gonna get ready to come back. I was gonna lie with his ass.
Yeah. You ain't talked all night. That whole night crazy, bro.
Yeah, I just talked to her today. I talked to her today.
Man, that'd be crazy.
I was telling her, I'm like, he on the cell phone, like, he probably be over there, like, what, not? She's like, what? So you think you gonna tell on me? I'm like, man, hell nah.
She crazy. I don't even be texting her back no more.
But she be texting on, like, on the tablet and shit?
Yeah, I don't even be responding to her. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm finna get bro back his phone, right? I'm gonna get up with you though.
I do that, man. I got
right,
you.
love you. All right,
I love you too.
all right.
Somebody needs to take a restroom break, so let's go ahead and take a break right now.
All right, so Jared.
All right, let's break.
So what do y'all think? Gemini says those calls helped the defense. Gemini, why do you feel the calls helped the defense? Why do you feel how did they help the defense? My feeling is, remember, Shannon has some charges about gun charges. So to me, it sounds like on those calls there was some talk about having some guns. So Gemini, what do you think? What do you think is how did that help the defense? Would be my question. AW says Shart is looking terrified. Shart definitely is over there looking uncomfortable. Shart's looking uncomfortable. I mean, ever since Thursday, I think Shart is looking uncomfortable for sure. How's the jury supposed to know who is speaking on these calls? Yeah. I think that the big thing, MR, is that it's hard to put ourselves in the shoes of the jury. Shart is at the edge of his seat. He's ready to bust this mess wide open, ready to jump out there. This is my question. Shirley's divorced finally. How's Shart gonna get Shannon off on that gun charge or on the gun charges? That's my question. Circumstantial evidence for the guns because we know his girlfriend was in the rental. Circumstantial evidence. So when the helicopter chase happened, when the helicopter unit was on him and they finally pulled him over, remember there were guns that were found in the road. So 73 Ace, are you going to say it's circumstantial evidence that we're on a chase and I pull you over and in the vicinity of that there are guns found in the road? Is that circumstantial evidence in your opinion? There are guns just laying around in the same path that you just took when you were on a slow speed chase? So would you call that circumstantial evidence? I mean, I think at some point we have to do away with the word circumstantial. I mean, and technically it is circumstantial evidence, right? I mean, you didn't find the gun on somebody's person. You found the gun on the path that they took while they were on a high-speed chase from you, and you can't necessarily say that that's their gun. Without prints, yes, it is. While I think you might be, maybe you're right, technically, that's circumstantial evidence. Maybe I just don't like the word circumstantial evidence sounds like you're saying, man, you don't have anything. I think that's whatever is in between definitive evidence and circumstantial. I think it's got to be more than just your typical circumstantial evidence that I'm running from you and that a gun is found on the route that I took. But you're right. I mean, you do have to link it back to me. Girlfriend said he got my legit gun. So the gun from the street should be registered and or have Shannon's prints on it. Yeah, I agree with that. Well, not necessarily, because just because he had her legit gun doesn't mean that that's the gun he threw out onto the street. So I agree with you. If it's her gun that they found out on the street, then yeah, it'll be easy to tie it back to Shannon. But just because he has her legit gun doesn't necessarily mean that that's the same one that investigators found on the street. He's not allowed to possess a gun. So I would say the circumstantial evidence would be her saying he has my legit gun. That would be, for me, that's more like circumstantial evidence. That's just basically her saying something, basically. None of the guns could be linked to any specific. No, but Paris, we're not talking about linking the gun to a murder. We're talking about linking the gun to Shannon because he's not able to possess a gun as a felon. No prints, no witnesses is circumstantial, possibly strong circumstance, but circumstance nonetheless. Yeah, so that's why I said technically it is. Technically, it is circumstantial evidence. I know that the police officer said he saw somebody throw something out the window. I'd have to go back and see if, I think he said he saw a bag thrown out the window though. Feline in possession of a gun, she verified it. Not sure what you mean by that. I think it's highly unfair and biased, even the way they present. Some of these should not have. Some of these what? Could she be charged? If there's some kind of statute about providing a weapon to a convicted felon or something, maybe. She testified 7. Yeah, she said she now has 7 guns. I don't know that she said she had a bunch of guns at that time. Right. If it was her gun, but we don't know. Yeah, that would be interesting to go back and look. People trying to kill them, that's why he had a gun. Yeah, but he's not able to have a gun legally. The jury's over it. So many holes in the story. The gun was not on him, though. Y'all, but I think sometimes we also have to be reasonable, though, right? So, like, if he's running from the police and he throws the gun out the window, then of course you're not going to find the gun on him. But I think Queen is right in saying that you want to link the gun back to him. Just the very fact that there's a gun found in the street and he was in that vicinity, is that enough to say that was his gun? If you saw him throw a gun and then you find a gun, if you videotaped him throw a gun, you find a gun. If you find out the gun has his prints, if you find the gun belongs to somebody who he knows, like his girlfriend, that might be enough to link it to him. Is it just the fact that you found a gun and the gun was in that vicinity that you were chasing him? That might not be enough. That might not be enough, even though a reasonable person would say, yeah, he probably threw that gun. What would be reasonable doubt on that, though? You know, what would be the so Queen, we also have to think about reasonable doubt. So Queen, are you saying you could come up with a reasonable doubt that two convicted felons were fleeing from the police and a gun was found in the middle of the street, just so happens moments after they were caught, and it was just found laying in the middle of the street? So Queen, this would be my question to you. You're saying you can find a reason, not a doubt, because anybody can find a doubt, but you can find a reasonable doubt about that? That's my question. He's not going to beat the gun and drug charges for sure. Drinks murder, I can't see them convicting on that. The evidence isn't there, but we have to wait until the defense's case. Yeah, I think he's going to get off on the drinks. When I say get off, when I say that, it sounds like I'm saying he did it, but I'm not saying I think that he did it. Okay, so that's just a terminology I'm using. They talked about having or not having guns. They never mentioned Shannon or Yak's name in these calls. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Again, BB. So you're saying that you could reasonably doubt this. There is a neighborhood where somebody finds a gun in the middle of the street. Moments before that, a car with two people running from the police passed by that exact area where the gun is found. The police recover the gun and they stop and arrest the people, the two occupants of the vehicle, both of which are convicted felons. Let's just say that's the situation. You're saying that could you doubt that one of those convicted felons threw the gun out of the car? Sure, you could doubt it. You could certainly doubt it. But could you have a reasonable doubt? That's the question. So I don't think, could you come up with an alternate explanation? Sure. Could that alternate explanation in some universe be correct? Sure. But is it reasonable? So I think a lot of what I've been talking about is reasonableness. The officer that saw someone throw something out the window said he saw it come from the passenger side, not the driver's side. Yeah, I think he said it was a bag. So I don't think he identified seeing who threw the gun. I don't think he identified, but so that's why I'm kind of making this more of a generic question. I think I've restated the question multiple times. I think if you're trying to find a reasonable doubt, now you might have a reasonable doubt as to who threw the gun. You might have a reasonable doubt, was it this person or that person? But the idea that the gun came out of that car as it went past that place as they ran from the police is, unless you have additional evidence, I don't see how you reasonably doubt that. You could doubt it, but where's the reasonableness is my question. She admitted to giving him the gun, correct. But I still think you might need to link it back to the same gun. As a felon, you cannot be around firearms. If he was in a chase and a gun was found in the area he was in, they're going to link it to him or try to, correct. The helicopter has camera, correct. Where's the footage? I'm not sure that it would have been able to pick up the throwing of the gun. PD says that they saw a gun tossed, but they didn't find it on their own. Home owner called and led them to it. Let's see. If they find the gun immediately during the car chase, yes, or videotape exactly, but you can't just say they find it on a. So the homeowner found it. I feel like there were two guns found, actually. I feel like it was two guns found. How bad is your luck? You throw a gun from a car and it lands in it. Yeah, I just think the reasonable thing to conclude is that it came out of that car. Now, did it? Is that definitive proof? No, but I definitely think it's reasonable. Ex-girl also has a Charger. Was that her car in the gas station video you were? Remember, she had been shot at well, not shot at, excuse me. In the days before Shamel drinks, the ex-girlfriend shot somebody, and it sounds like she was both living in a hotel and driving around in rentals. So I think it's a little unlikely that she was driving around in her own car in those days following her being attacked. So it would seem to indicate she was not driving around in her car. Now, was somebody else using her car? Maybe. Yeah, Yak and Shannon are both convicted felons, correct. And they're both charged with gun possession by a convicted felon. No, she said, Digo, ow, he took it. I think something went wrong with the typing there. You talking about foul police cricket DAs? You don't know if they just put in the street why the helicopter didn't see it. Well, remember the homeowner found it, Cheryl. So you would have had to, what you would need to have happened is the police chased Shannon. Then the police threw a gun into the middle of the street so that a homeowner could find it so that they could then come back and link it to Shannon. That would be a whole new level of crooked. And while that's why I said there's a possible explanation, but it's not reasonable. Is it reasonable that a police officer may plant a gun on you when they catch you? That's within the realm of possibly reasonable. But is it within the realm of possibly reasonable that the police officer would throw the gun in the middle of the streets, hoping that a homeowner will find it and call the police? I think you're stretching what we would call reasonable at that point. If the police found it themselves, then you can have a lot more explanations. But when a homeowner finds it, if you want to implicate the police, now you have to have the police throwing this in the middle of the street and waiting for a homeowner. Nobody may find that. Somebody might find it and just take it home and just keep it for themselves. A child might find it and hurt themselves or somebody else. I don't see the police throwing this gun in the middle of the street and waiting for a homeowner to find it and then hopefully call them so that they can link it back to Shannon. I do know that the police have that reputation as being dirty, but particularly as it relates to the homeowner finding that gun, it's a stretch, in my opinion. Yeah, again, everybody's talking about the police planting the gun. If the police had found the gun, it'd be one thing, but the homeowner found it. Remember that, y'all. The prosecution is also very untrustworthy. Again, we have this homeowner who found the gun. He came in and testified too. So, is he a police officer? Multiple people dump guns all the time. I think it's reasonable if they didn't see it. Andre, you think it's reasonable that you're saying people dump guns in the middle of the street all the time, man? Yeah, people throw guns in a river, maybe. You might say, okay, well, we were sweeping the river and we found a gun. Like, well, you keep sweeping that river, you're gonna find 100 guns, okay? But multiple people dump guns in the middle of the street in the middle of the day? I don't think that's true. Hey, listening to them tapes made me feel retarded. Oh my gosh. If the police said someone threw the gun out, why was it found days later? The cops should have searched all day for it until it's found. I don't remember when it was found. So I love this age so much. They're like little drunk adults. Oh, you must be talking about kids. As far as reasonable doubt, I would say this. I work in a prison, and if something is found in what is considered common areas and no one saw it on him, we cannot charge that person. So what you're saying is it's reasonable to think it's not reasonable to think that the gun came from somewhere else. In other words, the only reasonable thing is that it came out of that car. Is it possible it came from somewhere else? Yes, but it's only reasonable to think it came out of that car. But because there were two people in the car, we don't know who we would want to put the charge on. That's what I'm getting you saying. One officer said a gun was on the road and he was going to turn back for it. That gun found that day. Interesting. I think they found 2 guns, y'all. Weren't there 2 guns found? Might have to go back and review that. No, the gun was found in a residential neighborhood. So, anyway, good conversation, y'all. Good conversation. I like this conversation with y'all. Man, Shannon looks, I've never seen him with his head down. Is he worried too? What do y'all think? Is he sick? Slim Life, thanks for the super. Let me find you. Why is there no footage of Cheeseboro pulling up? They said the camera froze. I guess that means it was damaged and that corrupted maybe. Yeah, one found by a guy. One, yes, exactly. So there were 2 guns found. One was found by a cop and one was found by like some random dude walking along in his neighborhood. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Yeah, that's another thing. Like you just gonna throw your hey, I don't need hey, Mr. Bombastic. You just driving. Hey, I don't need this anymore. Like just a random guy. Why do I have this? Nah.
Investigative and real, just a few follow-up questions regarding the call we just listened to. Were you familiar with the voice that Demikian Garlington was speaking to on the last call we just heard?
Yes,
And whose voice was that?
that'll be Shannon Stillwell.
Right. And on that call, is Mr. Stillwell using the phones at the Fulton County Jail?
No, he's not.
From your review of the wiretap, did that appear to be a cell phone that he was using inside of the Fulton County Jail?
It did.
And did you hear early in the call where Mr. Stillwell said he had to stay off that MFR because they came to my house?
Yes.
Did you ever go to his grandmother's house to collect cell phones?
I did.
And we'll talk more about that in a few moments. And when you went to his grandmother's house to collect cell phones, was that prior to this phone call?
Yes.
Now, from your experience in law enforcement and working with the Fulton County Jail, when there are cell phones being used in that jail, are they monitored? Outside of a wiretap, are they monitored?
No, they're not.
Now, on that call, did you hear them talking about Miles?
I did.
This call is on April 1st, 2022 at 12:29 a.m. To your knowledge, had Miles been arrested for the Shamel Drinks homicide at this time?
I don't believe so.
Also, did you hear on the call towards the latter part of the call, Mr. Stillwell talking about, speaking of when they go to wipe it down, if they do that, gunpowder is going to come back clean?
Yes.
So he wasn't tripping on nothing.
Correct.
And in that call, did you hear Mr. Garlington telling SB that they made a video about an hour ago on Cleveland Avenue?
I did.
When you were looking at social media, did you ever capture any videos of members of YFN on Cleveland Avenue?
Yes,
And is that contained on the disc that you just reviewed?
it is.
I'm now going to publish number 1 on 474 VV.
Right now, outside, right now, at your mother. Ryan, yeah, 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 yeah. Ain't no way going on. Right now. Right now. Right now. I'm saying the pole right there, y'all. Yeah. We outside. I'm going hard now, yeah.
It pains me.
Man, we ain't worried about now, nigga, man. I'm saying. In the hood. That shit on there. What's going? In the hood.
A few questions. Were you familiar with the Instagram handle Shell_Haiti44?
Yes.
And who is that?
That one, I don't know the real name, but I knew it was somebody that was associated with the group.
And what about Little Blizzy?
That would be Carlos Barber.
Is that the same Carlos Barber that was referenced, or the same Little Blizzy referenced in the call we heard a few moments ago?
Yes,
Or a few calls ago. And are you familiar with Cleveland Avenue?
I am.
And was that Cleveland Avenue that was captured in that video?
It was.
And at one point towards the end of the video, they were at a gas station. Did you remember seeing that?
Yes,
Are you familiar with that gas station?
I am.
What gas station is that?
I believe that was 221 Cleveland Avenue.
And when you were looking at the various public Instagram pages, were you able to see who was following who?
I was.
With Mr. Garlington's page, were you able to see if he was following the Shell Kel Instagram handle?
Yes.
Yes, you were able to see it?
Yes,
And was he following the Shell Kel handle?
he was.
Now we're going to publish from 437 VV, April 3rd, 2022 at 9:06 p.m.
My brother.
What's up, bro?
What a good guy. Damn, bro, good to hear your voice, Shawty.
Hello.
Whoa.
Whoa, hey, listen, brother.
What's down?
Hey, Lil Mal up there, right?
Little Mile.
Yeah, my little slime brother Mal just got there. I need you to hear him, bro.
All right, I'm finna find out. I'm in the room. I got Kelly here. We're finna find out what the hell pulled on Mile. Little Mile, you know where he is?
Yeah, hear him, bro.
Oh, now they on phone. On phone say shit. We gotta see where he is, so we can get them make that call. Little Mile make the call, right? Little Mile make the call. Whoa.
Yeah,
he said yeah. He said yeah. Why did you get him on the line? Nah, he ain't here with us. We need to see where he at, yeah. We need to track him down. Yeah, we finna track him down. What the hell y'all got going?
Okay, we in the hood. We just trying to make these straight.
Okay, well, shit, we need to go and get on it now, right? Cause there's some shit going on in that motherfucker too, so we need to go and track them down now so we can get there and have that already overstood.
All right, then
Okay, I'll pull back up on y'all.
All right.
Sorry.
And listen to these calls. Were you familiar with the voices on the calls?
I am.
Okay. So first, the person who said, I need to look out for my slime brother, Miles. Who is that individual speaking?
That would be Quantavious Greer. He goes by the name Umfunk.
And based on your investigation, is that Mr. Williams, Jeffrey Williams' brother?
It is.
And then to whom is he speaking to?
He's speaking to a gentleman named Frank Hubert, aka Capo Frank.
And how are you familiar with that individual?
I've assisted on investigations with Mr. Hubert previously.
And is he associated with any gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
He holds a leadership role with the Goodfellas criminal street gang.
And are you familiar with any gang ties that Mr. Greer has?
Yes.
And what, if any, gang ties does he have?
He's associated with both YSL and the Goodfellas criminal street gang.
And on April 3rd, 2022, were you aware if Mr. Miles Farley had been arrested by this time?
Yes, he had been.
Now I want to publish April 3rd, 2022 at 9:10 p.m.
Bro. Hey, D. Yeah. What the hell going on, bro? God damn, good to hear your voice, nigga. Man, that's what I'm trying to say. Look, I was trying to holler at you. I told you the other day when you called me, checked on you. The shit went good for me. I know. I got a goddamn. I had to reset my phone. I'm finna say the number now. I had to reset my phone and shit. It was tripping. Hey, but look. You been all right? Yeah, hey, I'm cool. Right, look, tell bro, when Shawty called, tell him to make sure he call, because it's 9 times. Look, I think he's still on classification flow. Yeah, he's still on classification. Yeah, so tell him when he calls, tell brother to call me on three-way, you see what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, because we classification shit, we ain't everybody up here, we ain't got nobody on classification. You know, they come in and out. You on the fifth north, ain't you? Nah, I'm still on the fifth floor. I'm on 5 floor. Are you on the fifth? Yeah. He up there with you? Yeah, he right there though. How the hell they got them on the fifth floor? Man, goddamn, Frank doing it. Frank fuck with her like that's his way of showing. That his way of showing that he fuck with her. You know how that shit be. Yeah. Shaw goddamn. But I could put y'all up. You know how you gonna be careful when you see a nigga ass. I could have put y'all on staff, but I goddamn put you down there. Let you, man, they can't see it, Frank. Hey, here, say what the fuck going, D? Who said that? Here. I'll tell my boy, I say what the hell going on, man. He say what the hell going. He in the room with me. Oh, he in the room. I seen he was locked up. He in the room with me. Yeah, man. But I know y'all on the block. I ain't gonna hold you up. Look, I know y'all on the block. I know you gotta keep your eye open, right? Man, tell brother, make sure he call him three-way so a nigga goddamn know what to do. Well, niggas know what to do, but we need to see exactly where he is. Yeah, he
Now, you talked a few minutes ago about Quantavious Greer being associated both YSL and Goodfellas.
Correct.
Is there an alliance between Goodfellas and YSL?
There is.
And how are you familiar with that alliance?
Through investigations that I've worked.
And from the investigations that you worked, are you familiar with how that alliance was formed?
Mr. Greer, when we came back into the fold with his brother, I believe he was already a member of the Goodfellas. And then when he got back with his brother, who was in a leadership role with YSL, the two became one.
Now, in that call, did you hear them talk? Did you hear Garlington telling someone by name of Kel, or through the person on the phone, telling someone named Kel hello, or tell Kel I said what up? That's my boy.
Yeah,
To your knowledge, are they talking about Shell Kel or someone else?
they're not. It's somebody else.
Okay. Within the jail, with those two calls that we just listened to, the one at 9:06 p.m. and the one at 9:10 p.m., what was your understanding of what was happening in those two calls?
That Mr. Greer was trying to ensure that Mr. Farley was shielded within the jail by Mr. Hubert and protected.
And through your investigations as a gang investigator, is that uncommon for gang members to try to get protection for other gang members while in jail or incarcerated?
I'm sorry, did you say uncommon or common?
Is that uncommon?
No.
I want to now publish April 4th, 2022 at 7:38 p.m. And we're playing first from 44 seconds to 2:05, and then from 10:09 to 10:25.
Yeah, so what you got, going?
Yeah.
Talk to AB?
Yeah. He called him on the other thing. He don't know what fresh shit.
On the 5th?
Yeah. That's what I said. That's why I asked Fred, like, how the hell both of them get down there? He was like,
Oh,
the
know
nigga.
why?
Yeah.
Out on the south floor.
Oh, for real? Oh, yeah. Yeah, but they saying this shit high profile and shit. But Fred saying the nigga they did that showing he fucked with him and shit.
Say it again.
I say Fred said the officer nigga did that for him.
Man, Fred coming here.
Yeah, I already know it. I called him last night because phone had and told him to call him because Lil Miles just got locked up. You know, that his first time. They like, yeah, man, make sure he's straight.
Who did?
Lil Miles.
Dory, baby dad?
Nah, hell no. Young nigga, look, do it for Phil. Who be got now doing the clothes and shit?
Oh, the one who made the clothes, the light skinned nigga?
Yeah.
That's how the old phone. Oh my God, why I call him?
Yeah. I was just with that nigga last night. We went to the studio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, we my shit. Man, goddamn, I need you back out here, man. Shit crazy, man. I like that, man. Get the hell on.
Yeah, listen. That's why he keep calling me, trying to come get me every day.
Were you familiar with the person who Mr. Garlington was speaking with? The voice.
Originally, or like at the beginning of the call?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe it was Mr. Copeland.
And at this time, were you aware if Mr. Copeland was incarcerated?
He was.
Okay. And do you know when he was arrested?
I believe in October of 2021.
And was that, we're not going to go into it, but did you speak with Mr. Copeland when he was arrested in October 2021?
I did.
Right. And to your knowledge, was he in continuous custody even past April of 2022?
I believe so.
We're going to now publish April 8th, 2022 at 6:19:51 p.m. And we're publishing from 8:28 to 9:24.
Not emotion. He like, but man, your homo definitely tripping with that shell kale shit. Like,
yeah, then he like, what? I don't fuck them niggas, but hey, boy, then when he started getting saying like, oh yeah, boy, I got something for whoever get him. Boy, I got something for whoever get him.
Yeah,
like, yeah, oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I just like, bro, you want all that fake ass shit, bro? Go ahead on, bro.
I'm telling you, man.
Like, yeah, but nigga, what all that fake shit, bro? You know what it is? I'm just like, bro, yeah, man. Go ahead on.
Somebody said they seen him in the car with the boy.
Huh?
I don't know how true it is. Somebody said they seen the boy killed in the car with him. I don't forget who the hell just told me.
In the car with him?
Yeah.
There's a fool there.
Yeah.
Somebody.
Next, we're going to publish April 9th, 2022 at 7:33 p.m.
Hello. What's up? You got a slider? Who is that? They call you. Oh, they call man, I'm tripping. No, that's what we looking for one now. Damn. Where the hell you at? Right here with the op. You with the who? Yeah, I'm with him, buddy. You know I ain't gonna talk on no phone. Oh, for real? Yeah, at the West End. At the West End? Yeah. Damn, man. Hey. And he ain't got no car. Your girl just pulled out in the car. For real? Yeah, that whole peanut just pulled out. Damn. Who up there with him? Nobody up there by himself. He got something on him? No, I don't know. I just came up here gambling. But he just got the little jewelry on. Alright, let me call you right back. Alright.
We're going to publish April 9th, 2022 at 7:35 p.m. But while we're pulling that up, have you ever heard the term slider?
I have.
What is this? What is your understanding what a slider is?
A car to use in a crime.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. Oh, I just came to the house. I was on the block.
Boy, I'm right here riding through right here. I just got a car. Boy, Johnny got down around the way, so he got something on him.
For real?
Yeah, I thought you ran away. I was gonna come pick you up.
I just left. I just left from this side.
I already know how that shit is. But you far out and
Yeah, I'm in Fanola.
oh yeah, damn.
Yeah, they say you riding around with it though.
Yeah, he up there at the gambling house. I ain't in no slide. I was just gonna get down. I'm finna see how I'm finna do this shit though. I'm finna get down. I probably need to put paper tag on them motherfuckers.
And just call, let me know, man.
All right.
All right.
Do you know who he was speaking with?
I do.
Who was that?
Antonio Sumlin, aka Obama.
And at the time, did you have a wire on Mr. Sumlin's phone as well?
I did.
And did you hear the reference about the boy Johnny's around the way?
I did.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Johnny?
I am.
How are you familiar with that individual?
At that time, Mr. Garlington was engaged in a conflict with him.
And is Johnny associated with any gang?
He's an associate of you. I wouldn't put him as a gang member.
Associate of what gang?
Previously, it was YSL, but then went to YFN. And as of present day, I couldn't give you his current affiliation.
Now publishing April 9th, 2022 at 7:41 p.m. And while that's being published, did you hear them talk about on that call, I don't have a slider, but I got a car with a paper tag on it.
Yes.
Is there any significance to you as a gang investigator of someone having a car with a paper tag versus an actual tag?
Yes.
What, if any, significance is that to you?
They often will use paper tags in place of real tags on a vehicle to conceal the owner of the vehicle.
Now publishing April 9th, 2022 at 7:41 p.m.
I can't grow. Hello. Hey, you ain't got no iPhone, like?
Yeah, nah. Why you say that?
Nah, I don't want to talk on the phone. I was finna tell you something. Nah, I don't want to talk on the phone. I was finna tell you something on the.
I'm gonna get pieced up. I'm gonna get pieced up on right quick.
Just like FaceTime, cause they can't hear on that FaceTime shit.
I'm gonna FaceTime audio you.
All right.
And last week when we talked about FaceTime and the reason why FaceTime is used, was this an explanation of why FaceTime is used, what we just heard in this call?
Yes.
And the three calls we just heard, April 9th, 2022 at 7:33, April 9th, 2022 at 7:35, and his last call, April 9th, 2022 at 7:41. Were those calls all back to back within 9 minutes of each other?
Yeah. Yes.
Now I want to publish April 13th, 2022 at 5:02 p.m.
Yo.
Hey, call fresh, bro.
Call fresh.
Yeah, nigga, it's about the mob and 9 dude nigga just jumped on Lil Miles.
For real?
Yeah, bro.
Hold on. Call fresh on three-way. What the hell, Lil Miles? What Lil Miles at?
Yeah, right.
I know what I'm saying. What flow you on? You don't know what flow?
I don't know.
Hold on. What's the call fresh now? His shit going straight to voicemail. He probably got it up. I'm tell them call me. All right, still ain't call me. All right. Hey, how you doing?
Now, do you know who was speaking with each other? Are you familiar with the two voices?
I know one was Mr. Garlington. I couldn't really hear the other.
Did you hear when the person said they're talking about mob and non-deuce just jumped on Little Miles?
Yes.
Have you heard the terminology, the mob?
Yes.
Do you know what's that affiliated with?
The Goodfellas.
Is that the name that they call themselves?
Yes.
And then what about non-deuce? Have you heard that term before?
I have.
And who is that associated with?
Nine Deuce would refer to the Inglewood family gangster bloods. That's going to be the traditional gang that YFN is associated with.
And based on your investigation, was that an issue that the mob and non-deuce got together and jumped on Little Miles?
Yes. It was because the mob was supposed to have been protecting him.
And supposed to have been protecting Little Miles?
Yes, Miles Farley.
I want to publish April 13th, 2022 at 5:23 p.m. Is that about 20 minutes after the call we just heard?
It is.
Go ahead. Hey, send me first number. Alright. Hey. That shit crazy, bro. Huh? That shit crazy if you nigga rocking like that, bro. Yeah, see, what you talking about? Now that they put him in the room with Quay. They put him in the room with Quay? Yeah, they put him in the room with Quay and Nord. Who, Mal? Man, Nord just called me Nord just called me like 2 days ago. I need to tell Nord them had the phone, but goddamn that whole woman came in there and got that shit. But I'm finna tell him to call me from the wild phone and see what's going on. I'm finna send you friend number. Hold on, it's friend number right here though. 4 Hold on, 470 558. Yeah. C342. I had an intention to call me, but I'm gonna call you. I'm finna tell Nord them to call me. All right.
In that call, did you hear them make a reference to, I'm gonna have them use the wall phone to call me?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the term wall phone?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that term?
From other investigations that I've had.
And what is the wall phone?
That's going to be the phones that are available to the inmates at the Fulton County Jail.
And then in that call, did you hear a reference to Quay and Nard?
I did.
Based on your investigation, are you familiar with what Quay and Nard they're referencing?
I am.
Who's Quay?
Marquavius Huey.
And who is Nard?
Tinquarius Mender.
And to your knowledge, were Huey and Mender in a cell together?
Yes, they were.
And throughout listening to the wire tap calls, did you ever hear any calls between Mender, Huey, and Garlington on these wire calls?
I believe so, yes.
We're going to now publish April 14th, 2022 at 11:05 p.m.
I was trying to goddamn. I seen the text message, right?
Yeah, on phone had wanted me to call you. Yo,
Well, what's up, bro?
what's up, nigga?
Huh?
What going on with you?
Oh shit, man! Look, I was trying to goddamn. I seen the text message, right?
Yeah, on phone had wanted me to call you. The man got jumped on.
I know it. Yeah, wait. That's why I was telling y'all when you remember last time I told you. I say when Lil Miles leave the classification, make sure y'all tell him to hit so a nigga know.
We called you soon. He got up there, but Nord up there. I had you see Nord in 400.
Yeah.
And Miles in 500, but Nord told him nigga to stand down. Them niggas still had them jump on, bro. But Nord say he gonna handle it though.
Yeah.
But it's now see what Unfo was trying to see. They were saying it was a mob nigga and some 9 dude niggas jumped on, bro.
Yeah, wait, we just heard the same thing too. That's why we trying to figure out who the fuck up there mob and supposed to jump in with some YFN niggas or some shit.
Yeah, that what Funk was trying to call you and see like who the hell that was.
Oh no, tell I heard the same thing. Cause goddamn shit, get away. Goddamn third heard the same thing. Saying some mob nigga teaming up with some good nigga on YFN. I'm like, hell no.
Yeah, I had done called you 2 times with Funk on the phone.
Yeah, tell him. I just tell that man what you talk to him
you want to
call his ass.
You want to call him on 3-way?
Yeah, call him through, yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, we had done called you about 2-3 times yesterday. I had to give you a number too.
Man, some shit been going on. These little niggas goddamn. It's some shit going on. These little young niggas. Keep goddamn talking about the fourth, third. Where these young niggas in here talking crazy, man.
Hold on, I'm gonna call him on 3-way.
And we're going to now publish April 14, 2022 at 11:09. At 11:09.
Yo, hold on, he had got down. Hold on. I'm gonna call him, twin. Don't hang up back.
Yeah.
What? Hello.
Whoa. Oh yeah, bro.
Whoa, brother.
Man, yeah. That's why I was just telling. I was just telling the goddamn Scarface, right? That's why I was telling y'all. Why I was telling Scarface tell you because you want to answer the phone. That's why we need you to pick up the phone, whoa. That's why I was telling him to tell you when Miles leave classification hit so a nigga know exactly where he's going. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, he say goddamn bro don't got jumped on and shit. Nigga don't talk. They shit don't got back down here to nothing. They talking about some mob. Nigga supposed to be teaming up YFN. We heard the same thing that we trying to find out who the fuck that is up there.
Yeah, I'm trying to see who up there with them though. We got
man, it's supposed to be football. Football's supposed to be up there with you, know what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna lie, bro. I don't talk to Shaw like that because Shaw ain't goddamn. He ain't, you know what I'm saying? He ain't gonna get in that deal like we're gonna have the bees, you know what I'm saying? Shaw gonna, like, he just be on some lame shit, but I'm gonna get it. Like I talked to Third say he heard the shit last night too. So some brothers pushed up like, what, the mom supposed to be teaming up YFN? I'm talking about why you must be talking about me, bro. YFN. He like, hell no, what the hell you heard that from? He like, they were going on the right street. He like, hell no, I got goddamn President Hussein down there.
Yeah, see, Pope just called me and like, hey man, give me a number on Frank Hussein, cause whoever they try to team with them niggas, they gotta get white. Like, we ain't going for that like that.
Man, listen, bro, you know they finna get white once they jumped on Shawty with some YFN niggas. That's a violation. That's against protocol. You know they finna get white down for even doing it.
I already know. I said, nigga, this shit, this probably like a million.
Man, whoa, listen, I'll give you my word, whoa. Them, whoever did that, you know what I'm saying? I'll give you my word they asked to get wet, whoa. I'll give you my word because first of all, if they had a situation going on, you know what I'm saying? We got protocol to follow. Y'all niggas ain't contact me or Hussein, you see what I'm saying? So they really in so many words saying they bigger than this shit. Y'all them niggas ain't bigger than this shit. So he finna get sprayed.
Exactly. What flow couple low on?
He up there on the sound floor. That's what I'm saying. Everything, we got structure in the whole jail. You know what I'm saying? We got structure in the whole jail. So for them young niggas to do that mean they ain't in tune in, or they just from some young niggas that just came up there. You know what I'm saying?
But I told you, Nord up there in the dorm with him. He said he gonna handle.
Nord up there in the dorm with him.
See, Nord can't do nothing with the mob, so that's why we trying to get that out.
Get with Nord, See, and then get with Nord don't want to get with Scarface. You gotta let Nord know he can't cross that boundary. You know what I'm saying? Like not dealing with the market. That's our territory. Like this is something we got to clean up and straighten out. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
if Nord,
Nord do what? You tell Nord do what?
You gotta tell Nord let up handle this situation because. Get what, how they gonna look on the, a nigga fuck with Nord, but Nord gonna handle this business and he ain't there. You already know what that shit gonna lead to, you know what I'm saying?
That's why I said, tell no, he can't. We gonna handle that shit with them. We finna handle it with them. Period.
Man, that shit been getting handled. That shit been getting handled. Today we been on the phone all last night. That shit, low on the sound floor. Ain't listen. Well, me and Frank on the still floor.
Y'all know how I don't just like, man. Say he just felt like them nigga didn't listen, so I say he gonna handle it.
But we need to find out what name because
he was on jail phone. He was just like he told like he didn't want to say no names and shit. So goddamn, he had two cell phones. They goddamn. He said he had up there now. So he got
okay. Well, get what I know. Football up there with a line. He up on the third. I'm finna tell word that he goddamn to hit football to get the name up there. And I'm finna tell word to make football have that being though.
What he on 6 off? He on
6 off. He on 6 off.
So that's the only damn.
Yeah, he on. That's the only one I know got a line up there. It ain't too many lines over there on 6 off. Yeah.
What flow 17 on?
17 on 7 floor. He that low bump mate. They in the room together.
Okay, listen. This what's going on. I got to Quay just hit me too, right?
Oh yeah, Quay. I just sent Quay my number. I got to make sure Quay straight over there too. Quay on 5 North.
Yeah, no, Quay said some blood nigga said somebody they talked to you and somebody you said we ain't got nothing to do with that. So I get Quay like the nigga saying that you setting this up. We ain't got nothing to do with Quay. I'm like
man, tell Quay, hold on. Tell Quay he'll be a fool if he listen to anything a blood nigga came from. If a blood nigga say anything, didn't say my name, tell Quay he a fool to goddamn to even believe it ain't coming to me first.
So I said this time I know home is a Richmond. Home is
man, listen, fool. When you get Quay back online, I just sent my number over there. My number is supposed to be over there by now, so he's supposed to be hit me, but he ain't hit yet. So I know if he gonna call you, call me on 3-way. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, I'm with one of them going for. I need him one anyway.
Shit. There ain't nothing around right now, whoa. Ain't nothing around. We trying to put something. Yeah, we trying to put something together now. That's why we've been trying to find a nigga that know how to fly a drone. If you get what you get buy one, man, we gotta get somebody who know how to fly a drone, man. We got a hole in the water right now, bro.
We gotta find. Hey, we gotta find somebody one of them. Then we'll set everybody straight, then, bro.
Yeah,
Hey, Scarface, how long? Hey, Scarface, how long I been telling you about? We got a hole in the water to find somebody with a drone.
Yeah, he been telling me that.
You sound saying? Yeah. The hole been in the water. The hole been in the water for at least about 3 weeks now. That we been trying to work that move because these police ain't trying to do that right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so we just gotta find somebody that know how to fly one.
Man, you find somebody know how to fly a drone, man. We get the pack tonight, right now. I can get, man.
We can get somebody to do that, folks.
Yeah, so we can find somebody that know how to do that real quick.
Man, get what? We can get the pack every day until you say stop, goddamn, getting the pack in.
Man, listen, I ain't gonna say shit. I want you to smack the hell out of that motherfucker.
It's all right. But man, yeah, Quay just saying word, yeah. Tell you, get what? It's a lot of shit. Get what? Cause look, it's a lot of shit going around.
What side he on, friend? He on your side or
man, he on. Man, whoa, we got the whole jail. They would didn't understand stuff, baby. We got the whole jail. We in tune every day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We ain't got no side. We got the whole jail. The side Quay on, I know he gonna be good to that. My side, I left over there. I left that whole side straight, so that side I'm running over there. So I know Quay can be straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel like we just gonna try to find somebody not a fly one.
All right, but listen, make sure Quay hit because see, listen, tell Quay don't go out with a nigga say if you don't get a name. I need a name because that's the only way I can know what to do. You know what I'm saying? Get a name from get your name. That's the only way we can get big in the house. We gotta get names, bro.
All right, say that.
All right, twice.
So a few questions about that call. One, how many people are on that call at any one time? Is it 3 people on the call? I should say.
I believe so. It's hard. It goes in and out.
Are you familiar with some of the voices you heard on the call?
I am.
Okay. Was Mr. Garlington on the call?
Yes.
What other voices were you familiar with?
Mr. Greer.
And is that the same Unfung that we spoke about earlier?
Yes.
All right. And then who else?
Mr. Hubert.
And that's the same Mr. Hubert we discussed earlier?
It is.
Now, did you hear them reference an individual by the name of Football?
I did.
Were you familiar with that name?
I am.
How were you familiar?
I was part of the team that worked on the case that he was in the Fulton County Jail for at that time.
And do you know what Football's given name is?
I do.
What is that?
DaVincio Rogers.
Spell DaVincio, please.
DeVincio.
And was Mr. Rogers associated with a gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
He holds a leadership role, the rank of capo within the Goodfellas.
And then towards the end of the call, did you hear them discussing about flying a drone into the jail?
I did.
And did you hear them talking about a particular hole inside the jail in which they could fly the drone into?
Yes, a hole in the window.
Did you ever have the occasion to observe that hole in the window?
I can't remember if I saw it in person, but I definitely saw photos of it.
And what, if anything, were they discussing about flying into that window through a drone?
He referred to it as a pack, but I believe it was cell phones.
And are they allowed to have their own personal are inmates allowed to have their own personal cell phones in the Fulton County Jail?
No.
I'm going to object. I'm going to object to 403, 401.
Sustained. Well, not on 401, but 403.
We talked about Nard and Huey being in a cell together. Did you ever have the occasion to have to search the cell belonging to Huey and Mender?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object to 403.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What do y'all think? Do y'all think that Whitaker is going to allow it or no? Y'all, I think that Hilton is establishing the gang. Remember, that is a charge for both of these defendants, that they were part of a criminal street gang. Criminal street gang does not require a financial component, y'all. So with the criminal street gang, you don't have to prove that it was a money making or money exchanging enterprise. If it's a kidnapping gang, they don't have to be kidnapping for money. If it's a illegal, well, I was gonna say gambling, but gambling by default includes money. Any, I'm not gonna say any crime, but the criminal street gang can be a gang without having a monetary component. So, someone made a good point that the person on the call didn't seem to be YSL though. Did not seem to be YSL. I agree. In fact, well, Demikion Garlington is, but I think Umfunk is not. He's with Goodfellas, which might be associated, but he is talking about Miles, who is he's talking to Demikion Garlington, who is as well. So she got the gang on those calls about prison ongoing to wet someone up saying they control the prison. Yeah, I definitely think that the gang charge is pretty well established. I think the gang charge is pretty well established, y'all. Drones are used every day to transport contraband. You're trying to tell me this gang expert didn't tie those to any of them? Nintendo, so I don't think so. I think that the states, this is their strategy. Tie Shannon and Yak to YSL and tie YSL to criminal street gang. And then by deductive reasoning, you have Shannon and Yak tied to the gang. So I don't necessarily know that they are trying to tie Shannon and Yak directly to what happened. They're just trying to tie what happened to the gang and then tie them also to the gang. And so since the gang is in the middle, it connects both sides, is the way I understand it.
When did that, may I continue, Your Honor? When did that search take place?
I couldn't give you the date offhand.
Do you recall it being in February of 2022?
Yeah, it was February. I just don't know the exact date.
And what, if anything, was found when you all searched Mr. Huey and Mr. Mender's cell?
When I went into the cell, I was able to recover both a cellular device and a shank.
Now publishing April 17th, 2022 at 6:52 p.m. from 1:49 to 2:50, and then from 5:05 to 5:47.
Fuck with that studio.
Yeah, I've been fucking around. I really just need to. It's still like the same shit, bro. Like a nigga just hopping on songs and shit. But I got a coach song by myself, but nigga, man, we got me and Cole got down. We got the little song. Man, these folks fucking with this motherfucker. We ain't dropped it yet, but we really gotta redo the shit so we can goddamn take the thing.
Yo.
I what?
You said who else on it with you?
Little Cole, my cousin, we just got that.
That been hard.
That motherfucker too hard. Them folks, look, that dog about that motherfucker.
I'm gonna add dog about that motherfucker.
Yeah, you don't know what in Don Bernard, don't know.
Damn, man.
Yeah, they had done jumped on them and shit.
Cool.
They say a Mard nigga ain't got down. Line do nigga, but the Mard nigga got pulled out because got down. They were like, shit, he ain't had nothing. They ain't got nothing to do with that. That wasn't nothing they business. So goddamn.
Oh, man.
Yeah. No, I gotta move. No, I gotta move it in the dawn with him though.
I heard something about Bay Boy, man.
And then we're going to publish April 23rd, 2022 at 5:57 p.m.
Hello.
Yeah,
nigga, I could hardly hear you. What you saying?
Nah, I was just saying. I said, but you on that motherfucker?
Yeah. Straight up. Where you at?
Right here on the east side.
Man, what the hell? Somebody, he heard somebody. Police been lock up 43. They got a 43-man indictment.
That what Font said?
That was Toont said.
I don't know. He ain't told me that.
Yeah, he said that what he heard, but you know he probably just talking. Ain't no telling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What you think? For what?
I had Jake out of what's the name of him.
What you say? For what though?
He just said Rico, I guess.
For real?
That's what he said. But I don't know how true it is. I told that shit that stuff Instagram.
Yeah.
Yeah. You ain't screenshot.
Nah, I can hear him. That shit was blurry here. I ain't even see.
Oh yeah. If I couldn't see you, I'm about to send you a picture to your phone.
Alright, send it to me.
I'm about to.
Alright.
And were you familiar with who Mr. Garnson was speaking with?
I am.
And who was that?
Mr. Kenneth Copeland.
And the date of this call was April 23rd, 2022. Do you know what was the date of the indictment in this case?
May 9th of 2022.
Now, through your investigation, have you ever heard of or familiar with a place called The Web?
I am.
And how are you familiar with the place called The Web?
There was an incident that occurred at the location,
Okay.
as well as some calls, jail calls that I had listened to previously.
And when you listened to Antonio Sumlin's wiretap, did you hear any calls that referenced The Web?
I did.
Right. I'm going to publish from Antonio Sumlin's wiretap, April 22nd, 2022 at 2:18 p.m.
How you Hello. I poured out yesterday, twin. I had on got that straight though, bro.
I know. Shit. Hey, I'm. Where you gonna be at today when I get out?
What time you get out?
I get off at 5. I'm gonna be on that way because shit, I'm in like Park County right now.
I'm be in the hood.
What about 250?
Nah, you know we back at the well.
What, slow on spot?
Yeah, we got that spot now. Ain't slow spot though.
All right. Well, shit. Let me when I come through, I'm gonna come get a 60 from you.
A what?
60.
Alright.
I'm gonna fuck with you.
Alright, brother. Appreciate it.
Shit, no, I'm gonna call you when I want to wait.
Alright.
All right.
And with the calls that we heard from both Mr. Sumlin's wiretap as well as Mr. Garnson wiretap, was that just a sampling of all of the calls that you heard over the course of the month and a half that the wiretap was ongoing?
Yes.
Now, have you ever heard of an individual with the nickname of Barter?
I have.
Okay. And how are you familiar with that individual?
From my time working on the YFN indictment and just being familiar with the Summerhill area and the YFN members that operate within it.
And do you know the given name for that individual?
I do.
And what is the given name?
Christian Johnson.
And based on your investigation, is Christian Johnson, aka Barter, affiliated with YFN or If Gang?
Yes, he is.
Now, last week we discussed briefly about you obtaining Mr. Stillwell's phone. Do you recall that?
I do.
How did you initially learn about Mr. Stillwell's cell phone?
When Mr. Stillwell was taken into custody on the 17th, no phones were recovered from his person. So I began listening to his jail calls and learned that he had concealed the phones and was directing somebody to go retrieve them.
And do you know the location, meaning the home and where the phones were where the phone was left?
So they were retrieved by a female named China. And I was able to listen to jail calls to learn where they were headed and when they were to arrive. And they were headed to the home of.
You may.
So Max been looking stressed out, y'all. Maybe because all of this just has to do with his client and he's just, on pins and needles. But Max has been looking stressed out. Let me give a shout out to everybody. Solitude. Did you renew your membership? Barb K, welcome. Happy Annie. Judge can only find not guilty verdicts on directed verdicts, though, right? Okay, this was a question from earlier. Let me research that and come back to that. Slim Life, why is there no footage? Okay, we talked about this earlier. Kai, thanks for becoming a member, and Kai gifted a membership, so thank you for that. Can the judge find not guilty? Can judge find guilty on directed verdicts? I don't think so, but let me look into it.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to those jail calls prior to your testimony today?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 527 BV. Tell me if you recognize 527 BV.
This is a disc that would contain the jail calls.
And listen to the jail calls. Did they appear to be the jail calls that you listened to back in March of 2022?
Yes.
Did they appear to be any additions or deletions?
No.
During this time, the state would like to admit 427 BV as evidence. Excuse me, 527 BV. Permission to publish certain portions. First publishing March 18th, 2022, from 00 to 3 minutes. 14:36:59. Court's indulgence for 1 moment.
Prepaid collect call from an incarcerated individual at Fulton County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number.
Waiting to receive a phone call can be hard, but now you can easily and quickly send messages to your loved one. E-messaging is now available to help you stay more connected. Download the Securus app to sign up.
To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press 1. To refuse charges, press 2. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello.
Hey. Hey.
What's up?
Nothing. What's up, too?
Hey.
Well,
Shit.
huh?
Just write the message on a piece of paper or something. So you can text on the phone after I get out of the phone.
Okay. I'm ready.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, tell him, do not give my phones to poker. Because that ain't gonna cause a problem around here. Tell him to keep my phone. Or give them to me or my dad or one of y'all.
Do he know where I live at?
Oh, nah, he don't. But tell him, if she asks about him, tell him he went and looked for him but didn't find him.
She asked about him. Tell her. He went to look for him.
What the pen is?
So I said, Mr. Shannon said, do not give his phone to poker. Keep his phone. Or give him to her.
Yeah.
541.
Okay. If she asked about it, tell her he went to look for them and couldn't find them.
Yeah.
Okay.
541. What's this number is?
Okay. I will do. Did you tell her to ask me for him?
We're going to stop at 304. Next, we're going to pay $319.2022 at 10:04:36 from 140 to 413.
I handle business. Don't call. You ain't got I handle business.
I understand that. I'm saying, like, what the hell he gonna do about these goddamn people to come see us?
They say Monday. I don't know how true it is, but they say Monday. I just told Sham that.
You told him what?
They said Monday, but if we're gonna wait till Monday, tell me if somebody come down there. But it's supposed to be Monday.
What the hell big say though, bro? Cause he got a nigga just in here like a nigga buying everywhere, bro.
Big said a lawyer's supposed to be down there Monday.
All right, hold on. I love you, man. I gotta go on the road. I love you.
I love you too.
Hello?
I love you too, Daddy.
He said he gone. Hey, look though. Man. All right, man. I ain't gonna stop wearing. I don't give a fuck this shit.
Outside,
only thing he told me. He just said, lawyer should be down on Monday. That's what he told me. So I was gonna wait till Monday. I told Quay I was gonna just wait till Monday.
Do he understand that I want my lawyer, not no his lawyer he gonna
That's what the fuck I'm trying. That's what I'm mad about. And be Nick acting all like that. That's why I said why I can't pick my lawyer. Because I feel like I should pick my lawyer and you just tell me what you can help me with. Y'all just picking a lawyer. But that would be me saying, bro. That what he just said, lawyer gonna be down on Monday. I don't know who it is. Lawyer gonna be down on Monday. We'll see how Monday go, and then, you know what I'm saying, we'll work from there. You ain't satisfied, that ain't what you want, then I say that then. But you already know how he is. And then these funerals going on out here, they acting like they so busy.
They finna lock it down, man. I love you. We're gonna call you,
I love you too. You want me to keep these phones or get them to bed?
Get in the bed.
What about the number?
Go on that purple phone. It's 83936669. Get shot number. That's
hold on. Let me hold on, cause hold on. You just said 2 minutes number. What is it? 83 what?
839669. That's the code to that purple phone and get the number. It's a shot. That's patient number.
Okay, cause the phone did. I got charged on. I just told Betty. Okay, I love you. I just told Betty you want some numbers and I'm bright to her. Okay, that's on the number.
Yeah, shot.
All right, I got you. I have it for you in the morning.
NY, nah. All right, I love you.
Okay, I love you.
The caller has hung up.
Were you able to determine who, was that Mr. Stillwell talking to that young woman?
Yes, at the end of the call, yes.
Were you able to determine who that individual was?
Yes.
Who was it?
That was Shantisa Lewis. I believe she's the wife of Mr. Nichols.
And did she have a nickname?
China.
And from this call, were you able to get the PIN number to Mr. Stillwell Jackson's cell phone?
Yes.
And was that the number that was given towards the end of the call?
Yes.
Published March 21st, 2022 at 9:29, at 3:25 to 3:40.
Trying to call last night. She's gonna come by today. When I get off, I got to call.
Pause at 3:43. Were you familiar with the voice that we just heard?
Yes.
And who was that?
Betty Jackson.
And she related to Mr. Shannon Jackson.
Yes, she's Mr. Stillwell Jackson's grandma.
Now publishing March 21st, 2022 at 21:33 p.m. From 5:30 to 5:48.
then?
You got it on the phone?
Yeah, she 2 up, right?
Yeah.
She probably this afternoon.
All right.
All right then.
Yeah.
All right, love you.
Love you too.
Okay. Yeah.
The caller has.
And was that also Miss Jackson on
It-
that call as well?
It was.
And was that confirmation that she had now received the phone?
It was.
Now, did there come a point in which you were able to go and retrieve the phone?
Yes.
And where did you go? Not address or anything, but where did you go?
I obtained a search warrant for a Fulton County search warrant for Miss Betty Jackson's home, and went to her home with the search warrant with a team of officers with me.
And how many phones did you recover?
2.
And what kind of phones were they?
2 iPhones.
And after retrieving the cell phones, what, if anything, did you do with the phones?
I obtained search warrants for both devices, and then provided them to Detective Kevin Leon Packer for him to do a forensic extraction of both devices.
And when you gave the search warrant to Detective Leon Packer to do the forensic extraction, did you provide him with that PIN code or that PIN number that you had learned from the jail call?
I did.
Why did you provide him that PIN number?
It aids in the extracting of the phones.
And have you had the opportunity to go through and review contents of both of those iPhones?
I have.
That's yours. And permission to approach, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 227 BVA 6, along with 2227 BVA 2, A3, A4, A5, A6, A6A, A6B, A7, A7A, A8, and A8A, and tell me if you recognize first those exhibits.
So this would be the disk that houses the forensic extraction of the iPhone or the items from the iPhone 12 mini. And then these are the items of evidentiary value from the device.
So are all those excerpts?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at 227 VVB 12A through D, which is the CD, and 227 VVB2 strike that. From the first set of exhibits, which iPhone is that from?
The iPhone 12 mini.
Now looking at 227 VVB 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12A, 12B, 12C, and 12D. Tell me if you recognize those items.
These would be the excerpts from his iPhone 13 that I recovered.
And looking at first the iPhone 12 mini excerpts, do those appear to be fair and accurate depiction of excerpts from the cell phone extraction from the iPhone 12 mini?
They do.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 227 VVA2, VVA3, VVA4, VVA5, VVA6, VVA6A, VVA6B, VVA7, VVA7A, VVA8, and VVA8A into evidence.
All right.
Sorry, I can repeat them for you.
227 VV A 2 through 6,
Yes,
6A, 6B,
yes,
7, 7A,
yes,
8 and 8A.
yes.
All right, those are admitted.
And then looking at the excerpts from iPhone 13, do those appear to be fair and accurate excerpts from the cell phone extraction from the iPhone 13?
Yes.
At this time, the state would like to admit 227 VVB2 through 2 through 11,
All right, those are admitted.
and then VVB12A through D.
Admitted.
Now, prior to going and being able to look at the extraction, did you hear any calls with Mr. Stillwell and his grandmother about deleting content from the phone?
I did.
Your Honor, this time state would like to publish State's Exhibit 527 BV, the last call on March 23rd, 2022.
You may. And I'm sorry, but I had written down on all of that that you just tendered for admission 227. Was it 527 or 227?
What we just talked about was 227.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
you're wrong.
Just wanted to make sure.
And now we're going back to publish a portion of 527.
Call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number.
Waiting to receive a phone call can be hard, but now you can easily and quickly send messages to your loved one. E-messaging is now available to help you stay more connected. Download the Securus app to sign up.
To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press 1. To refuse charges, thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello. What's up? Shit, man. Chill.
Huh?
One of the folk came up in my house last night.
What?
Huh?
What they do?
They came and got my phone.
Oh.
No, I'm talking about it was so mean on my dad. It was so mean. They said they had a warrant. We know you got his 2 phones. So they have to be done heard it.
Yeah.
You must be on somebody else's line.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they have to be done heard. Anyway, I did call Brian and told him that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I figured he needs to know what was up. Yep. And they got a picture. They got a picture of China's car in the yard.
Huh?
They got a picture of China's car in the yard. But I knew that. I told her the other day, I said, that's unusual. Somebody was sitting there, they was like they were almost to the mailbox, but not quite. And they were just sitting there, you know. Normally when somebody coming for juice or something like that, they'll be like, you know, in the back, I said the other car, but this one wasn't. And she finally told her just wait a few minutes because I didn't know if it was, you know what I'm saying, some of them other folks followed her or what, you know what I'm saying? So I told her to just wait, you know, just wait a little bit, see if they move, but they didn't move. But she said, one thing you go. I said, okay, so I just gonna watch her. And then as soon as she left, they pulled out.
Oh, they got her too?
She went at the house last night. They spotted her the other night when she bought the phone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
End at 3:02 and fast forward to 8:12.
Yeah, tell Peter, move my iPad.
Move iCloud.
Yeah, off both of them.
Move the where?
Just tell them remove, delete it.
Oh, delete it. Okay. Okay. You need to speak and answer now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, tell them ASAP.
You don't have to have the phone to do that.
Nah, you know how to do it. So, iCloud and Gmail.
And I hope they didn't do it wrong.
Huh?
But they were trying to do something in it last night and they were standing up there. Hold on, let me call her. Okay, there you go.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, I need you to remove my iCloud and Gmail from my phone.
Okay.
I need to do it now.
All right, I'm on the way home.
I'll tell him what happened so he can know how important this is.
He know what happened.
All
He
right.
called me last night. So he got both the numbers. How he know how to do that? You know how to do that?
Yeah, I know how to do it.
You have to have phone numbers?
Nah, he can't. You know how to do it. It's just remove my phone.
Okay. You got it, Peter?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it as soon as I get home. I'm on it. Huh?
Where you at now, man?
I'm on the way home right now.
Oh, okay. It's real important. Real important.
Okay.
You on the expressway or something?
No, espresso is backed up. I'm taking the street lane, but it only takes like 15 minutes to get there.
Don't you stop. Do that because it's of great importance with the phone. You know they got the phone, so we need to get that done ASAP. Okay. Call me when you do it. You can tell when it's done. I mean, you can tell when it's off.
Hey, I'm gonna call you back, man. You just talk to him.
Okay, call me then.
Yeah.
The caller has hung up.
As you reviewed the content of Mr. Stillwell's phone, did you see that there were some content that was deleted?
Some, yes.
And were you also able to get some content, of course, that which was not deleted?
Yes.
And did you hear when Miss Jackson said they had a picture of her car on the warrant?
Yes.
Okay. Whose car was there a picture of on the warrant?
Shannon Tisa Lewis, aka China.
Okay. And what kind of car was it?
A white Ford Fusion.
All right. And was that similar to the white Ford Fusion that you saw in the BP gas station video with Chamel drinks?
Yes.
All right. Amira, maybe approach.
Yes.
Whoa, y'all! They saved the heavy hitting stuff for last, y'all. They saved it ever since they got to the Chamel drinks footage, which I know there's reasonable doubt about. So y'all don't have to tell me it doesn't prove anything. But ever since they got to that Chamel drinks footage, everything since that has been like some real evidence. Before that, I was like, nah. I mean, again, this is just going to me to the you know, the fact he was trying to hide his phone, he was trying to hide evidence on his phone. It doesn't really tell you what the evidence is about. It does, but it does paint a picture. It's painting a picture. So people were saying, oh man, Thug shouldn't have taken the plea. This evidence would have been used against Thug for the RICO charge, y'all. And for potential the criminal street gang charge. This would have been used against Thug for the RICO charge. So you have to keep that in mind. No, because it's Hilton who asked to approach. So I wouldn't expect a mistrial motion because Hilton asked to approach, not Shark. Shark didn't make a motion.
Anybody need to put anything on the record before we take our lunch break? All right, we'll see everybody back at 1.
So, wow, kind of an early break today. So I'm gonna just replay this, but I'm just gonna talk about this a little bit before I take my own lunch. So, y'all, what this evidence today is, first of all, remember what I said before the court started. The problem with the way this court system is set up is it's good and it's bad. It's good and it's bad. It's good for the defendant, but it's bad for the jury. The prosecution is not able to do a narrative style presentation of their evidence. They aren't able to narrate the jury through the evidence. They have to elicit questions from the witnesses, which will cause a narration to happen in the mind of the jury. So the prosecution is not able to say, what we're trying to show you is this, and then ask the juror a question, right? They can't talk to the jury. That's good for the defense. It's good for justice, maybe, but it's bad for the jury's understanding of what the prosecution is even trying to say. With that said, all of this evidence today goes to the RICO and to the criminal street gang charges. Almost all of the evidence, okay? We heard jail calls. We heard evidence about, Miles getting beat up. He was supposed to be protected. We heard evidence of Granny getting involved and her trying to help hide phones and help her assisting with deleting evidence that's on the phone. All of this is all of this is going toward the criminal street gang and RICO charges. And I think the jury is putting that together in their mind. Like they even if they don't have those charges like present, they are understanding that this is like criminal activity, and then it'll be up to the prosecution to tie this together. So if Thug were still on this trial, everything you just heard would be against him. If Thug were on this trial, every single thing you just heard would be against Thug in as much as he had the RICO and the criminal street gang charges hanging over his head. So his brother was talking about the protection of Miles, if I'm not mistaken. That was what the call was about. So it's not Thug per se, but all of this would have come in against Thug in as much as he has these RICO and criminal street gang charges. So y'all need to, I'm not saying whether he should have taken the plea or not, but just think now that you're hearing this evidence, this would have been imputed to him and anybody else who is still on this trial right now, because they were part of this organization that the prosecution is saying is a criminal organization. So again, I'm not so much judging whether I think Thug should have taken the plea or not. I really don't know. But I am saying that when you think about the pleas that they took, Brian Steele knew all of this stuff was coming. He still thought Thug could beat this case. But Thug is relatively safe now, y'all. So when you hear all of this, you know, this is evidence against Thug. It would have been evidence against Thug. Okay. No Cloud TV says he wouldn't. We don't know what would have happened, but I got it. That's your opinion. I think the criminal street gang part has been established. Now, I do think it would have been tougher to get Thug in that, and I think it would still have been tough to get Thug into RICO. But I'm just pointing out that all of this evidence would have been included. All of the evidence of the guns that were found in his house, the YSL drink that they were going to sell in his house, the drugs that were in his house, all of that would have come in against him. The fact that I think they said the Waters Road house was Thug's childhood home. Don't quote me on that, but I believe someone said that. Thug's childhood home was the Waters Road house that got shot up, was the trap house. Don't quote me on that was his childhood home, but that might have been said somewhere. The case would have been made. Now, you did have Brian Steele, who is an expert. So I'm not saying Thug would have gotten convicted, but I don't think we can just flippantly say, he would have got off. Look, this evidence ever since Shamel Drinks, the Shamel Drinks murder would have come in against Thug in as much as the organization did it. Not that Thug did it, but that Thug was a part of and a leader of an organization that did it. So even though we might conclude, y'all think about this. I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna go. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna go. Think about this. With Shamel Drinks, everybody says, hey, it looks like it was maybe somebody in the third car. Everybody says it looks like it's somebody in the third car. Think about this, y'all. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna drop this and I'm gonna skate and I'm gonna just rewind it while lunch is on. I want y'all to really think about this though. Everybody says, hey, it looks like with Shamel Drinks, the third car did it. Okay. Think about this now. The question you have to ask yourself is this. Was the third car unconnected? Or let me rephrase. Was the third car somebody who was probably connected to Shannon and to Quay Nichols, who were driving the other two cars? Because Reasonable doubt is that Shannon did it. Agreed. There's reasonable doubt. But is there reasonable doubt that the third car was totally unconnected to Shannon? They're on lunch till 1 o'clock. Is there reasonable doubt that the third car that pulled up was just some totally random different person unconnected to Shannon and Quay? Now, the point is this. If you as a juror could say, I doubt Shannon did it, then Shannon won't get convicted for that murder. Fine. But can you also say, I doubt that this person who did do it, I just don't even think they had anything to do with Shannon? Because if you think they had something to do with Shannon, then that could be used for the RICO and criminal street gang charges, even though the murder charge fails because Shannon didn't do it. You still might get that in on the RICO and criminal street gang charges because somebody from the gang did it. You don't know who it was, but you might say, I don't have a reasonable doubt that somebody in the gang did it. So whoever it was, the gang did it, and therefore, this is strengthening this whole criminal street gang charge. Do y'all follow me? So my point is, Shannon could get off with it, but if Thug was still on trial, the jury could say Shannon didn't. We don't know if Shannon did it. There's reasonable doubt, but somebody in the gang did it. So therefore, that is imputed to the gang. That's imputed to this whole gang and RICO charge itself. So my point is that drinks thing would have been more difficult for Thug than it even is for Shannon. It would have been more difficult for Thug's RICO criminal gang charges than it is for Shannon's murder charge, because Shannon has a reasonable doubt on the M, but there is not really a reasonable way to doubt that somebody associated with YSL did it, and that would go to the RICO and the criminal street gang charges. Hopefully y'all follow me. Criminal street gang charge is 5 to 20. So y'all, I'm gonna roll this back. We're just gonna listen again.
And gave the reason why
we'll
he
be back at
believed
1.
that they came through and shot a Big Nick spot.
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
That their boy had been killed in Mechanicsville.
And then did you hear when the caller said you don't have to drop on them?
Correct.
Have you heard that terminology before?
I have.
What is your understanding of when someone says you don't have to drop on them? What does that mean?
Like the location, having their location.
I want to now publish from State's Exhibit 437 VV, March 16th, 2022 at 9:41 p.m. PDF, page 523. And from 34 seconds to 3 minutes, sorry. From 34 seconds to 3 minutes and 54 seconds.
What Friday?
Nick, fucking free.
Last night?
Last night, boy. You know, I wasn't even gonna come back. Man,
Yeah.
he was like, goddamn, pull up. We were finna be on one. Goddamn.
So y'all was in
Man,
there?
we in there, boy, about 6, 7 deep. Tunk just had them pulled out, boy.
Damn, that's a fool. I thought they already went over there and shot one other
They
side.
did, but still, man, I'm on some everyday shit.
They double back.
Oh, you talking about
yes.
right?
Yeah.
Oh, ain't nobody went next, right?
Oh, nah, I heard it a couple days ago. Somebody they said they went over there.
Oh,
That one I ain't
yeah,
know.
nah,
But
hell nah.
you said they just went over there last night.
Yeah, well, we there, man. I'm like, hey, man, boy, I wasn't even finna come over here, man.
Yeah, you talking about? Yeah, I ain't even know nothing about that
Yeah,
shit.
then look, we like to hear, we think, we like, all right, they gonna come back through. Man, we think they gonna come back through so we can hit that motherfucker up, man. 12 pull up, man. Hey, what?
In the house?
Yeah, I'm like, the hell. We hit them folk, like, cause we got our light. So, them folk, like, we gonna have to come in. We gonna have to come in, get goddamn. Make sure ain't nobody dead, man. I hit the back door like, hey, boy, I'm on parole, man. All this shit in here, man.
Hey, you talking about?
Hey.
Like, y'all have to come in.
Yeah, no, we just heard them talk to the other officer, like, yeah, we go in, make sure ain't nobody. Man, it be them up under the house. Goddamn, man, but 4 of us in the house, they keep saying, man, you don't go out. I'm like, man, I got me fucked up, man.
You took out running?
No, I hit the back door. Them folks it was on both sides. And I was just like, I seen them on one side, 'cause I was just gonna sit in the car, in the yard.
Yeah.
But I seen them looking at the cars over there, go through the other way. They know they was over there. I feel like, hey, come here. I'm like, hey, man, I just heard some gunshot. Yeah, I'm like, hey, man, I just heard a gunshot, man.
Okay.
Yeah, they're like, where you coming from? Like the wood. I'm dry here. It pouring down rain. No folks like, man, you ain't wet at all, man. I'm like, man, I'm telling, man. I was in the woods. I don't know how I ain't wet. I was in the woods. But I ain't no salvage.
Man, what?
Yeah, y'all check that house out, well.
Hell no, I ain't got nothing to do with
They
that
still
house.
went in there though. They didn't check that. That was good, boy. It be safe.
Oh, they ain't searched. They
They'll make sure.
They just looked
They
around.
make sure nobody dead.
Yeah. So when nobody know when they went in?
Yeah. They found Mal, goddamn Lil Quay, and another name.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm like, hell.
What they at the house?
Yeah, from the pop out for Colt on Colt. They got a little video shoot.
Oh, they got a video shoot.
Yeah. I ain't really been outside, bro. Bro, you ain't got nobody who been trying to say no pill.
And we're stopped at 3:52 p.m. 3:52 into the call. And listening to that call, did you hear early in the conversation where Mr. Garland said Tunk had just pulled off?
Yes.
As a part of your investigation into YSL, have you heard of an individual with the nickname Tunk?
I have.
And who is your understanding of who that person is?
That would be Antonio Sledge.
And in listening to a number of these calls from the mornings of March 15th and March 16th, was there more information provided in these calls versus what Mr. Stillwell told you the night that you went and spoke to him that morning?
Yes.
Did you hear when Mr. Garn talked about, I believe, going into the basement of the home?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you observe a basement area of that home?
When I did my search warrant on the 17th, I did.
And where was that area located?
Underneath the house.
And from the search warrant, do you recall, was there an entrance to that location from the house, or did you have to go outside of the house to enter to that location?
Can't remember direct from in the house, but I know there was an outside entrance from what I saw.
Now, as you were listening to these calls, did you ever hear a call between Miss Taisha Alexander and Demikion Garlington?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the name of Taisha Alexander?
I am.
I want to publish from States Exhibit 437 VV. The call on March 17th, 2022 at 7:04 p.m., page 664. And we're going to play first timestamps 00 to 024, and then 158 to 215.
Hello? Yeah.
What the hell they got sending for?
I don't know. Trying to call when like him and Clay got on a high speed chase to the Baba house.
Yeah.
I'm like, why the hell he in a high speed chase if he in a rental? His rental legit. He got my legit gun. Like what the hell was in the car that made him say he wasn't kin?
And now we're going to go to 158. 158.
So I don't know if he where my gun at. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
But I know he not dumb. He ride around my gun for a reason. So if he do get pulled over, see what I'm saying? It's clean. So I know he not done with. I know I ain't worried about that. I'm just trying to figure out why the hell he locked up.
Exactly.
And listen to those calls. I believe we talked about this last week. Did you ultimately go to Arrowhead Pawn Shop and get a receipt for the FN gun that was found on March 17th, 2022 at the area of Meadowlark Lane?
I did.
And who did that gun come back to?
Miss Taisha Alexander.
And then through your investigation, do you know, are you aware of a nickname for Miss Alexander?
She was by Polka.
Your Honor, we're getting ready to play those two calls. Thank you.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, you're about to hear on these next two calls. It's going to be two different people talking. And for these two calls, it's only going to be Mr. Garlington's words that are evidence. You're not to consider the other speaker's statements against anyone or as substantive evidence in this trial on any count. It's just the conversation won't make any sense if you just hear Mr. Garlington's, but it's only Mr. Garlington's words that are going to be evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And at this time, the state is going to publish March 17th, 2022 at 4:10 p.m., which is page 635, and March 18th, 2022 at 6:21 p.m., which is page 820 of State's Exhibit 437 VV.
What's going on? Where you at? In the apartment. You got your family? Hell nah. Nah, I got my shit. Just got now. What's in? So no folk got now. Where you at? I'm finna pull up. The meat on white out there. Yeah. Nah, everybody out here though. I ain't got no fire. I been got on just chilling trying to these folks on. You said he trying to do what? I said I just been chilling trying to see what these folks on before I get another fire. What? Yeah, man, fuck you. Nah, cause them folks they got man. That shit, them folks they hit the spot that they went in there, but still just like what Miss V, boy. I know they hit that bitch. Yeah, but now I just feel like Miss V on a nigga, boy. So I'm just trying to move cautious. Well, definitely. You know that wrong. Yeah. And she saying y'all see nothing. Well, you know she on y'all. Who all you say out there? They regular, big, zoo them. Big out there? Yeah. Alright, here I come. Alright. Yeah.
Now, before we publish the next call, in this call, what time was the search warrant executed on March 17th, 2022? Do you recall?
I want to say in the early afternoon.
Was it before 4:10 p.m.?
Yes.
And again, did you hear when Mr. Garlington talked about Miss V?
I did.
Was that is that your understanding? That's the name that they call you?
It is.
Now I'm going to publish March 18, 2022, 6:21 p.m. from 25 seconds to 54 seconds in the call.
I seen the new thing. They said the two they got, and they said one they got on outstanding one. They ain't say my name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, I just still.
Well,
I just want to make sure I don't know what's going on.
yeah, you know I'm back though. I just really.
Now, in listening to that call, did you hear Mr. Garlington, talk about warrants in this case?
Yes.
All right. And is this call after Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Nichols have been arrested?
It is.
And in that call that we just heard, did you hear Mr. Garlington say, they ain't saying my name, I just wanted to make sure?
I did.
And that he had seen something on the news?
Yes.
Now publishing March 21st, 2022 at 5:02:19 p.m. from 14 seconds to 46 seconds.
Ain't dying down, so now these fuck niggas think they yeah. That's how we're going on. Everything dying down. Yeah. You know how that goes. That's why we got down, went out of town for a little minute, bro. Let that shit die down. No, these niggas they wanted me to pay for the shit, and nobody want to put in their money to pay, bro. For real. Everybody hesitate to put in to pay for the fucking Airbnb. I'm like, man, fuck that shit. I'm telling you, man.
Now, in listening to that call, as a part of your investigation in this indictment, are you familiar with events surrounding the Donovan Thomas murder?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with individuals going to Miami after the shooting death of Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I am.
And in this call, did you hear Demikion Garlington say that they were getting ready to go out of town for a little while until stuff died down?
I did.
Now we're going to publish March 22nd, 2022 at 6:21:41 p.m. from State's Exhibit 437 VV from 9:04 to 10:32.
Yeah.
Okay. He got a lawyer, right?
They say, bro, to get all them boy money. Say you gonna get Brian and the other nigga, you gonna get out of it, like.
Man, little child with the clothes got locked up for it.
Nah, they who the one they said they looking for. I just talked to them the other day. About 2 days, yesterday, 2 days ago.
I said the child on the low, like, oh hell no.
Yeah, boy. He keep calling. Hey, D, bro. What the hell going on? I'm like, shit, but I don't know.
Damn. He talking,
Yeah.
he like, what's going on?
And he calling everybody.
He just drunk.
Yeah, yeah, but I ain't did nothing.
Yeah, I know it.
But you know how that shit, these bro, nigga gonna have to ride. Nigga know you gonna get through it, but I just know a nigga like, well, nigga ain't did nothing, bro.
That little Jonathan ride, OD?
Man,
I mean, you don't really never know. Nigga don't have no choice. That be the thing. You don't have no choice. Like,
yeah.
you see what I'm saying? In real life, like, you ain't got no choice. You gotta go however long these folks ride you so they let you go.
Yeah. I said, them boys gonna be good. But wow, I'm gonna put my name in that shit.
Oh, hell no. I don't do that.
Yes.
Yes.
I want to ask you, have you heard of the name Little Blizzy?
Yes.
Okay. How have you heard of that name?
Through both my work on this indictment and the YFN indictment.
And do you know the given name for an individual who goes by the name of Little Blizzy?
I do.
And what is his given name?
His name is Carlos Barber.
And Carlos Barber, is he, from your investigation and working on both of these indictments, associated with any gang?
He's a member of YFN.
I want to publish from March 28th, 2022 at 1:56 a.m. from State's Exhibit 437 VV. Then we're going to follow immediately on March 28th, 2022 at 1:58 a.m. And then following again on March 28th, 2022 at 3:20 p.m.
Where the hell you at? Hey, so crazy. So crazy. I was just finna call you and tell you I just ran into the nigga, bro.
For real?
How you know? That what you calling me about?
Nah. Hell, not at all.
Oh, I thought nigga said something on Instagram.
What he said?
Nah, not him. The nigga, the Blizzard.
What he say?
Shit. He seen me turn his head.
For real?
On DV, yeah, he seen like I tried to look at him, like he turned this shit.
Where you see him at?
Man, we at the same hotel
Right now.
right now.
That'll be safe for them, man.
I know it, but I ain't got no.
The nigga baby real J Carl say he finna shoot a video. He want us in the video.
What about the studio?
Yeah, I'm finna meet them back up here, but he need to come back outside. But at least let me give you a gun or something.
Which one? Northside?
The one we were just at.
What was it?
Hold on, they calling out.
Next published on March 28th, 2022 at 1:50 a.m.
Yo.
Hello?
Yeah. Twin. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
What happened?
Bro, you need to come over here and get your blick, bro.
I'm about. Where the hell you at?
Trying to geek them at the same one you just studio you just left, man. That shit about to blow me, bro. Your ass, I told you take the blick on with you, bro. It don't matter, bro.
Yeah, you right, bro.
You have to do more folk, then you have to go into them, bro. Like, come on, bro. Bumping the niggas, you ain't having no profit. Oh, man, man, that shit about to blow me, man. I don't like this shit.
It wasn't even that. It was just like this shit. I'm like, man, shit out went cold. I ain't gonna run about out here. That's on the TV, but they ran that nigga.
D, man. D, boy. D, boy, nigga got down. He way out. That one nigga, anytime nigga ain't got that blick on him, twin. That one some shit got down been on house, man.
Hey, yeah.
Way like that, bro. Ain't no blick, bro. You can go get that blick, but you can take that blick home, bro. You can take stay home or something, bro.
Nah, I got to fight the house. I just told you I ain't bring it out, but like, you gotta send me the address.
Come to it. Just go get it. Look here, I'm finna pull in right now. You know I gotta have one of these niggas drop the pin.
Yeah.
But I'm pulling up right now.
So like on the GPS, what to type in?
Type in look here, see they come to a look here house. Cause either the exit after look here house. You feel me? I'm literally 2 minutes away from the studio right now. As soon as I get there, I can drop the pin.
Alright, well I'm gonna have her go get my car.
Type in the game. Yeah, type in down the cave, gone. I don't even know this shit still on prime time. That shit gone too. Type in this shit. Right, all right. I'm finna give you this address. Matter of fact, by the time you get up, put your clothes on, walk in the car, or just walk to the car, I'm gonna have the address.
I'm
turning in right now.
I'm just wait till you get right there.
You on speakerphone? You got my speakerphone? The same pin you just dropped the shout.
Oh yeah. All right.
Yeah, we right here. Come on.
Okay.
All right.
Before we publish the next one, did you hear the terminology used, blick, in that call?
I did.
Have you heard that term before?
I have.
What is your understanding what a blick is?
Meaning a firearm.
And did you also hear the terminology stick?
I did.
And have you heard that term before?
I have.
And what is your understanding of what a stick is?
A long gun or a rifle.
And did you hear them talk about drop the location for Little Head?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with that nickname?
I am, but there's a few of them.
Okay. Now publishing March 28th, 2022 at 3:20 p.m.
Hello?
Adio.
What's going on, bro?
What the hell going on?
Pulling up in the hood?
Pulling up in the hood?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
What you got
I
going?
go to shit, man. We just woke up.
You said you gotta go where today? You about to say you gotta go somewhere.
No, man, I got down to the hotel in Card last night, right?
Yeah.
I run to a op.
No.
I ain't got nothing on me, cause I'm like, shit, but I'm finna go out here. I know ain't about out here.
Yeah.
Heavy.
Go to the gym a lot.
Yeah, buddy seen me turn the head. You know.
He seen you and turned the head.
Yeah. He don't even know he got me down bad.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, man. What they even do?
Yeah. Right here, what's Keelan Mooch?
I'm probably finna come right now.
All right.
In that call, did you hear when Mr. Garlington said he didn't even know he got me down bad?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard that terminology before? Got me down bad previously?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of got me down bad?
He was unprepared in a bad position. He would have had the upper hand.
What was the last part you said?
That he would have had the upper hand.
Who would have had the upper hand?
The person who caught him down bad.
Have you heard that term in any other way?
Yes.
Okay. What other ways have you heard the term got me down bad or caught down bad?
Just unprepared or without a, typically, sorry, like you're caught without a firearm.
Now publishing March 29th, 2022 at 1:17 p.m. from State's Exhibit 437 VV.
Yo. Hey.
Yeah.
I'm trying to shoot that ready.
Today.
It's a good day. Today. But I ain't gonna lie, we got to talk. We got to take Buddy name out of that shit though. We got to, man. You know, if bro fuck around and get wet, you know that shit come down on us.
Yeah.
Type shit. They already. The nigga young Bruce so hot on the east side right now too. It like I don't know if they're trying to build a case against niggas or what. Like you feel me right now. But they hot as fuck. Like they jumping out, just laying nigga down about them nigga. That's why they was so hot up and down the strip the other day, got on Glenwood the other day. That's why I ain't really been around niggas, man. So they last come 2 days, so it's like, oh, I ain't need nobody trying to build no Rico on me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it's like,
Am I able to get a quote on this one? Yeah, like an estimate.
so it's also shit like I was just sitting back thinking, Lil Head was even saying the same thing. He was like, shit, but I was gonna tell y'all nigga this shit, bro. That y'all probably need to say bro name, bro, cause his ass finna be gone. And even if y'all drop the song now, he get gone, gonna look like somebody had something to do with it. We drop the song later. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you damn sure right.
We just gonna take the nigga name out this shit. We just gonna take, I ain't even scared shit, still fuck me, nigga, you feel me? Just some smart shit, cause I don't think them niggas will put a song out there without that. Well, at least we just switch it up. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So even if we say that, like, we don't be niggas for D, get in Shell, say something different. Like, you feel me? Shell got that. Shell don't want that. Or some shit, you know. I don't give a fuck. We say the same thing. I don't give a fuck about saying name. But I don't want to, you know what I mean? Tie shit in.
All right. Let's do it then.
Tell them all.
I'm finna get ready to get up and shit in a minute.
Now listen to that call. Are you familiar with who Mr. Garlington was speaking with in that call?
I believe it's DeMarco Boyer.
And is that the same DeMarco Boyer we discussed last week regarding being in the area at the BP gas station right before the homicide of Mr. Shamel Drinks?
Yes.
And in that call, did you hear them discussing taking someone's name out of a song?
Yes.
Okay. And in that call, did they say the name of the person who they have to take out of the song?
I believe towards the end of the call, they say Shell.
And when you were going through your March 22 kind of collection of social media, did you ever find a video in which there's a song referencing Shellco?
I did.
Okay. Along with other social media videos, did you collect those as a part of your investigation?
I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review that particular video and the other social media videos prior to your testimony today?
I have.
You're on permission to approach? I'm showing you what's been marked as 474 VV. Tell me if you recognize 474 VV.
This is a disc that I had reviewed and has my initials on it.
And does that appear to be all the social media, not all, but the social media videos that you pulled during that March 2022 period when you were looking at social media?
Yes.
And have you had opportunity to review all those videos? And did they appear to be complete videos from what you pulled in March of 2022?
Yes.
Any additions or deletions?
No.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 474 VV into evidence. And permission to publish. And before we play, whose Instagram is this?
That's the Instagram account of Demikion Garlington.
And what are you screen grabbing?
His story, if you're not familiar with Instagram, the story is something, it's not your profile picture or a picture on your profile where it stays there until you delete it. These are postings that you make that are automatically deleted after 24 hours.
And looking at his first story on here, do you see the Ocean and Drive Slim?
I do.
Posting. And is that the same person as we talked about, Christian McMiller from last week?
Correct.
Okay.
Mean shit, my people in the dirt. From the block where shots go off and niggas get murdered. This pain really running through my veins and it hurt. Trying to get far from home. Look my mama in the eye, so wipe away all the tears. When
Oh, like they watched his ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they followed his ass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cause they said they were finna do it. We got 12 pulled them over or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I don't trip though. Something, I don't know. He on, I don't know what he on.
Yeah.
I was telling Bob about this shit. I was like, man, he be like, you ain't gotta tell me. I already know, like, homie got tripping.
Yeah.
Like on the other one, like people like, man, you know, I stand on more, man. I fought with you, but home on the other, I think about it on some female shit.
Man, well, I don't know, man. Yeah, I ain't on DB. I ain't heard nothing about that though.
Yeah.
But I ain't even talk. Only time we talked to him, I talked to him like the same night y'all got locked up.
You gotta add when you call boy, you gotta add boy what you say, cause I can't really say like, cause she won't really just tell me like in detail, but she just, she just beating around the bush. I really be telling her, man, shit, fuck up.
Yeah.
On that waterline, cause I ain't going for that strand on
Yeah,
that. On that
exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, but you know I got you, bro. I had that long trying to got down. I just had to take care of got down. You know I got you though, bro. You got to got down the whole time, bro. You know I know how that shit is. Like I'm knowing like nigga need this shit. Like I ain't got you, bro. I'm here with you, man.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to get.
I ain't gonna, you know, like, I ain't gonna ask him word, but like, cause like, I don't even be having to say your name. Like, she know who I be talking about, cause I don't be talking about nobody else, but I ain't gonna hit you on that motherfucker, like, ever. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, everything really good, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm like, I heard that shit. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, that shit was fast as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it is. Just assume.
Yeah, I already know. Like when they got down, go to wiping down, doing them got down, them. You know how they gunpowder, forensic, all this shit there.
Yeah.
You gonna come back clean. You see what I'm saying? So I ain't tripping on that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man. What the hell? What the hell? Swimming on? You still in the yo?
Yeah. Okay, what is that?
You know what's what?
LC. Who?
Yo, folk.
Yeah. I was there with him yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got out of town now. So he's gonna get ready to come back. I just don't lie with his ass.
Yeah. You ain't talked all night. That whole night crazy, bro.
Yeah, I just talked to her today.
Man, that be crazy.
I was telling him, I'm like, he on the cell phone, like, he probably be over there, like, what, not? She's like, what? You ain't think you gonna tell on me? I'm like, man, hell nah.
She crazy. I don't even be texting her back no more.
I should be texting on, like, on the tablet and shit?
Yeah, I don't even be responding to her. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm finna get bro back his phone, right? I'm gonna get up with you though.
I do that, man. I got you.
Love you.
I love you too.
All right.
Somebody needs to take a restroom break, so let's go ahead and take a break right now.
All right, so Jared.
All right, let's break. Thank you. Go ahead.
Investigative Review, just a few follow-up questions regarding the call we just listened to. Were you familiar with the voice that Demikian Garlington was speaking to on the last call we just heard?
Yes,
And whose voice was that?
that'll be Shannon Stillwell.
Right. And on that call, is Mr. Stillwell using the phones at the Fulton County Jail?
No, he's not.
From your review of the wiretap, did that appear to be a cell phone that he was using inside of the Fulton County Jail?
It did.
And did you hear early in the call where Mr. Stillwell said he had to stay off that MFR because they came to my house?
Yes.
Did you ever go to his grandmother's house to collect cell phones?
I did.
And we'll talk more about that in a few moments. And when you went to his grandmother's house to collect cell phones, was that prior to this phone call?
Yes.
Now, from your experience in law enforcement and working with the Fulton County Jail, when there are cell phones being used in that jail, are they monitored? Outside of a wiretap, are they monitored?
No, they're not.
Now, on that call, did you hear them talking about Miles?
I did.
This call is on April 1st, 2022 at 12:29 a.m. To your knowledge, had Miles been arrested for the Shamel Drinks homicide at this time?
I don't believe so.
Also, did you hear on the call towards the latter part of the call, Mr. Stillwell talking about, speaking of when they go to wipe it down, if they do that, gunpowder is going to come back clean?
Yes.
So he wasn't tripping on nothing?
Correct.
And in that call, did you hear Mr. Garlington telling SB that they made a video about an hour ago on Cleveland Avenue?
I did.
Right. When you were looking at social media, did you ever capture any videos of members of YFN on Cleveland Avenue?
Yes,
And is that contained on the disc that you just reviewed?
it is.
I'm now going to publish number 1 on 474 VV.
Right now, outside, right now, at this moment. Ryan, yeah, 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 yeah. Ain't no way going on. Right now. Right now. Right now. Okay, Paul, right now.
And from the investigations that you worked, are you familiar with how that alliance was formed?
Mr. Greer, when he came back into the fold with his brother, I believe he was already a member of the Goodfellas. And then when he got back with his brother, who was in a leadership role with YSL, the two became one.
Now, in that call, did you hear them talk? Did you hear Garlington telling someone by name of Kel, or through the person on the phone, telling someone named Kel hello, or tell Kel I said what up? That's my boy.
Yeah,
To your knowledge, are they talking about Shell Kel or someone else?
they're not. It's somebody else.
Okay. Within the jail, with those two calls that we just listened to, the one at 9:06 p.m. and the one at 9:10 p.m., what was your understanding of what was happening in those two calls?
That Mr. Greer was trying to ensure that Mr. Farley was shielded within the jail by Mr. Hubert and protected.
And through your investigations as a gang investigator, is that uncommon for gang members to try to get protection for other gang members while in jail or incarcerated?
I'm sorry, did you say uncommon or common?
Is that uncommon?
No.
I want to now publish April 4th, 2022 at 7:38 p.m. And we're playing first from 44 seconds to 2:05, and then from 10:09 to 10:25.
Yeah, so what you got, boy?
Yeah.
You talk to AB?
Yeah. He called me on the other thing. He don't know what fresh shit.
On the 5th?
Yeah. That's what I said. That's why I asked Fred. I'm like, how the hell both of them get down there? He was like,
Oh,
the
you know
nigga.
why?
Yeah.
Shout on the sound flow.
Oh, for real? Oh, yeah. Yeah, but they saying this shit high profile and shit. But Fred saying the nigga they did that showing he fucked with him and shit.
Say it again.
I say Fred said the officer nigga did that for him.
Man, Fred come here.
Yeah, I already know. I called him last night because phone had and told him to call him because Lil Miles just got locked up. You know, that his first time. They like, hey, man, make sure he's straight.
Who did?
Lil Miles.
Dory, baby dad?
Nah, hell no. Young nigga, look, do it for Phil. Who be got now doing the clothes and shit?
Oh, the one who made the clothes, the light skinned?
Yeah.
That's how the phone. Oh my God, why I call him?
Yeah. I was just with that nigga last night. We went to the studio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, we my shit. Man, goddamn, I need you back out here, man. Shit crazy, man. I like, man, get the hell on.
Yeah, listen. That's why he keep calling me, trying to come get me every day.
Were you familiar with the person who Mr. Garlington was speaking with? The voice.
Originally, or like at the beginning of the call?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe it was Mr. Copeland.
And at this time, were you aware if Mr. Copeland was incarcerated?
He was.
Okay. And do you know when he was arrested?
I believe in October of 2021.
And was that, we're not going to go into it, but did you speak with Mr. Copeland when he was arrested in October 2021?
I did.
Right. And to your knowledge, was he in continuous custody even past April of 2022?
I believe so.
We're going to now publish April 8th, 2022 at 6:19:51 p.m. And we're publishing from 8:28 to 9:24.
Not emotion. He like, but man, your homo definitely tripping with that shell kill shit.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Hilton, you can pick up where you left off.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Verita, we left off getting ready to discuss some of the excerpts from the iPhone 12 mini. Do you still have those exhibits in front of you?
I do.
Okay. I'm going to first start by publishing 227. First, we can get admitted.
Yeah, they got it.
VVA2. Looking at 227 VVA2, and if we're able to zoom in, and is this an excerpt from the iPhone 12 mini?
It is.
Right. I want to just look at the portions that are actually highlighted and bracketed. We're going to start at the top of the page. Do you see a highlight bracket on December? Can you scroll up? On December 24th, 2021 at 9:26:29 p.m.?
I do.
And do you see a message highlighted?
Yes.
Okay. And who is the person sending the message?
That would be Shannon Stillwell.
Okay. And what does the message say?
Save this number, SB.
All right. Now I want to scroll down to January 14th. This highlighted box, do you see this highlighted box at January 14th, 2022?
I do.
At 3:32 a.m.?
I do.
Okay. And is that the same call that's highlighted in black on the screen behind you?
It is.
And if we can zoom in just a little more. What does the text say?
If Polka asks, tell her I'm op hunting.
Okay. And what's the date of that text?
July 14th, 2022.
Okay. Do you see January 14th, 2022?
Yes.
All right. All right.
I'm sorry, I thought I heard you loud.
I want to go to the next page of the exhibit, 227 VVA3. Do you see a highlighted box on February 9th, 2022?
I do.
And if you can try to use your laser pointer, do you see that on the screen behind you?
I do. It'll be right here.
And if we can try our best to zoom into the first box. And who is sending the message?
Mr. Stillwell.
Okay, and what does it say?
12 hot.
All right. Now I want to scroll down to February 9th, 2022. Do you see a text message?
I do.
And who's that text message from?
Mr. Stillwell.
What does it say?
Tell Reek I'm scared to be over here. Police said they blitzing everything on Cleveland behind what Big Brisk did. They locked Slug up yesterday.
And is there a response to that text message?
The respondent says, I know, I just heard they wanted anything that got tied to YSL.
And then was there a response?
Right.
All right. And on February 9th, 2022, was that the day that Christian Ebinger was arrested for shooting Officer Rogers?
I believe so. Within a day or so. Yes.
Now I want to go to Stacy Exhibit 227 VVA4.
Okay.
Who is the recipient of these text messages?
The recipient of the highlighted text message will be Shannon Stillwell.
Okay. And who is the sender?
Khalif Adams.
And you said Khalif Adams. Do you see Khalif Adams' name on here?
I do not.
Okay. How do you know it's Khalif Adams?
Khalif Adams also goes by the alias of Bobby Hunt.
And is this the same phone number that you looked at when you investigated the stabbing of Rayshawn Bennett?
It is.
All right. And to start at the top, do you see a text on March 5th, 2022?
I do.
All right. And if you can just go through the text messages on this page until the end of the page with the date and time and the contents of the text.
Sure. Mr. Adams says, call me ASAP, to which Mr. Stillwell responds, what you on? Mr. Adams then says, I'm trying to figure something out. Mr. Stillwell responds, what that twin? Mr. Adams responds, Scar said it was a price for that feature, but racial expletive, ain't seen nothing. Then Buddy done made a counter offer of 100 on my little man's. I got keep paying him. And then Mr. Stillwell responds, you ain't talked to him.
Okay. Now, in reviewing that text message, was this of note to you?
It was.
Why?
Because it would fall in line with.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Sustained.
Was this, did you have text messages from Mr. Adams' phone number or the Verizon records regarding payment of a feature in his text messages that you reviewed regarding the Rayshawn Bennett stabbing?
I did.
Okay. And in looking at those text messages and these text messages, did you find some commonality between what you looked at with the Verizon records and this text message here?
I did.
Okay. And what was that?
The timing and the context of the text messages.
And Scar, is that SXAR?
It is.
And what is Demekion Garlington's Instagram name?
Scarface, but there's a purposeful misspelling of the C with an X.
Right. Is that similar to what is contained in this text message here?
It is.
And is, based on your investigation, was Bobby Hunt communicating with Demekion Garlington regarding the Rayshawn Bennett stabbing?
He was.
And was Bobby Hunt trying to reach?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Based on the text message that you reviewed, did it appear from the text message that you read that Mr. Hunt, did you see any text messages in which Mr. Hunt was trying to make contact with Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
And in those text messages, was he attempting to get payment or get some communication about payment for the stabbing of Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Going to 227 VVA5. And Ms. Rivera, I'm going to ask you to read from the screen behind you if you can. And we'll zoom in starting at the top. Who is the recipient? This text message, who is Mr. Stillwell in communication with?
Mr. Garlington.
And starting on March 14th, is that the first text message at 4:30 a.m.? Excuse me, p.m.
It is.
Okay. And if you can just read for the jurors the content of that text message in 227 VVA 5 from the beginning until the end.
Okay. So he said, "Be ready, bruh." And he
And
says,
who says that?
Mr. Stillwell says, "Be ready, bruh." And Mr. Garlington says, "Been ready." And he says, Mr. Stillwell says, "Share low." And then what appears from the extraction to be a location is shared. And then Mr. Stillwell responds 3 minutes, and Mr. Garlington responds, "Okay." And then Mr. Stillwell says, "Turning on your street." Mr. Garlington says, "It's been 7 minutes." And then Mr. Stillwell says, "Outside."
Okay. And on March 14th, 2022, was that the date of Mr. Drinks' killing on 20 in Windsor?
It was.
Now showing you what's been admitted is 227 VVA 6. What is being highlighted in 227 VVA 6?
What you'll see highlighted is the date and time that this video that was located in the phone extraction was created.
Okay. And what was the date and time that the video was created?
March 14th, 2022 at 8:52 p.m.
And is this also still the same day of Mr. Drinks' homicide?
It is.
And have you had the opportunity to watch this video?
I have.
Right. Now I'm going to publish on 227 VVA 6A.
One thing about the boy money stays. I mean, everywhere. The boy shit everywhere.
I should have did what he did. Hey, oh God. Oh God. Hey, you talking about? I ain't had nothing. I was baking the broke days. We had 2 photos.
He got an old dime. He got an old dime. And he leave out the snow with a whole dime. With some little shoes on. Cheap motherfucker though. $98. Yeah, his bankroll and he stuffing with his tight jeans. He gonna put that motherfucker all the way together to him.
Exactly. I'm gonna have these clean ass shoes on, packers on feet.
$20. $20.
I hate them days, bro. So happy I'm paying this shit.
Hey, bro, I'm trying to buy.
I want to buy a nigga so fucked up that damn.
We way better than last time, man.
Way better than last time. I don't know what happened this time, last time. Yeah. Shit went wrong then, bro. Damn. You won't believe it, though. Sometimes shit happens for a reason.
You know that.
Now, I'm going to pause here. Are you able to see the individual in the cream jacket and the green hoodie?
I am.
And do you recognize who that is?
I do.
Who is that?
That would be Mr. Quamarvius Nichols.
And does he appear to be wearing the same clothing as viewed in the BP surveillance gas station video?
He does.
Right. And are you familiar with, or can you tell where they are within this video?
I believe that's the inside of the home located at 2830 Waters Road.
And is there, do you see the table that's depicted in the video?
I do.
And on the table, are there any weapons?
There are.
And how many weapons do you see?
I can see what appears to be 2 weapons and then a extra magazine on the table.
And if you can kind of use your laser and point out where do you see the 2 weapons and the extra magazine?
So here you'll see weapon number 1. Weapon number 2 will be here, and then the extra magazine will be right here.
And as a law enforcement officer, do you carry weapons?
We do.
Okay. And do you yourself carry weapons?
I do.
Do you have a specific type of weapon that you carry?
A Glock.
Do you own Glocks?
I own 4 at the present time, yes.
Okay. And with Glocks, are you able to describe for the jury how Glock firearms are designed or what they look like?
Yes.
You know what, y'all? This is the moment everybody's been waiting for in this trial. Everybody's been waiting to see the real evidence. This is the real evidence. This is what real evidence looks like. So if you're still not convinced, that's fine. You can be a reasonable person and not be convinced by this so far. But I also think if you're reasonable, you should be able to see the other side. So if you are convinced or if you think it looks bad, you should be able to also see the side of the people who say, I still need more. If you're one of the people who says, I would still need more, you should be able to understand the person who says, ooh, this is enough for me. At this point, now I'm not saying that about the drinks. Let me just give a disclaimer. I'm not there with drinks. And I think there's still reasonable doubt. But for a lot of these charges, y'all, for gun charges, for street gang charges, maybe even drug charges, y'all, I mean, the evidence is there. The evidence is there. So if you still have a reasonable doubt, that's different. That's different. Yeah, all she has proved is guns and drugs. Okay, right. I agree with that. Is this real evidence? I think I've been getting the sense with y'all that y'all want like definitive proof of something. Again, I go back to the dog with the hamburger. You leave your hamburger, your McDonald's or Wendy's or Burger King burger on the table. You leave out the house. You come back home. The burger's gone. The wrapper's in the dog's bed where the dog likes to eat. And there's no burger. You don't have proof that the dog ate it. You have circumstantial evidence. You have a wrapper in the dog's bed. You have a burger that's gone. And you have the belief that nobody else was in your house and nobody else ate the burger. Right? So what if your significant other comes home and you're like, can you believe the dog ate my burger? And they're like, how do you know that? Because I left it here on the table. When I got home, it was gone and the wrapper was in his bed. You know he likes to eat in his bed. And your significant other says, what evidence do you have? And you're like, well, there was a burger here. It's gone. Nobody else was in the house. And your significant other's like, says what Stacy says. What evidence? I mean, what if your significant other needs we need to find the contents of the dog's stomach to see if it has a Burger King. I mean, at some point you just have to say, you gotta be reasonable about it.
And I'm gonna actually go to 227 VV.
One thing about the boy money stay.
227 VVA6B. Now, I don't know if you remember the last question I asked of you, but tell the jury about your familiarity with Glocks.
My entire career, since 2009, I've possessed and shot Glocks for work, my own multiple Glocks personally outside of work. So I've had a good deal of experience with different models.
And in looking at 227 VVA6B, are there any guns that are consistent with the design of a Glock?
It would be the one further towards the back here.
And how are you able to tell from your experience that it is consistent with looking like a Glock?
So based on the bottom of the grip, typically Glocks are straight across at the bottom. This one, it's kind of flat, goes up, goes across, and comes back down, almost with like an indentation in the bottom right here, which would be consistent with, I would think, a Glock 27.
And why consistent with a Glock 27 versus any other type of Glock?
Based on how the bottom is cut. Typically they're straight across, very few are cut like that.
And outside the Glock 27, to your knowledge, are there other Glocks that have that kind of similar cutout?
Not that I can think of offhand.
Okay. And to your knowledge, what, if any, type of firearm is a Glock 27?
It's a handgun that shoots 40 caliber ammunition.
Now I want to go to State's Exhibit 227 VVA7. Looking at looking at 227 VVA7 and VVA7A, what are we looking at in both of those two exhibits?
This is an example of the phone extraction of the iPhone 12 mini. And you can see to the left here, or if we go down a little bit, you can see it's going to over here, it's going to come from the searches category of the phone.
And when we say the searches category, what do you mean?
So when you're looking at the phone extraction, you can look at messages, files, photos, calls. Here, when you select web, it lets you look at a few things. Bookmarks, history, I can't read the top one. Cookies, things of that nature. So I selected the searches tab here, and I'll show you anytime we conduct a search on the web.
All right. And I want to look at 227 VVA7A and scroll to the right. What were the date of these searches and what was being searched?
They start on March 12th at 6:38 a.m. and it was various different keywords concerning a murder or shooting on Atlanta Avenue.
And was there a shooting on Atlanta Avenue on March 11th, 2022?
Yes.
And approximately what time was that shooting?
The call for service came in around 9:47 p.m. on March 11th.
And is that the shooting we referenced earlier that came in later in the day after Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford were killed?
It is.
And are there multiple searches for either murder on Atlanta Avenue?
Yes.
And is that the location of where the incident occurred?
The incident location was 12 Atlanta Avenue.
And is that the same incident where you discussed that someone was shot in the head?
Mr. Cortez Houston, a YFN associate, was shot in the head.
And is that location a Food Mart?
It is.
And do you see searches for drive-by shooting at Food Mart?
I do.
Or Food Market, excuse me.
Yes.
And are there multiple searches for drive-by shooting at Food Market?
Yes. If we zoom out, you can see there's like numerous searches.
And are those searches at different times ranging from 6:38 a.m. to 6:52 a.m.?
Yes, yeah. So from 6:38 to 6:52.
Now I want to show you 227 VV88 and VV88A.
Okay.
And what is being depicted in 227 VV88A?
I believe this is the web history for the phone, the iPhone 12 mini.
Okay. And are these different searches than what we just looked at previously?
They are.
And what are the dates of these searches?
March 17th, 2022.
And around what time?
The first one is 2:31:56 a.m., but they're not they're visiting, they're records of the website being visited versus searches.
Okay, what is the distinction?
So the distinction is like when you see a search in a phone, that's I go to Google on the phone or open up the browser and search what day is today. And then it'll bring you to the Google results for that. Then you may click on that one of the results or a calendar that it may populate. That's what this would be. This would be you going to the actual web address, not searching the web address.
Okay. And what, if anything, are you able to tell what was being populated for these various access to these websites?
Fox 5 Atlanta.
Okay. And was there a specific search within Fox 5 Atlanta?
I don't know if it was a search within Fox 5 Atlanta, but it appears as if somebody went to the Fox 5 Atlanta website and clicked on the article regarding a homicide that had taken place.
Okay. And where's the location of the homicide?
So on the Fox 5 Atlanta website, you can see, if you look at the second highlighted result, it appears that it may have been searched for Windsor Street homicide. You'll see where it says search Windsor Street homicide.
Okay. And do you see multiple for Windsor Street homicide?
I do.
And then as you scroll down, do you see searches on Fox 5 for I-20 and Windsor Street?
Yes.
And then do you also see search man shot dead inside car?
Now that one looks like the result based on the searches, that result may have populated and was clicked on.
Okay. And is that what you can tell from that other column, what's actually the link that's clicked?
Yes.
All right. And March 17, 2022, was that the day that Mr. Stillwell was arrested?
It was.
And was it before or after these searches?
This would have been in the early morning hours of March 17th, so he would have been arrested maybe 12 or so hours later.
Now I want to direct your attention to the iPhone 13. Now I want to show you what's been admitted as, or published, what's been admitted as 227 VVB2. And looking at 227 VVB2, again, are these excerpts from the iPhone 13?
They are.
Okay. And looking at 227 VVB2, Do you see a text communication?
I do.
And who is Mr. Jackson communicating with?
Taisha Alexander, also known as Polka.
Right. And looking at this first exhibit or excerpt, can you go through, and you can use the screen behind you, the conversation that is occurring on this excerpt? And let me ask you, what is the date of this conversation?
The date will be February 9th.
Of what year?
2022 at around 7:31 p.m.
All right. If you can just go through the conversation.
Sure. So Mr. Stillwell is going to say, they just wet Lucci bitch ass up. And then Miss Alexander is going to respond, in jail, to which he responds, yeah. That's going to be hard to see, but that's like the face palm emoji, like this little one on your emoji keyboard. And she says, I thought he was in that special part of the jail. To which Mr. Stillwell responds, poor little tink tink. And Miss Alexander sends 3 laughing face emojis. And she says, not tink tink. And then she says, he's stabbed up. And then she mentions needing tires, which is unrelated. And Mr. Stillwell says, I guess he thought he was hard to come out of PC. And again, Miss Alexander sends the 3 laughing emojis.
Now, to your knowledge, on February 9th, 2022, was it public knowledge that Mr. Bennett had been stabbed?
Objection, Your Honor, made public knowledge.
Sure. To your understanding, was there any media reports about Mr. Bennett being stabbed on February 9th, 2022?
There was not.
Okay. When was the first media reports that you were aware of Mr. Bennett being stabbed?
During the first week of March, when Mr. Bennett's attorney filed an emergency motion for bond and it hit the news.
I want to show you what's been admitted as 227 VVB3. And are these conversations also between Ms. Alexander and Mr. Jackson?
They are.
Right. And what are the dates of these conversations?
March 15th at approximately 6:50 p.m.
And is this the day after Mr. Drinks has been killed?
Yes, Mr. Drinks was killed late in the evening of the 14th, so this would have been the next day.
All right. And starting at the beginning, if you can just go through what the conversation is on March 15th, 2022.
Mr. Stillwell says, I'm at Baba House. He says, we got to leave that house ASAP. To which Miss Alexander responds, okay. And then she responds, that's why I didn't want to come back there. And she responds, SMH, which I know to be shorthand typically from my investigations of phone distractions for shaking my head. Mr. Stillwell responds, if we don't get a room, you need to just stay at EJ House or something. Or some.
Did he say something or did he just say
some?
Okay.
And then he says, call Denise. She'll try to talk to you about the car. Miss Alexander responds, this shit's scary. I'm not even going to lie. And to which he responds, it's okay. I got you protected. Miss Alexander asks.
Let me make sure the screen behind you.
Oh, sorry. She said, so got everything put in storage, question mark. He says, yeah, so we don't have to go back and get from there. And then this is a part of the text message, but it says Miss Alexander says, somebody needs to tell Young, stop calling me. I only took Rice Street off. I straight didn't answer. And then Mr. Stillwell responds, don't pick up for nobody, but the close ones stay off the radar.
And going to 227 VVB4.
Mr. Stillwell continues and says, everybody other than family. He then also responds, we need this shit to be solid, tight, no information need to be out, nothing at all. And then in all capital letters, he says, no information. Miss Alexander responds, so how do I get money? Like, how do I get my plays? And he responds, or she responds, and who can take the TVs down? And I'll leave some of the cameras up until I get, and that's part of the text message. And then she continues, but bed and living room suite and clothes and kitchen and bathroom shit has to, and it continues on. Mr. Stillwell says, I'll tell Shania's grandpa to do it. She says, take the TVs down. He says, yes. Mr. Stillwell then says, and get your plays, but move smart, different cars.
Going to 227 VVB5.
Miss Alexander then says, I'm trying to see what they're going to trade me in. Mr. Stillwell says, I might extend this rental. And Miss Alexander says, I might have to go get one. Yes, and I might have to get one. I don't know what to do. Trade it, get it wrapped, and the text message continues on. Mr. Stillwell then sends her a booking.com confirmation for a hotel in Douglasville. Miss Alexander says, tell them you'll pay extra to check in early. Mr. Stillwell then says, this F racial expletive got me thinking it's another date. And Miss Alexander said, I'm like, I know I'm not slow.
And then does this conversation transition into the morning of March 16th, 2022?
It does.
All right. And what time are these text messages on March 16th, 2022?
The ones that I just recited?
Yes.
About 5 in the morning.
Okay. Is this before or after the home was shot at on Waters Road?
It would be after.
Looking at 227 VVB6.
It says, Mr. Stillwell says, watch your surroundings no matter where at. And when you're taking the car, don't keep prolonging that. And she says, to get wrapped or trade. Mr. Stillwell says, trade. And she says, that's what I'm telling you. The State Farm folks want to fix it. But Sean said I can trade it. I don't know what to do.
Change to 227 VVB7.
Mr. Stillwell tells her, man, just get it wrapped for now. She responds, okay. He tells her also to get the tag changed. Miss Alexander says, I take it tomorrow to get, I think it's a typo, wrapped. So I'm scared to even go pack my shit up. And then Mr. Stillwell says, send Addie to the room. Don't tell not one person where that room is at, where that room at. And then Miss Alexander sends an Apple map and she says, I'm not, baby. I didn't tell nobody.
And looking at 227 VVB2. B8, I'm sorry. Is that the location map that we saw in the text previously?
It is.
All right. Now looking at 227 VVB9.
Mr. Stillwell tells Miss Alexander, let's go to Miami for some days till it cool down. And she responds, okay, bae. Mr. Stillwell says, them, said everyone going tomorrow, but ain't made up my mind yet. He says the driving, and then says they driving. And Miss Alexander says, okay, babe, we can go if you want. We can go, or you can go if you want to be with your bros, and I'll try and make, and it continues. Mr. Stillwell says, you can stay, but I don't want you to be in the city. I'm going to leave you the car so you can give brother his car.
And what are the date of these text messages?
March 17th around 2:13 p.m.
And is that March 17th, 2022?
It is.
All right. Now going to 227 VVB10. Do you see text messages to a phone number 470-661-7761?
I do.
Right. I'm going to focus on the highlighted portion.
Okay.
And do you see the highlighted portion on the screen?
I do.
If you could just indicate that for the jury.
It's going to be these two messages.
Okay. And what are the two messages?
The person asked Mr. Stillwell, so what happened to your IG? And he responds, deleted.
And what is the date of these text messages?
March 15th at 3:38 p.m.
Okay. And it's at March 15, 2022.
2022 at 3:38 p.m.
Now looking at 227 VVB11. What is 227 VVB11?
So anybody that has an iPhone, if you're familiar with the Notes app in your iPhone, when you go through a forensic extraction of a device, you can view all the notes that have been created or saved within the phone.
Right. And looking to the, we'll screen to the right.
Okay.
What is the date and time that this is modified?
March 15th, 2022 at 12:52 a.m.
And do you know what it means for it to be modified?
The last time that it was either edited or added to try any kind of modification as it would.
Okay. And does it have what the text says?
It does.
What does the text say?
Pop my shit. I really got options. Poor little ops. Look how they just dropping.
And what time was this?
March 15th, 2022 at 12:52 a.m.
And what time was Mr. Drinks killed?
March 14th at about 10:02 p.m.
So this is about approximately 3 hours after that?
Correct.
I want to go to State's Exhibit 227 VVB12, just flipping through A through D. On the phone, were there audio recordings on the phone?
There were.
And have you had opportunity to listen to some of the audio recordings on the phone?
I have.
Your Honor, so I'm going to publish 227 VVB12A. And permission to sit during this portion, Your Honor.
Y'all know I can't play that. Sorry. YouTube will shoot. So that's the problem. It's just a song anyway. Y'all have already heard the song, and if you haven't, maybe you're not missing anything. Let's see. So what do y'all think? Some people say that she's cooking. Oh, I can't play it. I'm sorry, I can't play it, y'all. One day when they played that Slime Life Shouty, just came through. That day that he was on the stand, I made the mistake of letting them play it, and YouTube was like, shoot. So, interesting how Hilton tried to bring this back. Oh, y'all want to hear something interesting? This Tina, I wish maybe Tina has never been in our chat, but this is something y'all might want to keep in mind. Tina on X said, who appears to be a very perceptive person. I'm going to say she. Tina said that Max Shart last week when he was asking Shannon's girlfriend or ex-girlfriend if she would like to get a hold of his phone. He was planting the seeds for what was coming up, which is where Shannon was telling his grandmother to get the phones. So Tina put that together and said, oh, that must be the reason why Max was asking Ms. Alexander if she would want to get a hold of his phones once he got locked up, because he's basically planting the reasonable doubt in the jury that maybe the reason the grandmother's helping him with the phone and he's asking for help is not to keep it away from investigators, but instead in order to keep it away from his ex-girlfriend. So that's an interesting theory. I don't know how much that could work, but hey, you got to try something, right? So interesting theory from Tina. All right, looks like this song's almost over. What do y'all think about that theory from Tina on X? Yeah, interesting theory, right?
Now, do you see on here the file name? What is the file name?
It is Ran This Money Up, Slime Life, Shorty, and SB.
Okay. And did you hear in the song a verse that says, or words that says, I'm a big lizard?
Yes.
In your work with YSL, have you seen some YSL members use a lizard?
Yes.
Did you hear words riding down the block, hanging out the top?
Yes.
Have you heard words of that nature previously?
I don't know if it's concerning this, but yes.
Okay. Did you hear the words in the song, I just beat a homicide, ha, ha, ha?
I did.
Now, in listening to that song, were you able to determine Mr. Stillwell's voice?
I was.
Okay. Was he in the beginning, the middle, or the end of the song?
The end of the song.
And is that where the words, I just beat a homicide, ha, 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 was that during that portion of the song?
Yes.
And was that also the portion of the song that says, I'm a big lizard?
Yes.
I want to publish 227 BV B12B. And what's the file name?
The file name is B Slime X, which usually means a collaboration, Vito Red Light, featuring or FT SB.
And let me ask you this, there's some created dates. Do you know sitting here when these songs were made?
I don't.
Do you know what created date means?
That would be the date that the files were added to the device.
Hey, load up, hey, load up. Time to get wiki. Hey, ain't that come over there? Now we gonna pull up on them and make them sing them down.
Y'all, they really going hard with this musical evidence today, huh? It's a little bit interesting. I didn't know. Like, how does Viverito testify to this? Is it because this song was in Shannon's phone? I wonder, what do y'all think about this? This musical evidence. I be singing, I hit 100 licks every day and never hit a lick in my life. I wonder who is Lizard. I can't stand musical evidence though. Yeah, I'm surprised that they keep bringing it in. Unless there's something specific, like I went on record saying, I went on record earlier saying that I think you should be able to use lyrics, but that it should be something related to something, right? And this stuff that they've been doing so far is not what I would think I don't even think they would want to bring this in. How does this help? How does this help? Musical evidence is BS. They don't use it. Yeah, I don't see how this helps them. You know what I mean? Like, I could see if there was something where you're talking about specific facts about an incident, particularly if those facts were not known to the public at the time. Something that the public would not know. You mention it in your song, and then the police verify it or corroborate it later, or something like that. But this just seems like they use it, particularly in that last song. Oh, I would just beat a murder case. Ha ha ha. So it's like basically they're telling the jury, look, he's laughing at y'all.
Walk them down from a mile. Walk them down. They let homicide, I smile. Smile it out. Whatever they mad about. Mad about. They mad about.
Look at Start, y'all. Start a fan, y'all. All right. Look, I'm trying not to get demonetized here, people. Okay. So I've let through as much as I can. I don't even know how much it is, how much you can let through, but I let through as much as I'm comfortable with. All right. Confusing the jury. Yeah, I do think it's probably confusing the jury. This whole thing is just weird to me. This is definitely very weird. I agree with that as well. What's the name of the song? I don't know. They did present it before they played it though. It might come up again.
Now, are you familiar with the name B Slime?
I am.
How?
That would be from previous investigations. That's a gentleman named Jaborius Greer.
And is he associated with YSL?
He is. He's a member of YSL. He's also the nephew of Jeffrey Williams.
Now, in this song, are you able to hear Mr. Stillwell's voice?
I believe Mr. Stillwell comes in at the latter part of the song.
And in the latter part, is that where you hear the words, I see an op, I gun him down?
Yes.
Walk him down from a mile?
Yes.
The last homicide, I smiled it off?
Yes.
That's what they mad? That's why they mad?
Yes.
I can send their whole gang to the heavenly house?
Yes.
Published 227 BB B12. What is the file name?
Bullshit, parentheses, back on SBX, which usually means.
Oh my gosh.
B12.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me see. It's Lizard Walk, parentheses, 2020 MP3.
More music, y'all.
Yeah.
I bet you most of this music doesn't even have like a copyright. All right. Oh my gosh. I'm not gonna play it. You already know. And I'm sorry. I would love to jam to it myself. You know what I'm saying? Shoot, we'll pop in. We'll give it a minute or so. We'll pop in and see if it's rocking or not. I'm sorry about this, y'all. It's kind of whack to be honest with you, but you know, it is what it is with YouTube. I wonder how the other streamers are handling this. I'm about to pop over. I'm gonna pop into somebody else's stream and see if they just play it or what. But I already been demonetized, so I start singing.
Trail nigga, sat down 3 years on the body, asked me how I deal with it. With my feet up, I'm on my people. Check my
Look at Shark, y'all. All right, there you have it. So that's as much as my stream's gonna get, people. I'm about to pop into somebody else's stream, see if they play it. Oh. Nah, it doesn't look like other people are playing it either. So let's check the chat. Yeah, y'all can just play it in your head. Lizards, snakes, spiders, what's next? Roaches. Yeah, Law and Crime will play it. They don't care because they'll get demonetized. They don't care. Yeah, probably. You're probably right about that, but I don't want to take the risk. Miss, is that LaDawn? Do you know, and this is no joke, I've said this before, not joking. When Thug spoke at his sentencing, that very same night, we live streamed it, and that same night, I got a copyright strike on his speech with like an hour and a half, less than 2 hours after he spoke. And we wrapped up the whole stream. That was Halloween night. I was taking my daughters to trick or treat, and I was just pulling up to the spot, and I got a copyright strike on Thug's words from that he had just spoken an hour or two earlier. Some of this stuff is just really crazy. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm super careful with it. There's some people out there, you know.
Were you able to discern if that's Mr. Stillwell's voice?
In the latter part of the song, yes.
Okay. Did you hear a verse, let that bitch rain out of the top of the drop?
Yes.
Did you also hear a reference to Long Live Boo?
Yes.
Throughout your investigation, are you familiar with an individual who went by the nickname Boo?
Yes.
And in this song, it said, it's a light show when I bring Little Tick out.
Yes.
Through your investigation, are you familiar with an individual by the name of Little Tick?
I am.
And do you know that person's given name?
That would be Trontavious Stevens.
Okay. And same thing for Boo. Do you know?
Boo, that would be Mr. Quentin Porter, who's now deceased.
And then did you hear him said, it's a light show when I bring Moon Tunk out?
Yes.
And again, as a part of your investigation, are you familiar with who that is?
Yes, that would be Antonio Sledge.
And all of those are real individuals, correct?
Correct.
All right. 227 BV B12. And what is the title name?
Bullshit. Oh, I'm sorry. Bullshit, parentheses, back on SBX Dolly. Looks like produce or PROD AJ.
Huh? What you want?
All right, let's see how this sounds.
I heard they want it. I might condone it. Yeah. I heard they want it. I might condone it. Leave your hoe lonely. Yeah.
All right, y'all. I would love to hear it. I would love to listen to it with y'all, my peoples. I would love to listen to it, my peoples. Yak over there watching Sports Center. Yeah, Yak, y'all know what? You know the difference. Like, check this out. I'm gonna show y'all this. This is what Shannon was looking like earlier today. All right, I had this on a different screen because I used it as the I use this picture as the what do you call it? Thumbnail or whatever. Just a great picture for that. Yak over here just looking as cool as a cucumber. Yak looking happy. Shannon over there looking like he need to lay his head down, like he just want to sleep it off. Yak like, y'all, man, I got my bow tie on. You know, like it's literally like two totally different. Shannon looked like, oh man, I got a stomach ache. And Yak looked like, yo. I mean, Yak looked like he a law partner now. Yeah, Doug is also very relaxed. Honestly, both of them, Yak and Doug, look relaxed. And then Shannon and Shark both look stressed to me. No, I mean, listen, man, I know it's serious. But you also have to compare how they look on an everyday basis, you know? You have to You have to compare what they usually look like. If they look like that every day, then you wouldn't notice any difference. But Shannon and Shark, I just think they look more concerned today than the norm. Where Yak, I mean, look at his position, y'all. Look at Yak's seated position right now. He literally just chilling. I mean, at least that's what it looks like.
You down the ride. Wanna know if you slime or not. Yeah. I'm back on that bullshit.
All right. Yeah, Yak leaned back in the chair. He like, oh man. Yeah, they are using that art against them.
Again, were you able to tell that was Mr. Stillwell on that song?
The male voice is Mr. Stillwell, yes.
All right. And in that song, did you hear the words, go catch a homicide, show me if you down the ride, want to know if you slime or not?
Yes.
Beat the hom, no evidence, no slime left behind.
Yes.
Back on that bullshit, ride around with a full clip, effing in with a blue tip.
Yes.
And at some point, every slime play nasty.
Yes.
Yeah. In your investigation, have you, with YSL, have you heard that term, every slime play nasty?
I have.
And have you seen it abbreviated?
I have.
How has it been abbreviated?
ESPN.
And throughout your investigation, have you seen individuals affiliated with YSL with tattoos ESPN?
I have.
Going back to March 17th, 2022, when Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Nichols were arrested.
Yes.
What were the two types of guns that were found on Meadowlark Lane?
FN handguns.
And slime, have you heard that terminology used with YSL?
I have.
2 guns found on Meadowlark Lane, y'all. 2 different guns.
Now, during the course of your investigation with this specific indictment, did you have the occasion to get Instagram records for a Demikion Garlington?
I did not retrieve them, but I reviewed them, yes.
Okay. Was that a part of your investigative task for the team to get the records for Demikion Garlington?
Yes, tasks were split up amongst the team.
Okay. And have you seen a copy of the business record certification as well as the Instagram records for Mr. Garlington?
I have.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Y'all, I'm expecting Max to do something dramatic and big.
510 VVA and 510 VVB. Tell me if you recognize those items.
I do.
And how do you recognize those items?
It'll be the records themselves or a portion of the records, the business record certification, and then the disc that contains the records.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of both the full record, this business record certification, and the excerpt from Mr. Garlington's Instagram?
It does.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 510 VV, 510 VV, 510 VVA, and 510 VVB into evidence. Oh, no. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. B, yes. Now I want to publish 510 VVA. And looking at page 2879 of 510 VVA, I just want to scroll down to the middle to June 26, 2021 at 15:30. Do you see a message from an Instagram handle og.bull_?
I do.
And are you familiar with that Instagram?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that Instagram?
I know that to be the Instagram associated with Mr. Stillwell.
Okay. And looking at that Instagram at June 26, 2021, what does the body of that message say?
It says real 30 deep shit.
Okay. And through your investigation, are you familiar with 30 deep?
I am.
And how are you familiar with 30 deep?
Earlier in my career, I worked a few investigations involving members of the 30 Deep Criminal Street Gang.
Okay. Now I want to flip to page 8793. And do you see a post by SlimeLife.Shawty?
I do.
Is that on September 9th, 2019?
It is.
And I'm going to go to 8794. Do you see this image?
I do.
Okay. If you could just read the image for the record and for the jury.
It's a flyer that says Rudy Slimy 18th balloon release. Cleveland, where? Cleveland Park, time 6:30, when 9/9. Bring your own balloons. Some will be provided.
And do you see some information in the background of this picture?
Yeah, I see a photo of, I believe his name is Jaquan Stevens. He was killed several years ago. And he's putting up, you'll see the YSL in green letters, and you'll see him throwing the hand sign typically associated with members of YSL.
And do you see any emojis?
Green heart and a snake emoji.
And in your experience investigation, have you seen members of YSL wear a Rudy Gang tattoo?
Yes.
I'm going to go to page 8795. Do you see what appears to be a group chat on 8795 through 8796?
I do.
All right. Now, starting on 8795, are you familiar with, do you know the Instagram handle _LittleQuay1?
I've seen it, but I'm not sure of the actual account holder.
All right. And then do you see a message, an author, keep up, we up with several P's.
I do.
Right. Are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
I'm familiar with the handle, yes.
Okay. Do you know who that is?
I keep up. We up is pretty common. They'll put different names with it, so I'd have to see a photo. But
Right. Looking at slimelife.shorty.
that would be the Instagram account associated with One Elite.
Okay. And then what about 1bslime_?
That would be the Instagram account associated with Jaborius Greer.
All right. And then do you also see on here a Instagram handle with Ocean Drive Slim?
I do.
Okay. And who is that associated with?
Christian McMiller.
And then flipping to 8796, do you see 2x_unfunk?
I do.
And are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
That would be Mr. Quantavious Greer.
And is that the same Quantavious Greer we talked about earlier?
It is.
All right. And looking at this message, do you see the two messages that are back to back?
Yes.
Okay. Earlier you said that Mob and YSL kind of linked up together.
Correct.
All right. Now looking at these text messages, what, if anything, do you discern from those two text messages? Or messages, excuse me.
From these messages?
I can approach if.
Stepped out to get some iced coffee, and I come back and we're on a break. What happened? Was there an objection? Andre, y'all, what are we going to do when this is over? That is the question. What are we going to do when this is all over? They said that this might be over this week, but I think we're going past. I think we're going past this week, y'all. I definitely think. And also, is next week going to be? Is next week going to be off or what? Oh, okay. Max objective 403. I think this case is not going to be over this week unless Max is going to run the most minimalist, bare bones campaign you've ever seen.
I'm gonna go back to page 8797. I'm gonna scroll down to the bottom of 8797. Do you see a message on September 9th, 2019 from Instagram handle og.bull_?
I do.
Okay, what does the text say?
PFK look crazy. We gonna tear that shit up. I'm putting you down now.
And flipping to page 8798.
I'm on the bullshit would be the continuation of that message.
And then do you see an emoji response that we can't see from Ocean Drive Slim?
I do.
Okay. Is there a response after that?
Yes, there's a response to Mr. Stillwell's account.
Okay, what does it say?
If we get into everybody, go for a chain.
And is there a response by slimelife.shawty or the Instagram handle for slimelife.shawty?
There is.
What does it say?
Or the B-roll.
And is there another response by the Instagram handle og.bull_?
Yes, was Mr. Silva responds for show.
Right. And then is there a response by Ocean Drive Slim?
Yes, and it is, if racial expletive don't ride, you be ride back with the ops. You'll be more safer with them.
And then is there a further response by the same Instagram handle?
See y'all soon.
And then is there a response by the og.bull_ Instagram?
He says, Mr. Silva says, I agree with that.
And is there a response by Instagram handle blocklife_Aki or OKKY?
Yes.
What is the response?
He responds and says accurate.
And then is there a response by keep up, we up with 3 or 4 P's?
Yes, he says, is it a particular person who y'all are talking about not riding?
And then is there a response by Ocean Drive Slim?
Mr. McMillan responds, hell nah, fool, just a friendly reminder.
And going to page 8799. Do you see a text on September 10th, 2019?
I do.
By individual or Instagram handle Bloody Rari?
I do.
And what does it say?
Stay dangerous, everybody.
And do you see the message, the author Do It for Phil?
I do.
Are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
I am.
And are you familiar with who that account is associated with?
I am.
Who is that?
It's a gentleman by the name of Miles Farley.
And is that the same Miles Farley that was discussed on the on the wiretap calls?
It is.
All right. Now, as a part of your investigation, did you obtain a search warrant to get photographs of tattoos? In this case.
I did.
And were you able to get tattoos for Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Kendrick?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 513 VV through 517 VV and 518 VV through 526 VV. Tell me if you recognize those pictures.
513 would be the photographs of Mr. Stillwell's tattoos, and then starting at 518 would be the photographs of Mr. Kendrick's tattoos.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the images that were taken as a result of the search warrant you took out?
They do.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 513 VV through 526 VV into evidence.
You're admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Looking at 513 VV, who are we looking at 513 VV?
Mr. Stillwell.
And are you able to tell from this image if he has a tattoo along his neck?
I am.
Okay. And what, if anything, does that tattoo say?
Omerta.
And have you heard that term before?
I have.
What is your understanding of omerta?
Typically favored by members of the Goodfellas. It's meaning the code of silence.
Right. Now, is there also a tattoo that says The price of loyalty is wealth, and the price of disloyalty is death.
Yes.
Now looking at 514 BV. Oh, you know what, let's stay on. Sorry, we can go back to 513. On the top of Mr. Silver's chest, do you see two B's at the top of his chest?
Yes.
All right. And if you can indicate that on with the highlighter.
On the left side, or on his right side, and on his left side.
Okay. And the Omerta tattoo, where's the Omerta tattoo?
Across his neck.
And then the tattoo that I read, the price of loyalty is wealth and the price of disloyalty is death. Where's that located?
On the upper right portion of his chest.
All right. Now looking at 514 VV. And 515 VV. Excuse me, 514 VV. Looking at 515 VV, do you see a tattoo on his arm?
I do.
Okay. And are you able to see the top of that tattoo?
I am.
Okay. What does it say?
It says blood money, but there's a purposeful misspelling of the word blood with the O's replaced with the 5-9.
What's the significance of the 5-9?
Mr. Stillwell has, I'm not sure if he still does or not, claimed affiliation previously with the 5-9 brim set of bloods. And they'll use the 5-9, or sometimes with, when we talked about 9 deuce earlier, you'll see the O's get replaced by 9-2. So in this case, he replaced the O's with the 5-9.
And then looking at 516 VV.
Okay.
Are you able to read the tattoo that's on the left side of his neck?
I am.
What does it say?
Family before all.
All right. And then looking at 517 VV.
2 face, 1 tear. It's hard to read in the middle portion.
All right. And if you could just show the jury on the big screen.
2 face, 1 tear.
Now looking at Stacey's exhibit 518 VV. And who is depicted in 518 VV?
Mr. Kendricks.
Okay. And I want to go to 520 VV. Looking on Mr. Kendrick's right arm, do you see a tattoo?
I do.
And what does it say?
In green, you can see the word slat on his right forearm.
And again, as a part of your investigation with the YSL gang itself, have you seen that terminology?
I have.
Okay. And do you have an understanding based on your investigation what slat means?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a play. Traditionally, the Bloods will say blood love all the time. It's a play on that to stand for slime love all the time.
Now, also looking at 521 VV.
Okay.
Do you see a tattoo in the middle of Mr. Kendrick's stomach?
I do.
What is depicted in the middle of his stomach?
It's a snake, and it comes up through his chest. I think the head of the snake comes up over here, out through his shoulder, and goes around his neck.
All right. I want to look at 522 VV. 523 VV. Is that the snake that you're still looking at going to the left side of his neck?
Yes.
All right. 524 VV. And there's this snake wrapping around coming out the right side of his neck?
It is.
And then 525 VV.
That will be the middle of Mr. Kendrick's neck where you'll see the YSL.
And in doing your investigation, is there some symbolism with the snake and YSL?
Yes, those are two identifiers for the gang.
Say that again.
Two identifiers for the gang.
What are the two identifiers for the gang?
Well, the snake, they like the emoji. You'll see it used a lot sometimes in music videos. You'll even see they'll have a live snake around their neck. So it's something that's widely used.
Okay. And then looking at 526 VV.
Okay.
Do you see a tattoo on the back of his left arm?
I do.
And what does that tattoo say?
ESPN.
And can you show the jury on a big screen?
You see ESPN. It's kind of blurry, but it's right there.
And is that similar to what we discussed a few moments ago? Every slime play nasty.
In relation to YSL, it stands for every slime play nasty.
Now, during the course of your investigation and work in this case, did you continue to pull social media from individuals that are being investigated as a part of this case prior to the indictment of this case?
Some, yes.
And did you have occasion to pull public social media posts from og.bull_?
Yes.
Right. Did you also pull social media that had pictures of Mr. Kendrick from various different social Instagram accounts?
Yes.
Did you also pull any music videos in which Mr. Kendrick was featured?
Yes.
And then did you also pull social media from an account Slime Business Rod?
Yes.
Right. And whose Instagram account was that?
Slime Business Rod would be a gentleman that goes by the name Rodelius Ryan.
And did you also pull video from that account as well?
I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review those items prior to your testimony today?
I have.
And I'm sorry, did you also pull social media from the account doitforphil_?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the same mouse file that we discussed earlier?
Yes.
I'm gonna first show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 435 VV, 436 VV, and 436 VVA. Tell me if you recognize those exhibits.
These are going to be postings from Mr. Stillwell's private account. I mean, public account.
And do those appear to be fair, accurate depictions of Instagram posts that you pulled as a part of your investigation in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 435 VV, 436 VV, and 436 VVA into evidence.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I just briefly look?
Yes. And Ms. Hilton, while he's looking, tell me those numbers again.
Yes, sure. 435 VV, 436 VVA, and 436 VV.
So 435 VV, 436 VV, and then 436 VVA.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Those are admitted.
Thank you. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 433 VV, 479 VV, and 480 VV. Tell me if you recognize those three exhibits.
These would be from Mr. Farley's Instagram account.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of posts from Mr. Farley's Instagram account?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 433 VV, 479 VV, and 480 VV.
Those are admitted.
Now, I want you to look at 430. For 30 VV, 434 VV, 511 VV, 512 VV. First time if you recognize those.
These would be posts concerning Mr. Kendrick.
And do those appear to be fair and depictions of pictures of Mr. Kendrick from different Instagram pages?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 430 VV, 434 VV, 511 VV, and 512 VV into evidence.
Admitted. Oh, sorry. Sure. Let's take a bathroom break. I don't know. Do we need? I don't know.
All right, well, Jerry.
Two to 3 hours is what she said, y'all. And here we are 5 hours later. And they don't look like they're any closer to making it happen. So 2 to 3 hours is what we were supposed to be seeing. And we are here 5 hours later. The jury are pissed at the state, but they keep, yeah, the state rest. I kind of feel like they're not going to do it today. I mean, they might do it at the end of the day, but I kind of feel like they're not going to leave any space for the defense to do any kind of cross today. Lion Love absent because she's trying to get Thug's property. Yeah, Miss Love seems to have been big time demoted in this case. Basically, a few years later. Doggone shame. The judge said they need better. Yeah. I think we all fell for it. At least I did. I fell for it. I'm not going to lie. I fell for it. I was like, okay, just a few hours. I think she said 2 to 3. So, okay, 3 hours. No problem. Yeah, little did we Little did we know, we should have known, right? They could say something about it, but I'm not really sure there's anything that they could do about it. When is Thanksgiving? Thanksgiving is not this Thursday, but next Thursday. So Thursday of next week. Now, I heard somebody say that Glanville had set this trial up such that Thanksgiving week is supposed to be off the whole week anyway. So I am not sure if there's even going to be any court next week at all. Can anybody confirm that? Can anybody confirm that Glanville said that the court is supposed to be off for the entire week of Thanksgiving, which is next week? Stop being so hard on Hilton. She's on a roll. Stop it. I'm not hating. I'm talking about her time estimate. Her time estimate was way off. I think if we're going to analyze her case today, unless she has something big still coming up, I would say I think she did this wrong, because I think she had a nice group of pretty strong evidence that she started off with, at least the impact. When you hear their words, when you hear them talking about flying a drone through a hole in the jail window, when they're talking about getting Miles some protection, when they're talking about you didn't do this with my permission, when you hear Shannon got the legal gun from me, all of that stuff was the best evidence they've presented for much of this case. So unless they have something better, I kind of feel like, why didn't they bring that up last? Like, what are they doing? So why would you bring your best evidence up in the first part of the day and then kind of peter out with the rest of the day? I don't get that. So I would have said you should bring this boring stuff up, tattoos and stuff. I mean, it's okay, but I would have, since you have the same witness, you could have probably brought this up in any order you wanted. Why not bring up the kind of more boring stuff early and then bring up the explosive, like, oh, that stuff later? So I don't get that. She doesn't get to the point. She talks too much. They'll rest on Friday. Well, this is their last witness, so I don't think Viverito has 5 days in her. But in order for the prosecution to rest, I believe that what's going to happen is they're going to finish up with Viverito. Then you're going to have the cross-examination by Sharp and or Weinstein. Then you can have recross or redirect, excuse me. You can have, they're going to finish direct, then you have cross, then the prosecution can get up and do redirect, and then you have a recross. So Viverito, depending on how long all that takes, I could maybe see her up there on the stand for another day. She might finish off today, in between cross, redirect, and recross, be up there half the day tomorrow, Maybe she has another trick up her sleeve. Listen, we saw the evidence in the morning that made me say, whoa, where y'all been hiding that? So you do wonder, if there's no more of that stuff, why she didn't wait to bring that up till the very end. That would be my question. Miss Flynn says, don't know every photo, message, phone call ever made. Yeah, it's like it's like, okay, we bring up the homeowner who found the gun. Then we bring up a cop who says, yes, that kind of gun is this kind of gun. Then we bring up somebody who says, yeah, I shot the gun and the gun fires this kind of bullets. Then we bring up somebody who says, yeah, I analyzed the bullet and that bullet is this type of bullet. And it's like, yo, how come we couldn't just bring up the cop that said they found the gun? And, I mean, I know that's not the exact facts of anything, but I'm just saying, like, they bring up 3 or 4 different people to testify to the same thing. When one person, in the eyes of the jury, one person would be sufficient to totally establish a particular fact. And instead they bring up like 3 different people to establish one fact. you know, make it up in prepping the witnesses. So I really do think that they do talk too much. This is from a guy who's making his living with y'all talking, by the way. But they do talk too much. I do feel like they are they've probably doubled up or tripled up on much of the evidence unnecessarily. And all that in some gun that's not connected to anything. Exactly. Yeah, bro, makes sense. You're right. Only one person can answer for. Well, what I'm saying is that if you have a fact, sometimes having different people give you different angles for the same fact would make sense. Like, I think when they were talking about the shooting of the police officer, they brought him in. Yeah, it makes sense. Bring him in and bring his partner in. That makes sense, right? I get that. It's a big event. It maybe isn't tied so much to all of this, but they're trying to tie it in. Bring in both people. You know, you don't have to bring in 7 or 8 people, but bring in 2, 3 people who the guy who was shot, his partner who was there, who assisted him, blah, blah, blah. I'm not gonna have a problem with that. But if you're talking about a gun, I saw the gun on the right side and I stopped. And then the next guy's like, well, I saw it on the left, guys. I saw it on the left side and I also stopped. It's like, who cares? Just give me one guy. Give me one guy. State Rico, they build cases, they go. Fair Rico, the case is solid and built. Y'all know, I'm probably going to cover the Dirk. These are federal cases, so we aren't going to get that good video inside of the courtroom. But I'm probably going to cover the Dirk and Diddy cases. And I'm going to tell y'all something. I think people overestimate not the professionalism. I think people overestimate the power of the federal government system. When you compare it to a state government system, you probably, the comparison is probably fair. But I think what happens is this. You get these prosecutors that get evidence and they start leaking and releasing the evidence in the light that's most favorable to the state's case. And then the people start to make assumptions and draw conclusions before they have an opportunity to examine the evidence. This is what I said in a little Dirk video I made. And I do plan to actually make more about the Dirk case because I'm really interested in the Dirk case in particular, if Dirk is going to be able to beat this case. At the very least, I think what we're going to see is that the evidence that people have assumed is true is not going to be as solid as people think. Right. People who say, like Kitty Cat said, oh, Dirk going to jail. Exactly. So my interest is to see the evidence reinterpreted based on actually presenting it at trial and having it cross-examined, as opposed to just the Fed saying, oh, well, this is, basically not even saying, they're leaking this stuff. So Homeland Security arrested Diddy. He's guilty. Yeah, I'm not talking about guilty. Diddy feels different. Diddy feels different. Am I covering Melly? Now I'm in this, y'all. I'm gonna cover a little bit of everything. The only thing is how do you cover all of these cases? Because I feel like the YouTube algorithm puts you in for a particular topic. Like, I'm definitely in for this YSL thing. If I make a Diddy video, there's other people who already have the Diddy. They have the Diddy market cornered. So I'm not really sure how I'm gonna be able to get out there with the Diddy thing or with the Melly thing. I could probably choose one other one, right? But I don't know how you're gonna be able to do all of them. So we'll see. Which one is the most interesting to everybody? Is it Melly? Is it Karen Reed? Is it Diddy? Is it Dirk? Is it something else? All right, Andre, we'll talk about it. I think I actually thought about talking to you about that. So I think Diddy and Dirk are the most. I think Diddy and Dirk are the most interesting to the people right now. Okay, Karen Reed. So everybody has their own. Everybody has their own. I would say personally, I'm most interested in Dirk. And I'm not even a Dirk fan, y'all. I literally couldn't name 5 Dirk songs. I probably can't even name 2. I could sing one, whichever one is on the radio right now that I heard yesterday. But my biggest interest in Dirk is the fact that everybody is proclaiming at the same time that everybody is saying, oh man, they tricked us with the Young Thug evidence. People are also saying, but Dirk, he going to jail. It's like, it's the prosecutors. They tricked you with the Thug info. So shouldn't you at least be somewhat skeptical with the Dirk? Like, shouldn't you be at least skeptical? Shouldn't you at least say, you know what, I'm not going to draw any more conclusions. So that is my angle with Dirk. That's why I'm interested in Dirk, because I want to be there and I want to be able to say, I told you so, when the evidence is presented at trial and everybody is forced to say, oh, I thought it was this. And I want to be able to say, I told you so. Not that he's going to skate, not that he's going to get off, but that there's going to be a moment that people say, oh man, I thought that the evidence was this. They said it was going to be this. And I'm going to be able to, I told y'all, weren't we watching Young Thug when this evidence came out? Didn't we get tricked with the Thug evidence? Didn't that give you enough reason to doubt the Dirk evidence when it was leaked? You know, so that's the moment I'm waiting for with Dirk. He might still go down. That's not the point. I mean, I hope justice is served, whichever way, whatever is just, I want it to happen. But I just want to be there for the I told you so moment when the evidence is presented. Oh man, I thought it was a wiretap. And I'll be like, why are y'all thinking anything? Only start thinking when they present evidence at trial. Don't think anything before trial. All of that's just leaked by the prosecution to get you to get you to make up your mind. So, okay, Melly. All right, y'all. Well, we'll cover it. We'll cover it. Am I gonna make a baby oil I'm gonna do that right now. Baby oil emoji is actually happening as we speak. Within 5 minutes, we're gonna have a baby oil emoji. So we just need to get ready for the Diddy. Y'all, I have some real interesting ideas for covering some of this stuff too. I have some real interesting ideas for covering some of this stuff. I know a lot of y'all don't like the AI, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be using the AI. Unless any of y'all want to volunteer to be a voice actor, then we won't need the AI. Unless some of my peoples want to be voice actors. If y'all want to be voice actors and you want to do it for the team, then we won't need AI. Other than that, I have some ideas for using AI for the let me see, what color should the background be? Diddy 1 will give you numbers and Dirk. Yeah, I getting numbers is definitely a good look. Getting numbers is definitely a good look. I know Dirk's going to give numbers. I'm personally more interested in Dirk than Diddy for the reasons I mentioned. I'm more interested in a Dirk situation than Diddy because I just anticipate that moment when people have to say, oh man, oh, I thought that they had this. And it's going to be like, nah, man, I thought you would have known they didn't have that because the Young Thug situation, like this Dirk is happening during the Young Thug. It's happening at the same time. It's happening at the exact same time. So it seems like while you're watching Young Thug, you would be in a position to say, okay, now that I'm hearing about another case, I'm not going to jump to a conclusion, right? It's not baby oil. It's take that oil. Yeah, y'all, we probably don't want to sully the babies with the oil. I'm about to upload this in a sec, y'all. I'm literally on it right now. But I just have to see what it looks like. I'm putting this in right now. So within 60 seconds, there should be a baby oil emoji. We're going to call it Take That. We're going to call it Take That, y'all. All right, here we go. It's getting uploaded. It might not be big enough, but if it isn't, we will just do it again. Where is it? Where is it? I don't see it. Okay, hold up. All right, there we go. All right, it's coming. Dirk's not going to be televised probably because it's federal.
If so, let's go ahead and get them in. Let's get the witness back.
All right. All right. It's not easy to get a baby oil image, y'all, but I just made one. All right. We're going to have to figure this one out. Baby oil is not the easiest image to make. We have to figure out how to get a better image, but that's our baby oil for now. Yeah, I know. It is a little hard to see. We'll get it, but we'll hook it up. We'll hook it up. That's the first round baby oil.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you, Your Honor. State would like to admit .430 VV, .434 VV, .511 VV, .512 VV, and .482 VV into evidence.
All right, admitted.
And then looking at Investigator Viverito, .477 VV, .478 VV, and .529 VV. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
It's gonna be a post from Mr. Ryan's Instagram account, as well as CDs that should contain the video of his posts that he made.
Okay. And did those appear to be fair, accurate depiction of both the Instagram post of Mr. Ryan as well as the videos from his Instagram page?
Yes.
This time state would like to admit 478 VV, 477 VV, and 529 VV.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
I'm going to start with 435 VV. And what Instagram post is this from?
Did from Mr. Stillwell's account.
All right. And looking at the picture, are you able to see the person posted?
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to tell who that is?
Mr. Stillwell.
All right. And is he wearing a sweatshirt?
Yes.
And are you able to tell or read what the sweatshirt says?
It says slime, and then it's going to define it. It's kind of blurred on this one. You can.
Okay. All right. Are you able to read it from the picture?
You're going to have to zoom in a little bit more.
Okay. I think that might be the capabilities right there. Showing 436 VV. Looking at Stacy's exhibit 436 VV, is that from that same Instagram account associated with Mr. Stillwell?
It is.
And is that Mr. Stillwell in the picture?
It is.
And what is he wearing?
A sweatshirt. It says slime, and it's going to have a definition.
Okay. And then is there a post?
I'm sorry, could you?
Is there a post?
Yes. Oh, it says, I fell off 100 times. 100 times I bounced back. Hashtag life size lizard emoji. And then it says, Mani Tumba de Piedra.
And is there another emoji?
The devil, the purple devil emoji.
Okay. And as we discussed earlier, the members of YSL sometimes use a lizard as one of their emojis.
Yes.
All right. Now, when you were pulling this Instagram, did you know what Mani Tumba de Piedra meant?
I did not.
Did you do anything to see if you could determine what it meant?
Yeah, if you can see right here, you can hit the see translation button. And typically on Instagram, when you click that, it will translate anything that's not in the language that the majority of the post is in.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
All right, I'm showing you what's been admitted as 436 VVA. And what did the translation translate to?
When you click the translation, the automatic translation from Instagram is going to generate a caption of peanut stone grave.
And does it have the same purple devil emoji?
It does.
Okay. Now, when you were observing this on Instagram, did that post stay the same the entire time that you were observing it on Instagram?
It did not.
Okay. What happened?
I'd say it was up for maybe 2 or 3 minutes. And the Spanish portion the post was edited to remove the Spanish portion.
If you could repeat your answer.
I'm sorry, it was up for about 2 or 3 minutes, and the portion of the caption that was in Spanish was edited to be removed. So the post remained, but the Spanish caption was taken off.
Now, one also published was already been admitted as 47 NN.
And I ain't serving no pack, I'm trying to rob them.
Well, for looking at 47 NN, are you familiar with what's in 47 NN?
I am.
How are you familiar?
That's a video posted to Mr. Stillwell's account.
Okay. And is this one of the videos that you pulled as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
Right. Now, in looking at this video, are you familiar with the location where the video is filmed?
Yes.
What is it? How are you familiar with the location where the video is filmed?
Just for being familiar with the area, being out there.
Okay. And where is that location?
It was Cleveland Avenue.
And I keep a stick, ain't no avoiding no smoke. Drop top, cool. Looking for who? Let it bang when you view. That's safe for you. Get you flipped in the scene, I'm on rodeo. I'm that slime they always talk about. Hash they never touching them. I just beat a murderer. Pay my lawyer 30 for that. And my slime's a butter law. We ain't arguing no court at all. Seem like we open the door for y'all young niggas, shake these bodies off. And I wipe your nose, sit in your family face, and just smile it off.
Now, in that video, were you able to see any actual snakes in that video?
Yes, there's one intertwined on Mr. Stillwell's YSL chain. It's like a smaller, like live snake in the chain.
And when you pulled this video, what, if any, significance did this video have for you when you pulled it?
The location, some of the imagery, the people involved, and the lyrics.
We talked about the location. What imagery was of significance to you?
The snake, the chain, things of that nature. The hand signs.
And then what, if any, lyrics were of significance to you as your investigation?
The lyric concerning drop top coupe, looking for who? Also, the ones involving me and my slimes were above the law. We don't walk into court at all. Wiping somebody's nose and sit in their family's face and smile it off.
Wiping someone's nose, had you heard that terminology before?
I have.
How have you heard that terminology?
It's used quite a bit, and I know what to mean to harm or kill someone. And also, the blue T-shirt I couldn't read, but you can read it on here in the definition of slime.
And what does it say?
The definition of slime on here is going to read: can't be trusted, a repulsive or despicable individual. Wipe your, pardon my French, fucking nose, and then it says, is you slime enough at the bottom.
So you recognize it on that sweatshirt, but also hearing inside of the song.
Correct.
Anything else that was of significance in this song?
I did see Miles Farley and Quamorbius Nichols in the background of the video, as well as Winnie Lee.
Right. I'm going to now show you State's Exhibit 433 VV. Now, whose Instagram handle is this?
This would be do it for Phil _ associated with Miles Farley.
And do you see the picture?
I do.
And do you see a tattoo on the back of the person's neck?
I do.
And what does the tattoo say?
ESPN.
And again, is that the Every Slime Play Nasty?
Yes.
And is that Miles Farley?
It is.
And do you know him to have that tattoo behind on his neck?
I do.
All right. Now looking at State's Exhibit 479 VV. And looking at Exhibit 479 VV, if we can scroll in, is that Miles Farley?
It is. It is.
And do you see a tattoo on his arm, Rock Crew?
Yeah, right here on his upper right forearm, you're gonna see the name Rock Crew.
And then looking at 432 BV. Do you see anything on his shirt? Any writing on his shirt, excuse me.
Yes, it says Slime or Die.
Now going to 434 BV. Who's depicted in 434 BV?
Mr. Kendrick.
Right. And what is he standing next to?
Graffiti that says Slat.
And what, if any, color is he wearing, or what is he wearing?
A red bandana print t-shirt.
Now looking at 430 BV. Are you able to tell who's in that picture? Is that also Mr. Kendrick?
Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Williams.
Okay. And is Mr. Kendrick, what is he wearing?
A red bandana and a YSL diamond pendant with a red shirt.
And do you know where they are in this picture?
Appears to possibly Cleveland Avenue Park. It's hard to tell.
Looking at 511 BV. And is that Mr. Kendrick as well?
It is.
And what is he holding?
A hat with a image of a rat crossed out.
And what color is the head?
Red.
All right. Now looking at 512 BV. And looking at 512 VV, who is in the picture?
Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Arnold.
And who's posted the picture?
Mr. Arnold.
All right. And is there a caption?
Roll down the window. He running like Ricky.
And are there any emojis and hashtags?
With a running emoji, an eye emoji, hashtag Slack Gotti, hashtag Blue Devil with a snake emoji and a blue heart.
And in your investigation, did you learn if Mr. Arnold was a part of a gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
YSL and the Rolling 60 Neighborhood Crips.
I'm sorry.
Rolling 60 Neighborhood Crips.
And did the Rolling 60 Neighborhood Crips have an alliance with YSL?
Yes.
And as a gang investigator, are you familiar with hybrid gangs?
I am.
Okay. And would this be consistent with the understanding of being a part of a hybrid gang?
It would.
I now want to publish States Exhibit 482 VV.
All right, Team KB. One of my biggest fears, my niggas switching up. Saying hard ain't really big enough. And we ride around with guns, probably big as us.
All right, y'all. Congratulations. More lyrics. More lyric testimony. So if y'all didn't get enough of that already, in case you didn't get enough lyrics already, oh, we have a Hilton fan in the house, y'all. We have a Hilton fan. Soak TV is a Hilton fan. This new age stuff is throwing me off. What are you talking about? The music? I turned on the other stream so I could hear the music. Hey, I'm not mad at you. I am not mad at you. Trust that. It's going to be not guilty because the jury will set an example. I don't know, y'all. I think y'all are putting a lot of faith in the jury doing what maybe y'all hope they will do. Yeah, well, I understand wanting to hear the song, but not trying to get demonetized to play it for y'all. So sorry about that. It's a shame because I understand the crimes they are being accused of in this RICO is crimes they already pled to and served time for. Not all of them. Nobody did time for Shamel Drinks. Nobody did time for Donovan Thomas. Those are the two biggest crimes. So it's an alliance. Y'all, let's be honest. We don't really know very much about gang culture. Most of us on this stream, we don't know very much about gang culture. We don't know. We know we've heard probably from being kids that, Crips are one thing, Bloods are another thing. Crips wear blue, Bloods wear red. You have to be jumped in. You pretty much can never leave. But whatever we're seeing here with this YSL stuff, it is totally different from anything that we've heard of, most of us.
I did.
Okay. What, if any, significance was this song to you as a part of your investigation in this case?
This song was a great showcase of the alliance between the Goodfellas and YSL. There was a couple of songs that they did together, but this was one of the ones where the video and the song were a good showcase of that due to who is present in the video, the lyrics, and some of the imagery.
And let's talk about the imagery. What are some of the imagery that you saw that showed the alliance between Goodfellas and YSL?
The hand signs. Mr. Greer is a prominent Goodfellas member. He's thrown up the YSL hand sign. The main singer, if you want to know, a rapper, is a gentleman by the name of Ricky Hill. He holds the rank of capo. When we talked about Frank Hubert earlier, he's a capo. Ricky Hill is another person in a leadership role with the Goodfellas. He goes by the name 24 Heavy. And he's kind of showing the alliance, letting them all be in the video with him. There's a gentleman named Eric Moore. He had a gray Audi that was on scene at 2830 Waters Road the night that we were out there. He's in the video as well. Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Wonnie Lee. So it's a really good representation of the alliance between the two groups.
And did you see any green flags in the video as well?
Yes, some of them they'll see around their wrists and things of that nature.
Now, you also talked about the lyrics. Why were they of significance to you in this song?
Because they're talking about a slime mob, combining the two terms slime. Like they talk about the Goodfellas go by mob, talking about play with oomp, somebody will get hogtied, knocking off your big homie, even his small fries, referencing some other incidents in the past.
All right. And did you also then pull some Instagram for Rodalius Ryan?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to publish what has been admitted as 478 VV. And is this one of the posts that you pulled from the Slime Business Rod account?
It was.
And it's who's depicted in the picture?
Cordelius Ryan.
And what does the caption say?
If you caught a case and the C's are going to be a purposeful misspelling with X's and stayed solid with the strong emoji, you deserve a bag emoji when you get home. Triple threat B emoji, free Psych and Quay, free Lil Bally, love ya.
And where are you able to tell where this picture is taken?
Appears to be in a correctional facility.
And was there any significance to you to the caption that is posted?
Talking about staying solid. If you catch a bag and if you catch a body, or if you catch a case and you stay solid, you deserve a bag when you get home. We've seen that theme throughout some of these social media posts throughout this investigation.
And what is your understanding of staying solid?
Not snitching, remaining quiet.
All right, I'm going to publish first 529 VV.
Fuck the fake, man. Yeah, man. Gang and shit, man. You know what the fuck going, man. Yeah, man. Slime business shit, man. Man, happy birthday to you, man. Really mean everything to me, man. Shit on me for real. Can you get the only tattoo on me, man? We're gonna skin again. Nah, for real, no cap. Slack, nigga. It been a minute since I suited up. It been a minute since I booted up. It been a minute since a minute had to skip it. 30 kilo with a stitch and had to shoot it up. It been a minute and it bothered me. The dog got life sentence off of robbery. P10 clock, better winning and it bothered me. Under the streets took a party. I went from on the road to a gangster. I went my own road because I'm see, we got the same stuff. We got the same talk. Legal type, it don't even rain enough. We got my stain up.
And where does it appear that he is posting this video from?
A correctional facility.
Okay. Now publishing 477 VV. And did you hear it while we were waiting for that? In the video, the song saying getting your stain up?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard that term before?
I have.
What is your understanding of getting your stain up?
Stain or increasing your rank or status within the gang. Stain is your rank or a status within the gang.
And in your experience as a gang investigator, what are some of the ways that gang members get their stain or get their rank up in a gang?
Typically in gang investigations, we look at it two different ways. There's hustling and there's banging. Hustling brings you money and proceeds towards the gang, and banging is acts of violence. So there's two different ways you can do it within the gang.
And would an example of maybe shooting at a police officer, would that be a way of getting stain up in the gang?
Sustained.
In your experience, have you heard of gang members shooting at police officers?
I have.
Is that a way of getting stain in a gang?
Yes.
Is murdering someone a way of getting stain in a gang?
Murdering, drive-by shootings, home invasions, robberies. There are several ways you can do it with the use of violence.
Yeah, man, free my nigga Big Brish, man. Yeah, man, live from Chain Gang. Fuck that boy. Fuck that boy. Strike that baby. Yeah, man. Free my nigga Big Brish, man. Fuck the DA. Yeah, we catching the fun on this shit. Yeah, and we about to catch that Fun for nigga, we coming to get you. You know what it is. Yes, sir.
It's in the hood right here, gang.
Free the game. Yeah, YSL shit.
It's the hood right here, son.
Yeah. Slack Benny. Damn, man. Slack, man. Free the game.
Happy to get boy a bun, though, son. Happy to get boy a bun, okay.
Fuck Rashawn the Davenport.
Yeah,
Yeah, man. Put my nigga Big Rich, man. By the way, the game way.
Big Rich with the big head, man. Okay.
They gave my nigga a bun today, man. Smell me.
YSL. YSL?
They gave my nigga a bun today, y'all. Shit crazy.
And looking at that video, why was that significant for you to pull that video?
Well, first, he was in a correctional facility with a cellular phone, covering the news coverage of Mr. Eppinger receiving a bond for shooting Officer Rogers. And associating, talking about where that's the gang, that's the hood, throwing up the YSL hand sign, F the DA, things of that nature.
Now, were you involved with drafting the search warrant for the search of the home of Mr. Jeffrey Williams on May 9th, 2022?
Yes.
And how were you involved in the execution of that search warrant?
I was the affiant of the warrant that covered the body of Mr. Williams for his arrest, cellular devices, and gang evidence. I made, once entry was made by the SWAT team, I then arrived at the location.
And do you know if Phoenix was a part of that search?
It was.
And to your knowledge, do you know if SWAT announced entry before making entry into the home?
Yes.
Now, Investigator Viverito, when you were working at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, how did you notate the work that you did on this case?
The Fulton County District Attorney's Office, even though we do have a law enforcement component, doesn't have a traditional report management system like a police department where you enter reports or have a database where records are kept. So typically, to make sure stuff wasn't just stored on a hard drive or in an email, my affidavits and search warrants would be lengthier than usual or most that you would see, so that when they get filed with the clerk's office, something is memorialized, something for good, somewhere for good. So I know I did numerous search warrants that totaled hundreds of pages just to be all inclusive of the facts of the case, pretty much, to serve kind of as my report, because we didn't have a traditional report management system.
And to your knowledge, with this case, do you know how many search warrants you did or drafted?
Say at least 15.
Now I want to kind of transition slightly as we come to a close regarding gangs and guns. In your experience as a gang investigator, and investigating gangs, do you see, in your experience, gang members switching guns through various hands?
Yes, often.
Okay. And based upon your understanding, your investigation, can you tell the jury your understanding why that happens within the gang? As a gang expert, are you able to enlighten the jury to your understanding as to why that happens in the gang?
I'm going to permit that.
Because if a murder is committed with a gun, you probably don't want to ever be caught with that gun or associated with that gun if you can avoid it. Sometimes they will trade the gun in whole, and maybe the person receiving the gun may not know what's been done with it. There are other times where you can take pieces of guns, such as Glocks, if they're the same make and model, you can take the barrel out and exchange it.
Sustained.
As a gang expert, have you seen individuals switch barrels of guns? And your I can approach, we do have.
I'll permit that.
Yeah. Have you seen that occur?
Yes, we've seen that happen.
Now, earlier, I believe you discussed how social media is kind of the new graffiti for the gang.
Correct.
And in the course of your investigation with YSL and YFN, were the social media posts that we've seen throughout your testimony some of the examples of what you were speaking of?
Yes.
What about music? How have you seen, as a gang expert, music promote gangs or promote gang violence in your experience?
Music is often used to promote gang violence.
Sustained.
Have you taken courses on gang music and gang culture?
Yes, I believe during the GGIA, one of the GGIA conferences I have.
And as a part of your investigation with gangs, have you listened to music associated with various gangs?
Y'all approach.
Y'all, this is loco. I'm saying it. This is loco. I mean, what is even going on? How many times have I been watching this trial? How many times have you been watching this trial? And you just thought to yourself at some moment, like, what is even happening right here? Like, what is even going on right now? Like, you just kind of catch yourself like, huh? Not even a particular thing happened or whatever. You just kind of wake up to like, what? What's going on? Let's play that back real quick, y'all. Last couple of minutes.
Now,
If they
earlier,
come back, I'll just
discussed
pop us
how
live.
social media is kind of the new graffiti for the gang.
Correct.
And in the course of your investigation with YSL and YFN, were the social media posts that we've seen throughout your testimony some of the examples of what you were speaking of?
Yes.
I want to see when Whitaker.
What
asked
about
him to.
music? How have you seen, as a gang expert, music promote gangs or promote gang violence in your experience?
Music is often used to promote gang violence.
Sustained.
Have you taken courses on gang music and gang culture?
Yes, I believe during the GGIA, one of the GGIA conferences I have.
And as a part of your investigation with gangs, have you listened to music associated with various gangs?
Y'all approach.
Okay. So I don't know exactly what Judge Whitaker, what her issue was right there. Because Max, he objected. It looked like Hilton wanted to take a step back and lay a little bit of foundation. But Whitaker just jumped in and said, can y'all approach? So it might have been something, might have been something else.
As you sit here today, do you know if the beef between YSL and YFN is still continuing?
It is.
Course indulgence for a moment.
Who's running the show? Have we seen any other prosecutors today, y'all? Because the camera angle now, because they don't want to show the juror. Okay, maybe we can see them. Oh, there's who's that? Oh, that's I always forget this guy's name. I wonder who this lady is. She a paralegal or what? What the heck just happened, y'all? Yeah, Atkins. Okay, so did she finish? Was that it? You know you didn't do anything right. You know we about to scorch you, right? Yeah, big time. Yeah, I'm about to scorch you. Yeah. Me? Yeah, I'm about to scorch you. All right. That's it, y'all.
Good afternoon, Investigator Viverito.
Good afternoon,
Okay.
Mr. Weinstein.
How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good. As you know, I represent Mr. Kendrick.
Yes, I do.
All right. Let me ask you a few questions. Excuse me. Permission to approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you DK16. Do you recognize the individual in that picture?
I do.
I'd like to admit DK16 into evidence. Permission to publish? In Exhibit DK16, who do you see?
Dwayne Carter.
And Dwayne Carter is also known as Little Wayne, right?
He is.
Okay. In the image that is on the right side of the two photographs,
Yes,
you see his arm there, correct?
I do.
Do you see ESPN on his arm?
I do.
And what do you maintain that the ESPN, or do you know what the ESPN on his arm stands for?
On him, since he's not a member of YSL, I couldn't tell you what that stands for.
But he is not a member of YSL, correct?
Correct.
And yet he has ESPN on his arm.
Correct. Like I could have a star, Bloods could have a star. Different tattoos mean different things to different people.
So the ESPN on his arm could mean ESPN, the sports network, correct?
As not being a member of YSL, yes.
So if you're a member of YSL and you have ESPN on your arm, are you saying the only thing it could possibly mean is your interpretation of ESPN?
That's what I've seen it mean thus far with members of YSL.
And that's the only thing you believe it could mean?
As far as members of YSL, yes.
So the fact that my client was a football star at Grady. Okay. Do you know if my client played football at Grady?
I do now.
Do you know if my client got a scholarship to University of Georgia as a football player? I'm asking if she knows it.
Sustained. You can ask if she knows whether it's true or not.
Do you know if my client got a scholarship to the University
I've
of
heard
Georgia?
that.
You've heard that. Okay. And so would you find it surprising that someone that got a football scholarship to the University of Georgia might like ESPN, the network?
I mean, they could like it, but I don't know if I'm sure he likes other TV channels also that aren't tattooed on him.
So if it's tattooed on you, it must mean ESPN, that you're a member of YSL. You just said that Dwayne Carter has ESPN on his arm, but he's not a member of YSL.
Sustained.
You just said that ESPN on Lil Wayne is not a YSL insignia, correct?
Correct. Like I could say, you can see a college sorority girl with a star tattoo on her, right? And then you can go down to the prison and see members of blood gangs with 5-point stars tattooed on them. It's going to we look at everything on an individual basis. So I can't make that determination. When it comes to YSL members, when you see ESPN associated with a YSL member, I have not seen it mean of anything other than every slime play nasty.
And you said you could see a sorority girl with a star on her, correct?
Correct.
And you could see a University of Georgia football player with ESPN on their arm too, correct?
Correct, but they're both not members of a blood gang or YSL.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, can I get you to come up? May I approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Copeland was going to show you a video. I just want to know if you recognize that video.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Would you play a piece of that?
Can I stop for a second? Is that going to show my face on camera?
No, we're not going to.
Okay, I just
I'm
want
not
to
going
make.
to.
I just want to make sure.
I'm not going to show you.
Okay. Yes, absolutely.
Do you recognize that video?
I do.
I'm not going to publish this video, but I'd like to introduce DK15 into evidence.
Okay. It's admitted.
Okay, now I'm going to show you a still from the video.
Sure.
Okay, do you recognize that?
I do.
And do you recognize the individual in that?
That is me. I do.
Okay, okay. I am going to introduce DK15A. And it's redacted. Okay, is that redacted?
No objection.
Okay.
All right, and that's a still from the video.
Yes, it's
Submitted.
DK15A. It's a still from the video, and it's been redacted to remove the image of Investigator Viverito.
Thank you. It's
Okay.
submitted.
Would you please publish DK15A? Okay. Who is in this still image from DK15?
That is me.
Okay. Do you recall when this was taken?
That was on March 9th of 2020. I'm sorry, May 9th of 2022
And where was it taken?
at 355 Allison Drive, Northeast, Atlanta, Georgia, 30342.
And whose home was that at the time?
The home of Jeffrey Williams.
And where in the home are you?
Should be the master bedroom closet leading to the.
And in the video that you watched, which I'm not publishing again because it has your image on it.
Correct.
What are you doing at that point in the video?
We're inventorying the jewelry and items.
Okay. And is this image that is taken that's part of your inventorying procedure in the home? Is that correct?
It's a documentation procedure.
Oh, he set her up.
And do you recognize what you're holding in your hand in this still image?
I do.
And what are you holding in your hand?
A watch of some sort.
Okay. Do you know if do you recognize that as a Richard Mille watch?
Oh my God.
I guess, yes.
And that's a pink watch, correct?
It's pink and either pink and light pink or pink and white. Yes.
It's a pink band, correct?
Correct.
And it has a white ceramic, I'll call it the body of the watch.
White. Yeah. I guess it's white if you say so. Yes.
Okay. After you took this image and you did this inventorying process, where did the watch go after this?
Oh my
If you watch the video in its entirety, we're inventorying everything in the closet. There's a bunch of small boxes everywhere. So if you watch the video in its entirety, you take it and the watch is photographed like this, box is closed, it's taken and put up on the shelf in the upper left-hand corner, and the inventorying continues. And then jewelry starts getting packed up and getting ready for the evidence team to come and take it down to property.
Okay. Since November the 4th of this year, have you spoken to the state about this particular watch, the pink watch with the white band that I've been calling the Richard Mille or Richard Mille watch?
To the state, no, but I've seen the
She isn't supposed to be watching.
It going missing or whatever you want to.
She isn't supposed to be watching.
Well, no, I mean, there's a camera in here. They know that it's being live streamed. You just are not supposed to be watching it.
Oh my God.
And
You got her.
asked that in the evidence. So
Well,
just keep moving.
I wasn't watching the trial, but my name.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Just keep moving.
Okay.
Unless you need to approach about something else.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. So tell me, and I'd like to know about this. Tell me in the whatever coverage you saw, what did you learn about this watch that came up in this trial?
She's not supposed to be watching.
Sustained. Well, yeah, sustained.
Okay. So after this watch was inventoried and you left it for, I'm sorry, who did you say takes the watch after the inventorying process?
So if you
Sorry,
watch the
guys.
video in its entirety,
Which I can't show here, but
right.
go ahead.
But if you watched it, like I watched it, the watch gets boxed back up. and placed up on the shelf, and it gets left there by the team as as an accident. It was left there. The home was then turned over to Mr. Williams Sr. and Mr. Garfield Lamond to take possession of the home.
And is it the normal process when you're taking jewelry from the home or high valued goods that you leave behind a $500,000 watch on a shelf?
First, I don't know the value of it. Second of all, like I said, there were numerous jewelry boxes. It was, if you watch the video, everybody in there had on body cameras. I was made sure I was on camera at all times. There was cameras throughout the home. So you would be able to see if one of us removed a watch, the box remained in the closet. And like I said, the home was turned over to Mr. Williams Sr. and Mr. Garfield Lamond, who were the two people on scene that took custody of the home for Mr. Williams.
Okay, can we go back to my question?
Sure.
Sure. Is it the normal procedure to leave high valued items behind when you're doing a search and then a seizure pursuant to a warrant?
Objection out of relevance.
It wasn't answered, Your Honor.
I don't know if there's necessarily a procedure on what you take or what you don't. Like I said, it got left behind. There were other things, like other items of evidence that I had asked to be taken, such as photographs and artwork that had relevance to this case that were left behind by the evidence team. It was quite a big operation. There was a hostile crowd gathering at the bottom of the driveway, so we were trying to speed it up to get out of there.
So are you telling me that law enforcement has no procedure with what you do with high value items that are subject to a seizure warrant?
It's asked and answered at this point.
Okay.
Ooh,
So the watch you say was left behind. What else wasn't done according to your instructions at the home that day?
I believe there were two pieces of artwork that were, one was Mr. Williams in a general uniform with snakes on his arm, and then one was Mr. Williams as like the Jesus at the Last Supper with all the people around him that I thought were relevant that were not taken. And like I said, it started to get pretty hostile out there, so we were trying to speed things up.
You said that there were many people with body cams in the
Correct.
home at the time. How many people approximately at the time of this raid of the home, let's call it that, were wearing body cams?
Almost everybody.
And did these body cams capture Mr. Kendrick within the home?
I believe they caught Mr. Kendrick running from the home.
That's not the question I asked.
They caught him outside of the home. I don't know how to better answer
Well,
your question.
it's either a yes, no.
No.
Is there body cam image of Mr. Kendrick within Mr. Williams' home?
The body camera image I saw was him running from the home.
Is there body cam image of
No.
Mr.
Answer
Williams
yes or no, and then you can explain.
in the home?
I haven't reviewed it, all of the entry team's body camera, but no.
Did you see Mr. Kendrick in Mr. Williams' home?
On that, by the time I arrived at the location, the entry was already made. So I did not, no.
You did not? Okay. Did you, there were approximately a half a dozen firearms found within the home, correct?
Correct.
Have you seen any images of Mr. Kendrick possessing any of those firearms?
I have not.
Have you seen any images of Mr. Kendrick near those firearms?
I have not.
There were drugs found in the home, correct?
Correct.
Did you see Mr. Kendrick with any of those drugs?
No.
Did you see Mr. Kendrick anywhere near any of those drugs?
No.
As far as you know, was Mr. Kendrick in actual possession of any of those drugs?
No, I wasn't there when they made entry.
Have you spoken to anyone? No, let me take that back.
Doug Sly, y'all.
Did you speak to Mr. Kendrick at all at that time?
I did not.
As far as you know, did Mr. Kendrick have any of those drugs? As far as you know.
As far as I know, no.
And as far as you know, did he have any of those guns?
I just know he was in the home where they were located at some point that day.
Okay. Let's talk about the mob ties video for just a moment.
Yes.
So in that video, at the very end, right, we have Mr. Kendrick saying, excuse my language, saying, knock it off your big homie bitch, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall how many times that line was stated prior to Mr. Kendrick uttering that line at the very end?
Multiple.
And it was stated by 24 Heavy, Ricky Hill, correct?
Correct.
And I believe he states it 3 times, right?
Correct.
So Mr. Kendrick is just repeating a line that someone else has written or someone else has said. He's repeating that at the end, correct?
I'm not sure who the writing credits go to, but he did say it at the end.
He's not freestyling it in that it's never been heard before in the song, correct?
Well, it wasn't part of the song. At that point, the song had ended, and he yelled it.
But it had been said 3 times before in the song, right?
Right.
So you're aware there's post-editing that lines can be put into music after the song is recorded, correct?
Right, but the context of how he was saying it, the way he said it, wasn't going along with the song.
Ooh, this is interesting. Tell me about that.
It was after the song had concluded, and he kind of yelled it out with Miss Raven, and I forgot who else was with him.
How do you determine that a song has concluded?
The video, the way it's portrayed in the video, I didn't edit it. The way that it's portrayed in the video has ended, and he utters it at the end after the song is concluded.
So what training have you had in music to know, when a song is ended in a particular video, when there's an utterance after a song is ended?
Are you asking me how I know when a song ends?
Yeah, how do you know this in this video? Like you've had training and expertise that tells you when a particular rap song ends and then something is just blurted out afterwards?
I mean, I've listened to the song independent of the video, and that's not on the track.
But it's in the video, correct?
Right, but when the song concludes, it's not part of the track.
Can we put up, which one of y'all are throwing up exhibits? Can you put up 512 VV?
Yo, this is wild, y'all.
Mr. Atkins, thank you so much.
For real, Kai. Yeah. He knocked her out the box with that watch, y'all. I was not expecting to see that today. He built that up over the last couple of weeks, y'all. That is crazy.
Thank you.
That is crazy, y'all. And she was there pictured with it. That's the craziest part. He waited to show her with the watch in her hand.
Just give us a minute to get it up.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, only thing is we couldn't see her face with the watch. I would like to have seen if she was smiling or what,
Okay. We'll talk about something just a moment while it's going to take a few minutes for this to get pulled up, okay? We'll come back to it, I promise. Again, I'm going to go back to the closet, and I apologize for jumping around.
Sure.
When you're in Mr. Williams, did you call it the jewelry closet?
No, it was a closet where there was a jewelry and other things, money, other things were stored.
Okay. When you're in that closet, do you recall in that video that you mentioned how valuable that watch is when you pull it up?
I don't believe so.
I can play that for you so you can hear that.
You can. I don't. Yeah, if you'd like to.
I'll be careful.
Yo, hold up.
The video or just the audio?
I just want to do the audio, so I'm going to make sure we can get that done.
Well, that ought to not pose a problem.
Yo, hold up.
I want to make sure we can technically do that without having an issue.
On it? Okay.
Y'all, I'm tripping right now. Because
He could just play it from his laptop if that's an easier way to do it, as long as the jury can hear it.
Okay, can you turn it up?
Just put a mic next to your...
Y'all, I'm tripping. Because she wasn't supposed to be watching this. And Doug let that slide. Now, why didn't they go in on it? The phenomenal show. Thank you so much for the 10 spot. She is completely flustered. But Doug been setting her up for like 2 weeks. He literally has been setting her up for 2 weeks. We didn't know this, y'all. And you had the police officer that came in with the. This is wild. Thank you so much, Phenomenal. Appreciate it. But she wasn't supposed to be watching this trial, y'all. And she said, well, I saw, and somehow that, why didn't they make more of that?
All right, so much, so just so you know, all the cars, minus the Mustang, contain either thug or guns, name it.
I'm not sure that's working. There's a lot of an echo there.
We'll just play it for you so you
Sure.
can see that.
Dang, I wanted to hear that.
I just don't want to risk your image being shown.
I appreciate you, Mr. Weinstein.
We already seen her, man. Everybody knows what she looked like. Rob Tyler, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. If anybody received a membership, please say thank you to Mr. Tyler, a great patron of the channel.
All the cars, minus the Mustang, contain either thug or guns, name it. One of the vehicles with one of the horses contain whispers and
I'm gonna put all the jewelry in this. We have an evidence bag.
You don't hear it in there?
I don't make that remark. No.
Okay. What was the first watch?
I made it, like you said, I made it about the first watch that made it to
Made
evidence.
about the first watch,
Yeah.
which was also a Richard Mille watch, or Mill.
I don't
know how to pronounce it. So you did make it about the first Richard Mille, just not the
That is
second
in
Richard
evidence.
Mille. Okay. But they're both Richard Mille watches, correct?
I mean, there were several much more expensive pieces of jewelry that were there also. And this is not my first case with a lot of expensive jewelry.
Did you get it pulled up, Mr. Atkins? Oh, great. Thank you. Okay. Let's go back to 512 VV for just a moment.
Okay.
Look at would you read that line below again about running like Ricky?
Yes.
And what is the import of running like Ricky?
It's from a movie.
And what movie is that from?
Boys in the Hood.
And what's happening to Ricky in Boys in the Hood that's running like Ricky has become a meme?
He's getting gunned down in a drive-by shooting.
And what's he doing when he's getting gunned down?
Running.
And he's running down an alley, correct?
Yes.
And he's running at a pretty good clip away from the vehicle that is shooting him with a shotgun, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He's not standing on a sidewalk, right?
I didn't insinuate that.
Sorry?
I didn't insinuate that.
No, I didn't say you did. I'm just
Okay,
asking
yeah,
you
no.
a question.
He's running.
Okay. And he's running directly away from the shotgun that's coming out of a car to shoot him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. This picture here of I guess it's Duke, it's Martinez Arnold, correct?
Yes.
And Diamante Kendrick. This is from June 23rd, 2020, correct?
Correct.
And that is approximately 5 years and 5 months after the killing of Donovan Thomas.
Yes, this picture was more so of importance to me to show the alliance between the Crips and YSL.
Oh, that's right. That's a hybrid gang, right?
Correct.
Okay. And a hybrid gang is kind of like a nose of wax, right? It's something that you can twist and pull so that any type of characteristics that you find can meet the definition of a gang, right?
That's not true.
It isn't true. Why wouldn't that be true?
For example, this hybrid gang with Mr. Arnold. This came about when Mr. Keith Troop died, and Mr. Williams gave the eulogy at Mr. Keith Troop's funeral. And if you listen to Mr. Kitchens, he tells the story about how Mr. Williams was put in charge to take care of Mr. Kitchens and guide him, and he's the one that kind of took them under their wing, and it was okay. And Mr. Williams was the first one to cross color lines when it came to gangs here in Georgia. And they were first uneasy with that, but Keith Troop explained to them, no, it's okay. This is something we do now. So that's an example. And the Department of Justice defines hybrid gangs as a gang member's participation in multiple gangs, vague rules and code of conduct, gangs or different gangs collaborating together to commit crimes. And there's several other definitions, but it's not just something I made up. The Department of Justice defines it too.
No, I know. And what I'm trying to understand from you is I've seen multiple gang experts come in here and talk about definitions of gangs and definitions of hybrid gangs. And it just appears that if a group of individuals don't fit your definition of a gang, that they automatically get classified as a hybrid gang. I'm asking a question about hybrid gang.
Well,
can you explain what a hybrid gang is?
yes, it's
Yeah.
I gave you part of it. It's traditionally a neighborhood gang or local gang that tries to take on the identifiers of a traditional gang. Like I'm from New York. The gangs in New York are much more structured. The gangs in LA, Chicago are much more structured. I apologize for New York. The gangs are much more structured here in Georgia. You'll see there are neighborhood cliques that will adopt the identifiers, like YSL, for example, adopted the identifiers of sex, money, murder. They were sex, money, murder based in the beginning, but then Mr. Williams decided to do his own spin on it. Like I said, when he was very close to Keith Troop, when he was deceased, or prior to that, like I said, if you watch, there's history about it where Mr. Kitchens talks about he was sent to go help out Mr. Williams at one point. And at first he was uneasy, like, oh, do we do this? And he said,
slow down also.
Yeah,
It's
just-
sustained
yeah.
to hearsay.
And that's
I'm trying to understand without giving examples. If you can define hybrid gang.
it is a neighborhood gang that takes on pieces of traditional gangs. And like I said, you'll have individuals from different gangs working together. You will have the mixed use of identifiers, like we've seen through the presentation of evidence here. Like here, this snake and the blue heart for the Crips. Vague rules and code of conduct. Sex, money, murder, bloods have a rank structure. I don't know a rank structure within YSL. So they take pieces of what they like and they put their own spin on it, but are still backed by a traditional gang.
So a traditional gang would have a hierarchy, correct?
Correct.
But you, according to I believe the testimony we've heard, YSL as a gang doesn't have a hierarchy.
They don't have, but the Goodfellows, for example, they have.
I'm asking, let's go back to my question.
Right.
What YSL?
Right.
The witness will be able to explain her.
Well, the answer wasn't responsive to my question.
Overruled. Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. YSL does not have a hierarchy as a traditional gang does, correct?
They don't have a set of leadership like roles, no.
Okay, so in that sense, they wouldn't fit into the definition of a traditional gang.
But they're still welcomed by members of the Sex, Money, Murder, Bloods.
Can you just answer my question?
Yes.
Okay. So my question was, they don't fit into the definition of a traditional gang.
Correct.
So instead, they get slotted over to this catch-all category of hybrid gang, correct?
I wouldn't call it a catch-all, no.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much.
She just said they didn't have a leader. Yo.
All right. A minute, let me just ask y'all a scheduling issue.
Y'all, that was wild. That was like a roller coaster. Man. That was like a roller coaster. Y'all, hold up. Let's just go back real quick. I mean, Thug is not on trial anymore, so it's kind of maybe doesn't matter as much.
Different gangs working together. You will have the mixed use of identifiers, like we've seen through the presentation of evidence here. Like here, this snake and the blue heart for the Crips. vague rules and code of conduct. Sex, money, murder, bloods have a rank structure. I don't know a rank structure within.
Y'all listen up. Doug could have done a lot more. I'm sorry. I know I'm pausing, but Doug could have done a lot more. All right, they're about to come back, it looks like. He could have done a lot more, y'all. Doug is minimalist. He could have done a lot more. She said she's been on a lot of raids with a lot of expensive items. And then she also is trying to claim she doesn't know. Oh, Richard Mille, I don't know. Come on, man. Come on. Which one is it? You've been on raid with a lot of expensive items and you don't know what a Richard Mille is? Please. Please, y'all. Doug did what he was supposed to do. He damaged her credibility. Doug is a very minimalist on his cross-examinations. But how's she going to say, I've been on a lot of raids with a lot of expensive items? Okay, but you don't know what a Richard Mille is and you have no idea how much it's worth. No, you just don't know? Come on, man, please. Miss Flins, thank you. They charged Thug with being a leader. That's the point. She literally just came and testified there is no leader. But they charged him with that. You know, again, Doug is up there. I'm not up there. But she just said there's no leader. But he did ask her that question to get her to say that.
Are you ready?
All right, thank you, Honorable. Please, Court. Investigative Riverito, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Shard.
Good afternoon. Okay. Let me just start off with something that you said on direct. When did you start working on this case with the DA's office?
I'm trying to think. I got to probably fall of 21, maybe.
Fall of 2021. And in fall of 2021, when you started working with this case with the DA's office, you were in the section or in the working group with under ADA Love, correct?
No.
Okay, who were you under?
Kara Convery was the deputy district attorney at that time.
All right, and with the DA's office, eventually, you're not with the DA's office now.
Correct.
Okay, but with the DA's office, you worked on this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you worked under Kara Convery. Who else did you work under?
Well, she wasn't on the case, but for the case, I worked under Don Geary.
Don Geary, okay. All right. Now, in your testimony over the last few days, you've spoken about the work that you did on this case with the district attorney's office.
Correct.
And you've given us your opinions about certain things that you learned through your work at the district attorney's office, correct?
Some, I don't know. I don't think I've given many opinions.
Okay. As part of your work with the district attorney's office, you reviewed surveillance videos.
Correct.
Okay, you drafted affidavits for search warrants.
Correct.
You collected evidence from Jeffrey Williams' house.
Correct.
You collected social media posts.
Correct.
From various people.
Correct.
You reviewed Mr. Stillwell's phones.
Correct.
You've reviewed music, in this case, by various artists.
Correct.
Okay. In fact, today, I guess you reviewed a video to make a determination of what type of gun is in a picture, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All those things that you did, and there were other things that you did with the DA's office, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you testified that you were asked by Ms. Hilton, how did you notate your work on this case? And then you said that you talked about your search warrant affidavits, that you make them thorough.
Correct.
Okay, but search warrant affidavits aren't memorandums, are they?
No.
Okay, they're not police reports, are they?
No,
Okay. And your explanation, you don't have reports written for the work that you did in this case as a district attorney with the district attorney's office, do you?
I have, I think, one or two that were witness memorandums, but other than that, no.
Reports about when you were collecting social media posts?
No.
Got any reports on that?
No.
Okay, about whose addresses you were looking at and whose you weren't? Do you have any reports on that?
What do you mean by addresses?
Instagram addresses or Instagram, which people that you were following on Instagram, which people you were looking at their Instagram, what dates you were looking at their Instagram. Do you have reports about that?
No, but they were compiled and each date that they were looked at were noted on the photo.
Okay, so we're just supposed to look at the stuff that you compile and bring to court, and that's good enough to let us fill in all the work that you did.
Objection, argument.
Just take your word for it?
It's cross, I'm going to permit it.
I mean, I'm here to explain it.
Okay, well, that's fine, but
Right.
you know, what if we want reports? Do you have reports?
I said the DA, now I work at a different facility. When I worked at the GBI, we had a reporting system. The DA's
Okay.
office doesn't have that. So I would, in my affidavits, make them as lengthy. There's some, when you see an affidavit of mine, it's pretty lengthy for a reason.
Okay, well, I didn't ask about your search warrant affidavits. I'm asking about reports and memorandums right now. Okay, and you seem to be saying, well, there was no record-keeping software with the district attorney's office that you could memorialize the work you did.
Correct.
Okay, they don't have a typewriter, they don't have computers, they don't have Microsoft Word, they don't have a pad of paper, they don't have pens, they don't have pencils. Is that what you're saying?
They do.
Okay. But you just didn't write any reports about any of this work that you've been testifying over the last 3 days that you did.
I don't really know anybody that would write a report saying, on this date, I screenshotted this picture. On this date, I screenshotted this picture. That's not really a report. That's not an event I would write a report for.
Well, what if I want to know exactly what Instagram addresses, what individuals that you looked at on Instagram and which ones you didn't, which ones you checked out what they were posting and which ones you didn't? How would I know if you don't write a report?
Well, if I looked at them, the name would be on the post. And if I didn't, there wouldn't be a picture.
Okay, so again, we're just going with what you say happened years later based on the evidence that you bring into court.
I compiled my findings into a folder and provided it as part of the case file.
Okay. And you didn't write any reports about the work that you were doing in real time, did you?
Regarding, there's a report for Waters Road. And the rest of the investigation, like the investigation into the stabbing of Mr. Bennett, can be found in pretty lengthy affidavits.
So you wrote a report for Waters Road?
I did.
Were you at the DA's office at that time?
I wrote it on a piece of paper. It was a Word document.
So you were able to make a Word document about that work, just not the other work that you did, like when you were reviewing my client's phone, like when you were collecting things off of social media, like when you were reviewing surveillance videos. You couldn't write reports for those matters.
Today, with a report management system, I wouldn't write a report for screenshotting social media or reviewing a phone. I traditionally put together a PowerPoint or a visual presentation for trial.
Okay, I didn't ask what you traditionally do. I asked what you did do and didn't do.
But that's what I would do that's what I did back at the DA's office, is what I'm telling you. I would do that today with a report management system as I did without one. Those things are not responding to Waters Road. I wanted to make sure it's better suited to put it in an affidavit because it's memorialized in the clerk's office. Systems can get hacked, hard drives can get lost, things can get deleted, files can get lost. So I prefer to anything that's noteworthy, make sure it's memorialized somewhere.
Things can get lost. That's your explanation? You can't lose something if you don't make it, can you?
Which is why anything regarding my investigation is probably in an affidavit that I've wrote hundreds of pages.
Probably in an affidavit?
If you would give me a case that you're specifically referring to, I can give you an example.
In your affidavits, I would like you to show me an affidavit for a search warrant where you list all the Instagram addresses and people that you checked out in March 2022 when you were pulling their posts. I want to know everyone that you searched.
That was served to you in a discovery folder.
Okay. I have the posts.
Correct. So that's all of them.
All right, I'm not asking for the post. I'm asking for a list of the people that you searched for.
If you look in the folder, you will see the list of people I searched for.
All right. Okay. All right. Mr. Stillwell, you have known him since 2012, is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
He was about 17 at the time?
If that's what the math dictates, then yes.
Okay. You know him to be from the Thomasville area of Atlanta, correct?
When I would encounter him, he would not be, he would be more in the Mechanicsville area.
Okay, fair enough. You know him, and you know personal information about him, correct?
Such as?
You know that he was raised by his grandmother, Betty Jackson.
Yes.
Okay, and you know Betty Jackson is the mother of his biological father.
Correct.
And that's where the Jackson comes from.
Correct.
And the Stillwell comes from his mother.
Correct.
And you know that his mother has never been a part of his life.
Correct.
You know that she was a very bad drug addict.
Objection relevant, Your Honor?
It's going to explain communications on the phone.
All right, overruled.
And you know that she's now deceased.
I know that she's deceased. I don't know the circumstances.
Okay, you know that and Betty Jackson raised Mr. Stillwell, and you've met Betty Jackson before?
I have.
Okay. And you identified her voice on the jail phones.
Yes.
And also in your review of his phone, the extraction of his phone,
Yes.
You saw her number under the name Boss Lady.
Correct.
You know Mr. Jackson has a 9th grade education, correct?
I do not know that.
Okay. Do you know him to be a high school graduate?
I don't know that.
Okay. As far as his occupation, as far as you've known him, you know, let's be real for a second. You've reviewed his phones.
Correct.
Okay. You saw mentions of drugs, weed, pills in his phones.
For sale, yes.
Okay, for sale, right. Okay. There was indications in his phone that in 2022 he was selling drugs.
Correct.
Okay. And also in his phone, you saw substantial evidence of his aspirations to become a musician, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You've seen social media posts with him and Wooney Lee at the studio.
Yes.
You've seen social media posts where he hashtagged his upcoming projects.
Yes.
You've seen, you saw on YouTube that short video Slat Talk, correct?
That was on his Instagram profile, but yes.
Okay. Did you note at the time that you captured that Instagram post with the song, how many views it had?
I did not.
Would you dispute that it was 17,000?
I don't know, so I have no way to.
All right. And you also observed in his phone his communications with other individuals that were rapping, correct?
I mean,
You saw communications with Wooney Lee.
with Moni Lee, yes.
Okay. And you saw different references and conversations about renting studio time.
Correct.
In his phone. Even we're talking about in March 2022. On March 8th, for instance, there was a discussion about him going to the studio.
Sure.
March 9th, going into the 10th, discussion with Wooney Lee about going to the studio. The Yo is what they call it, correct?
Correct.
Evening of March 10th, discussion of going to the studio run by Mook Tovin.
Correct.
And you know Mook Tovin to be someone who runs a studio, correct?
Producer of some sort, yes.
And you saw the evidence of, you see file transfers on those dates from Mook Tovin and other people transferring audio files.
Correct.
Okay. And that's consistent with someone making music in the studio and then their work being transferred to them at the end of the night by the studio engineer.
Sure, yes.
Evening of March 11th, discussions with Mooney Lee about going to the studio.
Yes,
March 12th, booking a session at the studio.
yes,
The evening of March 14th, your investigation, and I know that, and we're going to talk about 10 o'clock and Windsor Street, but later on in the evening, talking about midnight, your investigation revealed that Mr. Still was in the studio.
yes.
In fact, when people were looking for him, he informed his grandmother that he was in the studio.
I don't know if I remember that, but I know he did after the murder of Schmeldring. They were at the studio. Yes.
Okay. So, and you've observed some of Shannon's music.
I have.
You've observed a lot of music in your profession.
I have.
You observe a lot of music. Let's just
I
put
have.
it that way. You're familiar with drill music, correct?
Yes.
All right. Drill music is something that extends beyond Atlanta.
It does.
It's worldwide, correct?
I know throughout the U.S. I'm not too familiar with it internationally, but yes.
Okay. Common themes of drill music, brutality and violence.
Correct.
Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. Who's the baddest? Who's the toughest? Who's the most powerful?
Correct.
A lot of bragging.
Correct.
Okay. Claims about women, about who gets the most women. Is that a recurring theme?
Yes.
Bragging about the guns people own and carry.
Yes.
Okay. Bragging about how much money people have.
Yes.
Bragging about homicides, whether it's true or not.
Some.
Okay. It's a type of music, and whether you like it or not, and I'm not suggesting you like it, and I'm not suggesting I like it, but it glorifies violence.
I don't know if I would use the term glorifies because there are a number of drill rappers that have been charged with homicide.
Okay.
Or engage in violent acts. So I don't know if it glorifies. There's two sides. It can glorify it and it can also tell the story. So there's two different sides to it.
Okay, so one side, you know people that are in drill music that have been charged with crimes.
What I'm saying is music of that you're describing often feeds into violence.
Okay, and you don't like that, do you?
I don't like anybody getting hurt.
Okay, and that's fine.
Yeah.
You feel it feeds into violence, okay? And what I'm asking though is when you said it glorifies, you said, I know some people who are in drill music that have been charged with crimes.
Correct.
Okay, and you also know a lot of drill music where people claim they did this and claim they did that.
Correct.
All right. And it's not always factual.
No, but being a drill artist doesn't negate the fact that you engage in violence.
Okay, you may.
It could go either way, but being a drill artist doesn't negate that fact.
That's fine. Okay. Common terms in drill music, ops.
Correct.
Stands for opposition.
Correct.
And that is a recurring theme that you almost hear in every song. Isn't that fair to say?
In every song and almost every investigation that I work, yes.
Okay. And if we, and we're not going to do it, but if we Google and get on YouTube and type in rap ops, we'll see dozens of songs with ops in the title.
Correct.
Including by well-known artists.
Correct.
All right. Glizzies. Glizzy is a term that comes up a lot in drill music, correct?
Correct.
It's a gun.
Yes, but I don't know if I've heard that used that much by these folks that we investigated with this.
I'm just talking about.
It does. Guns do come up, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's in one of Shannon's songs.
Okay.
Lizard Walk.
Okay.
Okay. And that's another term that comes up a lot in drill music.
Glizzy, blick, fi, whatever you want to call it.
Red light. It's another one comes up a lot in drill music, correct? Red lights?
I don't hear that as often, no.
Okay. You ever hear of the song Red Light by Future?
I have not.
You heard the lyrics? Yeah, and this shit real out here running through the red light, looking through your rear view and might just sneak up on the car and try to spray you. You hear that? Heard that lyric?
No, but if Mr. Wilburn would have engaged in a homicide at a red light, I probably would have looked into it.
Okay. I didn't ask anything
Well,
about a homicide or Mr. Wilburn. I asked if you heard the lyric.
But yes,
Okay.
but
Well,
it was
I'm
something I
just-
would look at.
Okay. Chalk. Chalk you out, chalk them up. Slime and chalk. Those are
Slime and chalk, I'm familiar with, yes.
all right. Those are things that you would hear in drill music, correct?
Slime and chalk, I've heard. The others, I don't know if I've heard.
All right. We heard 5 songs by Mr. Stillwell. Okay.
Yes.
And they were let's see, Slat Talk, Ran This Money, Bullshit, Lizard Walk, and Red Light.
Yes.
And all those songs, you have identified Mr. Stillwell, and they were in Mr. Stillwell's phone.
Correct.
Okay, and just to be clear, there were other songs in Mr. Stillwell's phone as well.
Correct.
Okay, so we heard 5 of all the songs that Mr. Stillwell had in his phone.
Correct.
And do you know, outside of his phone, how many other songs Mr. Stillwell has made?
I know through the years I've seen him make a few, but I couldn't give you a number.
Okay. Now, with those songs, do you know when they were written?
No, and on direct, I said I can only see the date that they were added to the device.
Right, and you don't, and let's just be clear, the date that they were added to the device was 3/17. There was some sort of file transfer according to the report.
Correct.
On 3/17. You don't believe that on the morning of 3/17, he was in the studio making all those songs?
Not to say that 1 or 2 of them couldn't have been made in the days prior, but I can't give you exact dates on them.
Okay. So we don't know when they were when they were made. Do we know when they were written?
No.
Do we know who wrote the lyrics?
We don't.
Okay, and in fact, on one of the songs, Red Light, it says featuring Vito, correct?
Correct.
Veedo.
Correct.
You know Vito to be a songwriter, not an artist, a songwriter for 300 Entertainment, correct?
He could be, yes.
Okay. Some of these songs that we heard have the typical ops, red light, glizzy, homicide, typical things that are hallmarks of drill music, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, also, in one of the songs, Mr. Stillwell makes reference to his bankroll, right?
Correct.
Okay. Bankroll is the amount of money you have,
Correct.
the wad of cash.
Correct.
All right. And he's bragging about his bankroll.
Correct.
And that's what he's saying. That's what he's releasing to the public through this song.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell, do you know him to own a car?
No.
Do you know him to own a house?
No.
Do you know him to be independently wealthy?
I mean, sometimes, yes. He has a lot of money on him.
Okay. His bankroll, is that something that artists often talk about, their bankroll and how big it is?
Sometimes, yes.
Is that always true that the artists that are bragging about their bankroll is really as big as they're claiming it is in their songs?
That's an individual basis.
Okay. Could it be, you ever heard the term, like my son says it all the time, cap? Like just made up, cap.
It could be, but that's not necessarily the case with Mr. Stillwell Jackson.
I'm asking if you've ever heard the
Yes,
term.
I have.
Okay, and artists cap on songs all the time, don't they?
Some do, some don't.
And Mr. Stillwell, in his songs, was claiming that he had a bankroll.
And he did sometimes. Yes, he did sometimes.
Well, on the phones, you reviewed his phones.
Correct.
You saw him basically begging Miss Alexander to give him $1,500.
But if you listen to the March 16th wiretap call, he talks about all the money he had.
Okay.
And he didn't want to go to jail with all that money. So he had a lot of, it fluctuates from day to day. So I don't know. Some days he has a bankroll, some days he has no roll. So.
Okay. Did he have a bankroll? Do you know if he had a bankroll the day he recorded that song?
Do not.
Okay. Could that have been Cap?
Could have been. He could have been reminiscing about when he had his bankroll.
Okay. In these songs, while we're talking about Cap, let's see. Mr. Stillwell referred to himself as Big Slime.
Yes.
Okay. You ever hear anyone else refer to Mr. Stillwell as Big Slime?
I'm trying to think. He's been referred to as Big Slime and Life-Size Lizard.
Right. That's what he calls himself.
He's also referred to as that. I've heard him.
Okay. So he was claiming to be Big Slime in
Correct.
the song that he wrote or performed. Okay. Then we got, let's see, Dolly White in one of the songs. Bullshit, right?
Dolly, yes.
She brags about making $201K in a day.
Okay.
Okay. Do you know, is there any evidence that you have that on that day that Dolly White was claiming that she made $201K that day, that she actually made $201,000 that day?
I wouldn't know what day it is to be able to tell you. She could have been on Instagram or somewhere bragging about having 200K. So without knowing the day, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that Dolly White, I'm not talking about Jeffrey Williams, I'm talking about Dolly White, has ever made $201,000 in a day in her life?
I couldn't tell you what Miss Greer makes.
Could that have been Cap?
It could, but it also could not have been.
So, we talked about the lyrics on Direct. In these songs, Mr. Stillwell never mentioned an infinity.
No.
Never mentioned Diamante Kendrick.
No.
Never mentioned Demise McMullen or Nard.
No.
Never mentioned Justin Cobb or Doo-Wop.
No.
He mentioned being arrested for a homicide and beating it.
I don't want to, I'm going to tread lightly on it. I don't know. Can I get some direction on how to
He said I beat.
Okay, but I just want to make sure I'm approaching it correctly. You know,
Yeah, I'll ask a very targeted question.
Okay.
He mentioned on Slat Talk, I beat a murder rap.
Yes, he did.
Paid my lawyer $30 for that.
He did mention that.
Okay. He also mentioned beating a homicide on another song, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have, the fact is that Mr. Stillwell, he's on trial for that here today. At the time he wrote those lyrics, he had never beaten a homicide.
That's a real slippery slope to explain that. I don't want to say some, if I can get some.
He had never been cleared or went to trial and was found not guilty of a homicide.
Yes.
Whoa, this is wild, y'all. This is some wild stuff. Let's see. Andre, you just understood Doug's strategy or what he was hoping for. Well, explain, Andre. Well, I thought his strategy was clear, but if you have more information than to suggest or cause the jury to believe that she may have taken the watch, and of course he said some other stuff as well, but enlighten us. Has she kept her cool? Are we still talking about the watch? Police didn't leave that. Yeah, that watch has become after there's two narratives. There's only two main narratives after Thug pleaded guilty in this trial. There's two narratives: the watch and the Chamel drinks whole videotape situation. Those are the two main narratives, and Doug just threw gasoline on the watch. He just threw gasoline on the watch. And y'all better believe we're going to hear more about the Chamel drinks video. So that has to come back up as well. Shart has to bring that video back up. Now, not necessarily with Viverito. Shart might not bring that up with Viverito. Turn my voice down. How am I going to turn my voice down? What does that even mean? So Viverito might not speak about the video, but he has to bring it up. Yeah, treat her as a hostile witness. I'm surprised that he has not asked that, but maybe he has his strategy and he certainly knows. All right, so if I'm loud, just go to another stream. All right, so I'm gonna put you in timeout. Go to another stream. So I think that Shart has to bring up the video, so that's still hanging out in the air. But I think what Doug just did with the watch was masterful. I can't believe that he laid that down. I think it was 2 weeks ago at this point, and then boom, showed the picture of her with the watch. That is crazy. That is crazy, y'all. I just so yeah. Is that the King AK-47? I love when he does that. That guy's so entertaining, man. That guy's really entertaining.
We need the witness. I need the witness.
AW, you have to go back, and I just encourage you to watch.
The witness is walking back.
I encourage you to watch Doug talking about the watch. I wouldn't even want to try to explain it to you. You just need to see it, but you really need to see everything that came before it. Yeah, the court's volume is low today, y'all. Well, if you saw the whole thing, then you know what happened.
So, Mr. Shart asked you a very specific question, and you seem to have answered in a way that surprises everybody. So, we need to get some clarity from you. Okay, so can you listen really carefully to what his question is and answer that question? And then if your answer is still the same, we need to ask some follow-up of you. Okay, go ahead.
In the songs that we reviewed, Mr. Stillwell claimed to have beat a homicide, correct? Or
Correct.
beat a murder rap, beat a homicide.
Correct.
Okay. Did he in fact beat a murder rap or beat a homicide as he claimed?
I think he,
Go ahead and explain it now because the jury's not in here.
Yes,
We're just
yeah.
trying to sort out what
I
it
think
is.
from my understanding of Mr. Stillwell back in that time, he was under the impression that the Donovan Thomas case had been, that they were going to beat it. Like they were about to beat it, or it was beat, or it wasn't going to be an issue. I didn't want to say that because I didn't know.
Well, that's good that you didn't
Yes.
say that, but that's not the question that he asked
I'm
at
not
the
asking
time.
what Mr. Stillwell thought. I'm
Okay,
asking-
yeah, then no.
So listen
Okay.
very carefully to what he actually, I mean, that's not what he asked a minute ago, but you don't have like knowledge that nobody else has that he was tried for some
Oh,
other
no, no, no.
murder and got a hung jury or an acquittal, right?
No, Your Honor. I just wanted
Okay.
to make sure.
So if Mr. Short asks you, has he ever beaten one, and by beaten, I mean, gotten an acquittal or however he phrases it, what would your answer be then?
No, I just didn't know
Okay.
the specific outcome of if it was
Has he
dismissed
even
and
been
reinvent-
tried for
No.
another murder?
He has
Okay,
not
so
been
don't
tried.
say, I don't know the specific outcome
No.
if he has never been tried for one other than the one he's on trial for right now, okay?
Yeah,
You understand?
I just thought, I didn't know if he meant it was dropped. That was all, Your Honor.
That's not what was asked.
But that's not what he just asked right here, Your Honor. And
I
think
know
that's
that.
the-
I know that.
I think that's the clarity that needs to be had because at the time, Mr. Stillwell was on bond for the murder. And so
That is not anywhere near what he asked. He asked, has he ever been tried for and acquitted of murder? Being given a bond before a trial ever occurs does not a yes answer for has he ever been tried and acquitted.
Shut up.
I know, that's because, I know, but just now what he asked, we're just trying to figure out what it is she might mean. And are you then gonna ask?
I'll ask about the bond next.
Okay. So if he asked about bond, then you can answer whatever you know about whether he was released on bond.
I want to be respectful of his rights, Your Honor. That's all.
Okay. Is anybody need any more clarity on?
About
redirect.
Okay.
I think it becomes very relevant to ask the witness at the time he wrote those songs. Is it based on everything that you know and speaking to him and other people that did he believe he beat the murder?
I would not let you ask that because how on earth can she know what is in his head? I mean, you could ask it, but I would overrule it if objection were made.
I understand, Your
Then
Honor.
you point that, if that is in evidence, then you point that out in closing argument.
I think we will put them in now.
Well, y'all have to make a decision, each of you, as to how you're going to present your case or. All right. Do we have clarity now?
I think I'm clear. Yes, I'm clear.
you're going to answer first a direct question about whether or not he's been tried and convicted. You're going to ask that direct question first, and then you're going to ask about the bond.
And then, I mean, Mr. Abadi, you suggested that you might then introduce evidence that he said what were you saying?
Well, I think I have to find the call, but I think that creates the questions on redirect that then can be asked is at the time that he wrote those songs, had he been on bond for a number of years? He makes all of that very relevant as it relates to like diving into why he said that in the lyrics of the song. I think
See y'all.
it's a very slippery slope because we begin to talk about things that I don't necessarily we all want to get into as it relates to objections and objections for mistrial, because all of these questions allow us to then ask on redirect the specifics as it relates to when he made the song, when he released on bond, things of that nature. You can argue as to the belief as to why he believed he beat the murder, because it had been 3, 4, however many years. So he had not.
Well,
been
you can
indicted.
ask the had he been on bond 3, 4, however many years. What you cannot ask this witness is, so then do you think he believed he beat it? I mean, that is something that this witness can't testify to, that I know of. If you have some reason to believe you think she can testify to that, But I mean, if it's just, oh, I can put two and two together, he'd been out for 17 years on bond and not been, tried yet, then that's something that is not beyond the ken of any juror. And you can argue that in your closing, but you can't ask this witness that question. Okay.
Yes.
Everybody clear now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We'll get the jury back.
Y'all see, this is the
How long
danger.
is there going to be like a natural stopping point? I mean, I don't mind keeping them till 6.
There'll be a natural stopping point,
Okay,
and
cool.
and I'll be.
If we do that, we have 5 minutes.
Right now?
Recess, just 5 minutes. All right.
Yes. Yes, we can, because I don't want to break yet again if we're going to go for another hour or so. There you go.
I was on mute. This is the problem with trying to bring lyrics into a trial, because they brought the lyrics into the trial based on mind reading. And I don't agree with that. I did say previously that I think lyrics should be admitted in some cases, and I maintain that. But if he say I beat a murder rap, gave my lawyer $30,000 for that, and he's never beat a murder rap, then how does that lyric come in? How does that lyric come in? It's not even a true statement. How does a lyric come in if it's not even a true statement? Now, see, I would not say never let any lyrics in, because if there's something in a lyric that is a true statement and is relevant to some kind of crime that you can link, and I would say in a kind of a common sense manner, I don't want to say we need to have some law that you can never use a lyric. That wouldn't make sense either. Wouldn't make sense that you can't use a lyric. But in this case, the lyric isn't even true. In this case, the lyric isn't even true. How can you bring in a lyric that's not even true? It wasn't true at that time. It's not true now. You know what I'm saying? So, this. So the fact that this lyric is in and it's not even a true statement, that's very difficult for me, and I don't think that should be allowed. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't exceptions and blah, 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 but this is a very good opportunity for us to look and say, okay, that wasn't a true statement. And it was, if you're taking this lyric for the truth of the matter, you know how they keep saying for the truth of the matter? Are you introducing this for the truth of the matter? Because it's not true. So you shouldn't be able to get it in. This is the same thing when lawyers that worked with Weinstein asked that lady, what if I told you the song was made 2 years before the incident happened? So that would be another situation where if you're trying to introduce it to prove something that happened after, there would have to be a logical connection. For example, if your lyric said, one day I'm gonna blah, 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 and then now you wrote that 2 years ago, and now you're being charged with blah, 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 I would think that makes sense, right? You said one day I'm going to do it. You said that years ago. Now we think you really did do it. So in general, I can see allowing that lyric to come in, Queen, right? But that's not the way that this worked in this situation. I get it. And I think we have to be more careful with letting these lyrics in when they don't have a tight connection to reality. Let's just put it like that. The lyric should have a tight connection to reality in order for it to come in. But for people who say lyrics should never come in, I don't agree with that. I just think they should have a tight connection to reality. This break is probably for Doug to go to the bathroom. I can't believe the investigators didn't dig up more lyrics and figure out how it was created. They just, yeah, exactly. So that's why I think some people say, well, why, how come such and such rapper lyrics didn't come in? Because lyrics is not a good way to get a conviction. Lyrics is not a good way to get a conviction, in my opinion, unless you have something that would be tightly bound with reality or with what you're being charged with. But in this situation, as we can see, it's not even true. So, see, Lou says some of them have tight connections. Just the person that did the crime ain't the one. But that would be part of the tight connection with reality, Lou. If I'm rapping about something that somebody else did, but those lyrics that I'm rapping about are being used against me as if something I had done, I don't think that's appropriate. And I get what Abadi's saying. He's just wrong. Abadi's just wrong. I get what he's saying, though. I just don't agree with him. I can't believe they tried Paige like that. Well, remember, this all started with the witness who wouldn't just testify truthfully. I'm not aware of him having beat a murder rap. She implied that she had, like Judge Whitaker's asking, do you have some knowledge that he was on trial and beat it? Like, what are you talking about? What's the problem here? Why can't you just say no? And he got on the silk shirt. I didn't even know he had on the silk shirt. They can't convict that guy of anything, y'all. I'm sorry. That man he's a distinguished member of society. That is a distinguished member of society. I can't even believe he's on trial. Yak is not guilty on all charges based on that suit. Okay? Not guilty. In this situation, Patron, it is just a factual statement that he had not beaten a murder charge. So, how is that even able to be presented as evidence? Because you're presenting it as if he's speaking factually. Y'all, Yak he just needs to stick with whatever he's doing now, y'all. If he gets out of here, he need to just stick with this. My man could go in a direction and have a bright future as
Thank you.
This guy.
Go ahead, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Investigate Viverito. I'm going to go back to where we were before. In those songs, in Slap Talk,
correct.
Mr. Stillwell says, I just beat a murder rap, paid my lawyer $30 for that.
Correct.
Okay, and in other songs, he says, I beat a homicide.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. My first question. To your knowledge, in this case, I'm talking about Donovan Thomas.
Correct.
Had Mr. Stillwell ever been acquitted or the case been dismissed?
No.
Okay. The case was still open, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So he had not, in fact, beat a homicide.
Correct.
He had not, in fact, beat a murder rap.
Correct.
Yet he claimed that on his songs.
Correct.
Also, he claimed to pay his lawyer $30 for that. Do you know if he actually paid a lawyer anything?
I don't believe he's the one that paid the lawyer, but a lawyer was paid.
Do you know a lawyer's been paid?
At some
What
point.
lawyer?
He was represented at some point.
Well, what lawyer?
I don't know which lawyer he was. I said at
Well,
some
you just
point.
said you know the lawyer's been paid, and now I'm asking you what lawyer?
Okay. A lawyer back then would have been paid for him. I don't know.
What's the lawyer's name? Since you had an opinion on it, that lawyer had been paid, what is that lawyer's name?
All I said was, Mr. Sharp, if he had a lawyer, they would have had to have been paid somehow. I don't know how or who.
Okay, so you don't know how much anyone.
I did not work on the Donovan Thomas case at all.
Okay, but you just gave an opinion. And so you don't know how much, who, or how much anyone had been paid.
I just said I don't know who his lawyer was or how much or how they were paid.
The reality is Mr. Stillwell was released on bond.
Yes.
He didn't beat a murder rap. He had been released on bond.
Yes.
Okay, so claim I beat a murder rap, that was cap.
If you want to call it cap. I would say incorrect, but sure.
Claim that he paid a lawyer 30 for that, we don't know. We don't even know who the lawyer is.
Correct.
Okay. He also said in Lizard Walk, bond was $500,000 N-word. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know Mr. Stillwell's bond in the case that he paid for Donovan Thomas? Do you know it to have been $500,000?
Believe it was almost not $500,000, but it was a very high amount.
Okay, was it $500,000?
I think if I remember correctly, it was 300,000.
Was it $500,000?
It was not.
Okay, so that was incorrect. That was cap as well, correct?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell, since October 2015, has been charged with the Donovan Thomas murder, correct?
I'm not sure the exact date he was charged, but
Late 2015?
sure.
Okay. And in these songs, he openly talks about being charged for that murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he talks about the money he paid lawyers.
Sure.
He talks about the money, the extravagant amounts of money that he paid for bond, $500,000.
Sure.
Okay. I'm not saying you like it. I'm not saying I'm like it. Do you deny that potentially an artist, an aspiring artist, being charged in a high-profile case, beating a high-profile case, paying large amounts of bond, would be something that would be appealing in the world of drill music? Do you deny that?
No, engaging in violence and homicide skyrockets you to the top of the corporate ladder in drill music.
Okay. And he was saying he had been charged and
Correct.
beaten.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Atkins, could you, or Mr. Abate, or Miss Hill, could you do me a favor? Or Miss Knight's back. 436 VVA, please, if you could display that for me. Okay, this is my client, correct?
Correct.
And again, this is him while he's trying to be an aspiring artist, correct? This time period?
I guess.
Okay. And first of all, let me just clarify one thing. In the background, we see a gas station. That is the gas station on Cleveland Avenue, correct?
I believe that's 221 Cleveland.
Okay. That's not McDaniel Street.
No.
Okay. Now, Mr. Stillwell, in this post, also makes reference to Donovan Thomas, doesn't he?
He does.
Okay. he makes reference in the hashtag peanut stone grave.
Correct.
Okay, publicly, he is tethering himself to that incident.
Correct.
Okay. And in the message he writes, in the caption, it says, I fell off 100 times, 100 times I bounced back. Okay.
Correct.
Let's talk about some things that happened prior to this post about falling down 100 times. Mr. Stillwell, prior to this post, had someone drive by the green store and shoot at his head, did he not?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell, prior to this post, was driving in a car with a young lady named Tiara Jones and another lady named Ms. Duncan, and a car sped up behind that car and started shooting at them, correct?
Correct.
And killed Tiara Jones and put Mr. Stillwell in the hospital.
Correct.
Mr. Stillwell, after he spoke to the investigators about the Tiara Jones case, was attacked on social media for talking to the police.
Correct.
All those things happened before he made this post about falling off 100 times and bouncing back.
A lot of things happen, yes.
Okay. Does this post ever say, I killed Donovan Thomas?
Nobody's attaching himself to the incident.
You're absolutely right. He's attaching himself to the fact that the police arrested him and people have been attacking him ever since. Isn't that true? I've been knocked down. I fell off 100 times, and 100 times I bounced back.
Objective speculation.
Sustained.
Okay, I'd like to talk to you about some of the work you did in collecting the posts from social media. And again, I don't mean to harp on this. Maybe I'm not asking correctly. I understand that you have given how many total social media posts did you pull within a folder?
I don't know. They were all compiled into a folder of relevant posts.
Okay, you say relevant posts.
Correct.
So who determined if they were relevant?
If they had anything to do with the hyper-violent back and forth, I felt that they were relevant to the investigation.
Okay, again, I'm going to ask, who determined if they were relevant? Who?
It's just that if I felt like they were
So
anything to
you
do, I would,
determined.
from
you
my,
det-
as being the person that's listening and monitoring the wiretap and knowing the ins and outs of what's going on, I was able to determine what was relevant.
You determined what was relevant.
Correct.
Okay. And I understand that we have a thing of posts. What I want to know, when you're on Instagram, do you have notifications set for when people post? Are you scrolling Instagram? Are you looking at certain people's pages and not other people's pages? How are you doing it?
We were monitoring both sides of the conflict, and it's not just me. There are several people that would monitor. We'd all look together
I'm
collectively.
talking about the social media posts.
Correct. We were monitoring both sides. Part of my job is to mitigate violence. So as a conflict is occurring, we're monitoring both sides of the conflict. So when we see, it's a constant job of monitoring, to where if I see YFN down on Cleveland Avenue, which a bunch of assault rifles, probably not great. So we need to monitor constantly to say, okay, we need to get marked units down to Cleveland to mitigate that. So we're constantly, I have a unit that I work with. Everybody was involved in the wiretap, the investigation. So everybody was tuned into what was going on.
Who's in that unit?
I mean, the gang unit, there's a bunch of people. I couldn't tell you give you a roster at that time. It's changed, but
Okay, well, if we had reports, could we know who was on that unit? Since
they
it's
wouldn't.
changed.
I don't know anybody in our gang unit that would give you a report of every social media post they screenshot.
Okay, well, I didn't ask if anyone in the gang unit would. I asked if you did. Did you write a report about exactly which users you were following to pick up specific posts?
Mr. Sharp, you've asked me that before, and I've told you I've compiled every user you see in the folder is who I was monitoring.
Okay, and what about is there no one else that you were monitoring that's not in the folder?
That folder pretty much covers a whole lot of people.
Okay, and we just take it from you. No reports.
Whether you have all the posts, that I captured. They're in a folder, gathered collectively, organized in a folder for you. So I don't know what, like, do you want a list of screen names that were captured?
Just want documentation of the work you did.
It's documented in a folder that was served in Discovery.
Some of those posts that you deemed relevant are actually lyrics to songs, correct?
I have to see what you're referring to.
Could you, Ms. Knight, could you display 471 VV? 471. Okay, this is Mr. Nichols, Comarvius Nichols, right?
Correct.
Okay, and 471 VV is exactly how the state has put this into evidence.
Correct.
All right, and we're going to get back to exactly what this is in a little bit.
Correct.
But those words, what you saying, I run with cold-blooded killers, okay? When are you saying that you collected this?
Probably 2 days or a day or two after the murder of Mr. Drinks.
Okay, and those words, those were written by Mr. Nichols?
No, it's a song by NBA Youngboy that he chose those words to put on the post 2 days after Mr. Drinks was killed.
He chose those words?
So what this is it's an Instagram story, and you can select a song and which portion of that song. You can select anywhere from 10 seconds to 30 seconds, and you select that, and you can overlay it onto your story. That's what was done here.
Those words?
Mr. Nichols made the social media post, and in the post, he picked this song to accompany his post.
All right, you know what? We're not going to get back to this. Let's deal with this right now. Mr. Kokomo, if you would it 60? Yes, 60. Okay, Your Honor, may Mr. Kokomo approach?
Yes.
All right. You need to show investigator Gabriel. Start from the beginning. Go.
We're gonna hear the audio.
We can.
I mean,
Do you?
yeah. So that is a screen. Oh, can I explain?
Okay, Mr. Kokomo, I think the witnesses had sufficient time to view it. So thank you, Mr. Kokomo. Do you recognize what's been marked as 60 VV?
Yes, it's a video of his story in its entirety.
Okay, and is that the way you saw it on social media?
It was both a video that was submitted in discovery and a photo that was submitted. The relevant portion of that would have been relevant to our investigation was that you're posting a video the day after somebody's murdered in your presence.
We haven't even gotten yet. Do you recognize?
Yes.
That video. Okay, Your Honor, I would move to admit DS-60 into evidence.
Admit it.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Your Honor, may we report before it's published?
Yes.
Not showing her face is a problem, y'all. Not showing her face is a problem. And also, she keeps talking. Did y'all just hear how she said that Mr. Drinks was murdered in the presence of Nichols? I don't know. Max keeps letting that go. I don't know if I feel like that's open for an objection, because isn't that essentially what the jury is there to determine? Whether Mr. Drinks was murdered in the presence of Mr. Nichols, who was rolling with, even though he was in a different car but he was rolling with, Mr. Nichols was rolling with Shannon. So she keeps saying, yeah, this was done in your presence. You were right there. And I'm like, how are you going to let her say that? That's literally, I mean, I shouldn't say literally, but that's like 90% of what the jury's supposed to be determining. Do we determine that Mr. Drinks was murdered in the presence of YSL? You know what I'm saying? So I'm not really sure why she's allowed to keep saying that. She said something to that effect this time, and she said something to that effect previously. I'm not really sure why they keep letting that go. See, the whole thing about her thinking she's smart, though, one of the problems is she's taking care not to be put on camera. So, you know what I mean? It's almost like she gets to hide behind the Batman mask and just say whatever she wants to say. Instagram determines the length of the lyrics and what lyrics appear. See, I didn't even know that. What if your lawyer doesn't know that? What if your lawyer is overworked and underpaid and doesn't even have enough time to research that? What if your lawyer is not very good, and even though you tell them, they don't present that at trial? I, as a juror, I wouldn't know that already. I'm not knowing that until now. Why so many approaches from the state? The state wants a mistrial because of these squirrel brain investigators. I think her credibility is being impugned right now. I think Weinstein set her up, and he did an excellent job. I think that Max Sharp is doing a good job. I will say she's had a couple of good answers, though. Max Sharp has drilled down on her reports, her missing reports, and her answer that everything is in discovery. She keeps coming back to that, and I'll be honest, though she doesn't have reports, I do think that The fact that she's turned over whatever she does have in discovery is a half decent answer. I see where Max is going, and as a juror, I think I would see where he's going. I just don't know that all the jurors are going to see where he's going. And where Max is going is this: you looked at these people, you found these things, but how do we know the other people you looked at that you found something for who you did not include in whatever your affidavit or whatever? How do we know the stuff you overlooked? How do we know the stuff that you did see that you purposefully discounted? How do we know the entire scope of your investigation? How do we know that your investigation as presented is not just a piece of the investigation as conducted? Because if we could see you looked at 100 and focused on
We're
5.
gonna, given the time, and we need to sort out something anyway, we're gonna break with y'all for the day. And so we'll see y'all again tomorrow at we have a late start, 10:30 with y'all. Is that right? Whatever I told y'all before is what I mean. I can't remember what it was, but whatever I told you. Everybody just be here then. 10:30. Hang on, y'all. Let's see. It's 10. It's what we have. What I have on my calendar. So 10. See y'all at 10. Good try, though.
So that means that the witness should be stepping out as well. Yeah, the witness is leaving now too. Y'all wonder why nobody has taken a picture of her when she left the court, as she leaves the courtroom. I wonder why Miss Sylvia and the other people haven't just snapped a photo of her and put it online, because
All right, and y'all are going to look this evening to see exactly what the outcome of was when we discussed this particular video before. And we're quickly getting to, I think, needing to do charge conference, and I appreciate y'all's work on this late last week and over the weekend. And I think that there's, you can go. We'll see you at 10 in the morning. Thank you. A lot of it there appears to be agreement on. I think the challenging part, if there is one, is going to be figuring out exactly what needs to be charged with regard to RICO. But I'm wondering, certainly in the morning before we have the jury, but maybe for a little while tonight, if we wanted to go ahead and start getting through some of that, maybe can y'all, unless there's any reason, I'd love to maybe take 45 minutes or so tonight and then get together in the morning and try to at least wrap up everything other than RICO. Does that sound reasonable? Okay. And then obviously I'll get a final determination after the state rests of whether the defense wants to present a case and whether the defendants want to testify and what have you. But at some point fairly soon, if there isn't going to be a defense case, we'll need to tackle the RICO. And I think that the state wanted to bring Mr. Floyd in for that part of the argument. So I don't know exactly what the timing is going to be, but give him a heads up that, maybe as early as tomorrow afternoon. Okay. Okay. All right. So y'all have got a draft that we've all been working in, the state, the defense, and the court, exchanging emails back and forth, not emails, but exchanging the document back and forth with various edits to it for the offenses. So if we all want to pull that up. And I assume, just for record purposes, that each side has filed what they sent originally as their proposed.
I have not yet.
Okay, but you can. If y'all want to. I mean, it seems like we're gonna reach agreement as to the final form of most of this anyway, but if, I'll just say if anybody wants your original version in a potential record, just file it. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, and so as y'all all know, what Ms. Percival did was just take the state's charges, the defense charges, and consolidate them all into one document. And that's the document we're all looking at now. And anything that the court has asked y'all to think about, I have indicated that in some way in this document. And then y'all took a look at it and you have let me know the things that everybody might agree to. So let's just run through it. I think most of it won't take very long. So the very first one, and I just moved 1.20.30 up to the front because it seems to make more sense there than later. But I had suggested that we use the word admitted instead of presented when it says it's your responsibility to determine the facts of the case from all of the evidence either presented or admitted. And the defense is fine with that, and the state has questions, is what y'all's note says. So what is your question about that particular change? Or I can just explain why I think admitted is a better idea than presented, and that is because all kinds of evidence gets presented but ultimately excluded. And obviously they can't consider anything that's been excluded, whereas they can consider everything that got admitted.
I think my question, Your Honor, was regarding testimony. We normally say admitted as physical evidence, but if there's testimony, we normally don't say listen to the admitted testimony. And so I didn't know if there was confusion that what was testified to is something different than the evidence that was admitted versus like versus pictures or physical.
Yeah, so there's down below, there's going to be an explanation of what evidence is, and it's going to say it's both exhibits and testimony. So evidence encompasses both of those things, and I hear your question, but I'm going to go with admitted for the reasons I already explained. And then the indictment, it sounds like the state agrees that we'll just read out the charges that each of the defendants that are still with us is charged with. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. My question is kind of whether in reading the indictment, y'all want me to read every one of the 150 or 60 something overt acts, which I'm not particularly excited about considering they're going to have a paper copy of it out with them. Thoughts on that?
Your Honor, our preference and our argument is that for count one, just the charges be reread.
191 overt acts.
Yeah, I don't think we need to read the 190. I also don't think we need to read the preamble
I
to
don't
the
either.
191 overt acts that the state wrote in the indictment. So I believe it would be, I mean, they've already heard Judge Glanville read it before in jury selection, and I think before we swore in the jury, and I think it would be prejudicial just to
Well,
continue.
I don't plan to do it because they're going to have it out with them anyway. They'll be instructed about how to consider them all. I don't need to read every one of the overt acts, so I don't plan to do that. Okay. All right. 1.1, I suspect that's 10.20. Everybody agrees that's fine. 1.2010, everybody is fine with, and I had just added its pattern, except that I had just added basically like, generally speaking, these charges are going to say a defendant, but obviously you have to make a determination separately as to each defendant, and everybody seems fine with that. All right, so down towards the bottom of that particular instruction, and I'm on what's currently page 4 now, the highlighted part, it says, I had noted that this was not pattern, this particular language. And interestingly, it says acceptable to defense, but state has questions about the changes that I made. The state's the one that requested the original version of that. So I had stricken through after hearing and seeing the evidence and just changed that to after considering the evidence. I struck presented in this case because that's just surplusage. It's obviously the evidence in this case. And then I changed it is your duty to convict to you would be authorized to convict. What are the state's questions or concerns about those changes?
I would need to, I believe when this was pulled, there was language that said it is your duty, and so I need to speak with the state representative who drafted this.
I know it said it is your duty. I struck through that because it's not what we say as judges ever when we're telling every time we're talking about you can acquit or you can convict. We never as judges say it's your duty to convict. We always say it's your duty to acquit. You'd be authorized to convict. So that will be the way I'm saying that. And then, so was that your only issue with that one?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, y'all are fine with grave suspicion, y'all meaning both sides. Both sides are fine with the general charge on evidence. Y'all will put together what the stipulations are. And y'all need to do that fairly soon.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I think that all the stipulations have been stipulations of facts, not stipulations about testimony, documents, or exhibits, which is why I struck that last part, because I don't think it's applicable. If that changes once y'all look back, just let me know. Okay, moving down to 1.30.20. As y'all all know, there's a short version and a long version of the direct and circumstantial evidence explanations. And both parties had requested the long version, which is fine. The red additions, none of those are non-pattern. Those are all pattern language. They're just from the short version. So it's kind of intermixed in with the long version, but there's the one defendant, in considering the evidence, you may use reasoning and common sense to make deductions and reach conclusions. In the note was defendant subject to this non-pattern language and that it's unnecessary. State finds the language acceptable. That actually is pattern language. So, I mean, y'all can still object, but given that it's pattern and been pattern for years and years, I'm going to go ahead and give that. Y'all okay with that?
My objection is, and I understand what the court's saying, my objection is that the instruction as a whole is essentially saying there's no difference between direct and circumstantial where it comes down to it. And I didn't see the need, it seems, to put in considering the evidence, you may use reasoning and common sense to make deductions and reach conclusions.
All right. So one thing I wanted to know is when I normally give this charge in other cases, I have said that language at the very beginning. So you'll see where there's that green paragraph right below the heading. Evidence may be either direct or circumstantial or both. If you would rather I say it there, I didn't know if there was an objection to where it was placed.
I don't have a preference for it.
Okay. All right. Is there an objection to the language about there being no legal difference, or are you okay with that part? In the weight you can give to either direct or circumstantial?
I'm trying to find that language. Oh, I see it now. I'm sorry.
Right now, I have it at the sort of towards the bottom, but I could also do the green paragraph instead.
I don't have any preference.
Problem with that? Okay. Okay. All right, so next was inferences from the evidence or lack thereof. This was requested. Okay, you're going to withdraw that one? All right. All right, credibility of witnesses, everybody's good with that. And while the intelligence possibility has been either inserted or reinserted into the pattern charge, I would be disinclined to give that unless the defense wants that.
Are you, Your Honor, are you telling us it's been reinserted into pattern, or are you
Well, I don't know if it ever got removed, but it is, I looked and it is still in the pattern.
I think it's disfavored.
It is definitely disfavored. So unless y'all want it, I would not want to give that.
That's fine.
Particular. Okay, so we will get rid of that particular quality, I guess, including that one. Okay. 13130, expert witnesses, seems fine with everybody.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, on the 3140, state's going to make a list of prior convictions under 609 is what the note says. I mean, are y'all wanting me to read those? Because I wouldn't plan to read those. Okay, so y'all don't have to make a list of them unless you want to. So,
I'm sorry, we're talking about listing the individual convictions?
yeah, which they have now said they wouldn't want either, and I wouldn't do regardless. Okay, so do we have, we charge only the ones that apply. Do we have evidence offered to attack any witness's credibility with a character for untruthfulness shown by bad acts, as in specific instances of conduct?
I think, I don't know if it was introduced in that way. I can't remember if Your Honor was here. Mr. Copeland was on the stand, and there was discussion about an incident where he accused a jail worker of beating him and tasing him and macing him, I believe.
Okay.
And then he was charged with false report of a crime, and then it was dismissed by the state, how it all came out.
Yeah, I was
And
here
so,
for that.
so I do believe that would fall under 24-608A.
Okay, so I think we would say this may include evidence of character for untruthfulness shown by specific instances of conduct of the witness in question. Was it brought out on cross-examination? I would imagine brought out. Okay. So just not the shown by bad acts, just shown by specific instances of conduct. Okay. Do we have bias toward a party shown by specific instances of conduct? And that would be either for or against a party. If y'all both, want it, whether we have it or not, I can charge it, but.
I don't
recall that.
I wrestled with Mr. Copeland's testimony because there's a lot of things that came out regarding things that Mr. Copeland did that could show bias towards a party, bias in favor of the defendants. And then include him shooting.
Can you speak into the mic, please? I mean, I can hear you, but it's a lot easier when you're speaking into the mic.
That would include him shooting at the studio.
Or grab a remote movable mic. Okay, so you think, yes, there are some of those? Okay. Any objection by the defense to giving bias towards a party shown by specific instances of conduct of a witness that may relate to the witness's bias toward a party?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And then obviously we have some criminal convictions. But we don't have, we have definitely felony. Do we have a crime of dishonesty or making a false statement for any of them?
I don't believe.
All right, y'all double check with me. We can just highlight that for now. And y'all double check. I don't think we do, but okay. And then do we have character for untruthfulness shown by opinion or reputation? Other than Woody himself saying, I lie about everything. That's not an other witness, though. That's himself.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And then we've covered the specific instances up above, right?
Yes.
All right. So we can get rid of that part. Okay. All right. Next is 1.31.42 witness supported. The state requested this, defense objects. We've just determined that credibility has been attacked in some of those ways. So what part does the defense object to? Has there been evidence offered to support the credibility or believability of a witness whose credibility has been attacked? We don't have a specific, do we have specific instances of truthful conduct or lack of bias?
Antonio Sledge is what.
Okay. So I guess, yeah, Antonio Sledge certainly would be included within the specific instances of conduct that may relate to his character for untruthfulness. I would think if there was some evidence that he lied under oath. Right?
Well, that was the way I looked at it. That was impeaching him about the statements at hand, not the way I view this as like you have a history of lying about prior things, not we're calling you a liar today in court.
Okay, well, regardless, what is the defense objection to the 0.31.42?
Well, this is about, as I understand it, it's about rehabilitating someone whose credibility has been attacked, and I don't recall any positive character evidence of truthfulness provided by anyone, and I don't remember any testimony about the lack of, like, this is rehabilitation, and I don't recall any rehabilitation of any of these witnesses.
So has there been evidence of character for truthfulness? I don't think so. Or lack of bias?
Sorry, Your Honor. No, there has not been.
All right, so what I think I typically do is if those specifics don't apply, because the pattern says this would include and then gives the example of character for truthfulness or lack of bias, we can just give essentially the first sentence of that pattern without the example. So it would just say, in determining the credibility of any witness whose credibility has been attacked or challenged, and any testimony by him or her in court, you may consider, where applicable, evidence offered to support the credibility or believability of any such witness. Any objection to that?
No, Your Honor, nothing's good.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And then 13145, y'all are fine with. 3147, y'all are fine with. 3180, everybody's fine with? Okay. 3190 and 92, y'all are fine with?
90 max.
This is,
Well, sorry, I mean, it says state and defense agree no changes, which is why I said that.
That
If
wa-
I'm
that was on-
wrong, go ahead and
That was
let
on
me know.
92, Your Honor.
on 90, I objected, but if this is
Oh,
pattern,
I'm
I
sorry, it doesn't have any indication that you objected.
I did, but maybe.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, yeah, if I skip something or if the notes are wrong that Mr. Weinstein did,
That would be my note taking, Your Honor.
then yeah, please let me know. Okay.
But and the reason I objected is I was under the impression that this was now disfavored. But if it's not disfavored now, then I was thinking about the Nago case, and I think I was mixing up this versus the presumption of truthfulness.
You might be
instruction.
more up on it than me, so
Okay,
if you,
let me-
if you
yeah.
want to take a look back at it, and if it's disfavored, then certainly we
Okay.
would think about, but.
I'm not saying it is, but I'll
okay.
look at it.
All right, so double check on that. All right, any preference on 9.2, whether I say testimony of an accomplice on its own or a testimony of accomplice by itself? Anybody care? Nobody cares? Okay. All right, I'll pick one. Okay, 9.3. Y'all agree? Oh, I'm sorry, 9.3A, y'all agree. 9.3B. Y'all are saying this might need to come in because of the statement by Stillwell when he was a victim. Is that right? Or that it was his Audi? That's fine. I wasn't thinking about anything like that, but that's fine. We can give that. And then assuming that neither defendant decides to testify, we'll give 3210. All right, 3216, it looks like everybody agrees we don't need that one. Or all the way, or 1718. 50.
And I will say, just for the record,
Yeah.
that I am cognizant of the fact that Mr. Stillwell did give a statement. I think it was not ruled to be custodial by the prior judge. Arguably it is, I think, in the back of a car when he was the victim. That being said, I'm not going to be arguing at all that it's not voluntary or even go down that road about proof of voluntariness or conditions precedent. So I just want the record to reflect that I'm knowledgeable about that statement, but I don't believe that these apply, and I wouldn't be making any arguments
All right.
to this effect.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm not objecting it to being removed because
All right.
Mr. Kendrick's statement did not come in.
Okay. Okay, and then 1.3400. Everybody's fine with that as it reads right now. 1.3420, prior difficulties. I had asked, do we have this And it says defense does not believe this needs to come in. State believes Copeland's prior statements might necessitate this instruction.
Yes, Sharon. So in Mr. Copeland's statement to the police, specifically his June statement, he discusses that at the time when he does a statement around June of 2015, that he thought that Mr. Williams was trying to, even though Mr. Williams is not here anymore, but he did discuss that Mr. Williams, he thought was trying to kill him at the time, trying to harm him. And so we were thinking about that as far as prior difficulties. And that's what I was thinking of
Okay.
at the time.
All right. So this charge would talk about evidence of prior difficulties or lack thereof between a defendant and somebody else. And our only two defendants are Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Stillwell. So given that, what are your thoughts?
In that statement, there are portions where he talks about where Mr. Copeland does discuss in that same statement his challenges with Mr. Stillwell at the time. And when I say at the time, I mean in 2015. It's not as profound as when he talks about Mr. Williams, Your Honor, but there is some evidence, at least through that statement, that at the time back in 2015, specifically June of 2015, that his relationship with Mr. Stillwell was not the same as it had been previously.
All right. And if that were the case, then it would read evidence of prior difficulties between a defendant, I guess, and a witness have been admitted for the sole purpose of illustrating, if it does, the state of feeling between the defendant and the witness. Whether this evidence illustrates such matters is solely a matter for you, the jury, to determine, but you're not to consider such evidence for any other purpose.
I still don't believe that we need that, Your Honor, especially because Mr. Kendrick is not involved in that alleged dispute.
I just think it makes it really confusing. Because we don't really have prior difficulties anyway. We have, at most, Mr. Copeland saying, some version of, I'm worried Mr. Stillwell doesn't like me or has it out for me or whatever, right? We don't have actual prior difficulties.
Correct. We don't have any.
Like they didn't get in a fight or have a war over Instagram or anything like that.
No, we don't.
Okay. All right. I think it would be cleaner then to not include this. All right. 3430. Everybody agrees with that as written. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Identification, everybody agrees to 1.3510 and 11. As, yes, no?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I was thinking whether we even had 13510, but I believe we did with some of the overt acts.
Well, we do for which is like the Ryan murder that he's been convicted of. And
There was an incident at a gas station on Jonesboro Road, I believe it was.
Okay.
Or Lakewood, that also had identifications.
Okay, so on 1-1 though, we were talking about, normally that's talking about identifying a defendant as a perpetrator, which is not, we're talking about Do we have a defendant being identified as a perpetrator of any crimes either of them has been charged with, or are we just talking about overt acts?
I think we're just talking about overt acts.
I mean, there's no witness that identifies Mr. Kendrick as a perpetrator.
To any of the crimes
Correct.
with which he's been
For
charged,
any of the
right?
counts, correct.
Okay. And I think the same for Mr. Stillwell?
I can't swear like if in the
I mean,
in the interrogations of or the interviews of Mr. Copeland or Mr. Zachary, I think they may have had like single photos and like said, do you know who this person is, that sort of thing, but I don't really take that as an identification.
Yeah. Right. What I'm trying to parse for myself is on 1-1, do we just say sufficiently identify the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt as the perpetrator of any of the crimes with which he is charged, which is like actually language that I added instead of, it normally reads beyond a reasonable doubt as the perpetrator. But if we're also need for them to consider, did some alleged co-conspirator commit some other overt act? And we do have eyewitness identification of potential co-conspirators committing overt acts, then it's not really identifying the defendant then, it's
No, language.
identifying like any alleged co-conspirator.
The language would need to change in that case.
I could say sufficiently identify any conspirator. I don't even know. Y'all think about that with me. Because or we could say the defendant and then like also do another explanation for overt acts. Or not say anything at all. We need to come back to this one. Ms. Pershfield, just highlight that whole thing and maybe give us a note as to why we're coming back to it. All right, everybody agrees the fingerprint one is unnecessary. And on the DNA, we left that with y'all's notes say that the state and the defense agree that this is probably unnecessary, but the state is double checking. What'd y'all come up with? Okay, well, double check, but I don't think there's any DNA evidence.
The only one I could think of was there was a 2013 alleged armed robbery where there was some blood in the car. But I don't know.
Did y'all have a DNA expert come say that blood belongs to anybody? No. Okay, well then we don't have DNA evidence. Although I'll leave it in until the state double checks. All right, 1.40.10, y'all are fine with it being said a crime occurs when the law is violated by a defendant's intentional action?
Yes.
Okay. Intent, everybody's fine with, no presumption, everybody's fine with. Presumptions and inferences, 1.41.12. Defense says it's inapplicable. It's not inapplicable. I mean, it's
Well,
always true.
It is always true. I don't think it's necessarily tailored to this case. I don't believe that that is going to be an issue at all about mental states, or there's going to be no mental defense.
Okay, I see what you mean by that. Thoughts on this? I mean, I typically give it, and typically mental health defenses aren't an issue, but State.
We don't think we need, however, we don't know what arguments may prevail if.
All right, I'll just leave it in. Okay. 1.42.10, parties to a crime, requested by the state and the defense. It says the defense does not object if this is tailored to the Donovan Thomas murder only. That would be interesting.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't believe that, and obviously in some jury instructions, they apply to all acts. But sometimes they apply to certain acts and not others. Mr. Stillwell has been accused of being the shooter of Schmel Drinks. There's been no testimony any other way other than him being the shooter, as being the principal, not as an accomplice, not as party to a crime. There's been no evidence that Mr. Stillwell is a party to a crime of the Schmel Drinks case. So I would object, and I understand that the state wants it, especially with Mr. Kendrick. I'm not sure. It's unclear to me what role they think Mr. Kendrick played in the Donovan Thomas at this point, but I would assume that would be as a party to a crime. So I understand the state's request for that act. I don't think it applies to Schmel Drinks.
So I think the state's evidence has Mr. Stillwell driving the Audi, and who's in the front seat with him? Okay. And then their theory is that the fatal shot came from the Audi from inside, that they didn't stick a gun out. I don't know if they've gotten to the nitty gritty of it was Mr. Stillwell and not the passenger.
Well, they've thrown out hypotheticals of Mr. Stillwell opening the door, of Mr. Stillwell sticking his arm out the window. They also had Detective Hogan. I had him very clearly go through his warrant and his theory that Mr. Stillwell was the shooter, and we haven't heard any other evidence.
I mean, the detective's theory and what the state ultimately wants to present aren't, they're not bound to the detective's theory.
Absolutely, but now we're on the last witness, and I still haven't heard anything contrary to the argument that Mr. Stillwell is the shooter from the passenger seats. I mean, from the driver's seat. So I just don't.
Well, let me
feel it's
pause and
appropriate.
ask the state if is y'all's theory 100% Mr. Stillwell was the shooter, or what's your take on this?
We can never be 100% because we were not in the car. However, Your Honor, we believe that Mr. Stillwell was the driver, but the jury can infer from the evidence that Mr. Demekion Garlington leaned over and shot the weapon. We believe that Mr. Stillwell shot the weapon out of the driver's side vehicle, Your Honor, but with any of our pattern charges, nothing is tailored in an indictment to a specific charge. It's just read, and we argue based upon what the charges are. So we would ask that 1.42.1 to not be specified for any charge, but that it is a jury charge that is just read to the jury, not specified to a specific count in the indictment.
I mean, I've never given parties to a crime and said this only applies to, which doesn't mean it can't be given that way, but I've never even been presented with that argument. And frankly, well, okay, I mean, I hear and understand the objection, but I'm not gonna limit it.
And Your Honor, this is my fault. I just wasn't anticipating that we would be reviewing this today. If I can find some case law that.
Yeah, that's fine. And frankly, it's 5 till 6 and we haven't gotten through, and I know we don't want to be here until 7. So let's just pause right here for the evening, and let's, can everybody be back at 8:45 in the morning, and we can get through with, I think, this part of the charge conference? Yes. Okay, and I've been working on a RICO charge, but I'm still working on it. Does anybody have anything more to present than they've already presented on the RICO in terms of potential language? I know your argument, but.
Yeah, at this point, I don't have any additional language.
All right, well, I will share, so as the pattern jury instructions have been updated in plain language, and not all of them have yet, but like, for instance, murder has. And so now it reads, the state must prove 1, 2, 3, or whatever. And it's been done for a lot of those. There's been a move towards that. There is no pattern for RICO, but what I am trying to do is put the RICO charge in that same kind of format. The state must prove A, B, C, D, E, F elements. So if it's in enough of a form for me to share that, I can, through Ms. Persfield, share that with everybody to take a look at tonight. It is nascent still. It is not fully formed, but that way y'all can at least have some thoughts as to what I'm thinking would be a correct and also helpful charge for the jury. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. See y'all at 8:45.
All right, y'all. Thank y'all. I'm going to go ahead and log off now. Everybody, please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. I will see y'all mañana. Have a good night. Hit the like. If you're not subscribed, subscribe. We'll be back tomorrow about 8:15. Bye-bye.